Chapter 5477, walked around, and arrived at Shizaniang's residence. Seeing the teaching and research on the snowy ground in front of the door that was about to be buried by the snow, Jian Wushuang knew that she must have returned here. Knocked on the door bolt lightly, and saw through the crack of the door that the light in the back room was on. As expected, Shizaniang opened the door for both of them after a while. Seeing Jian Wushuang came, Shizaniang was not surprised, because no one knew it was hers in this small courtyard. "What are you doing?" Shizaniang leaked half of her face. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Come on." Then the two entered the small courtyard. Is still some shabby hut. The two have nothing to say. Lu Sainer was talking about spitting. "Big brother, I didn't expect that you still have this ability. How do you say it, Jinwu Tsangjiao?" Snapped. Jian Wushuang slapped his brain and said with a smile, "Shut up, you are not afraid now?" 13 Young, sitting on the edge of the bed, was taken aback and asked, "Afraid? What are you afraid of?" Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to divert the topic and talked about what happened to the two after she left. Shizaniang laughed when Lu Sainer blew Li Si's forehead. "Good fight. I think that is not pleasing to the eye long ago. If I knew I would stay and make up for it." Lu Sainer was completely unafraid when he saw this, and said, "The hero sees the same thing. Next time I beat him, I will call you." Jian Wushuang smiled and said nothing. "The bad feeling in my heart is getting stronger and stronger." Lu Sainer chatted with Shizaniang very speculatively. He was just perfunctory, but in the bottom of his heart he was thinking about how long this kind of life would take. At present, he has not figured out the purpose of arranging this place, nor does he know how to get out. Maybe soon. The premonition in my heart is accurate. Inadvertently, a trace of thought power radiated from the bottom of his heart. That is the result of a strong mind. After came here, he was completely out of that feeling. He didn't expect to accumulate a trace of thought power unexpectedly today. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed in his heart, and he also had a great sense of security. Don't underestimate this power of thought. It is enough to destroy the world and the mundane world. Jian Wushuang kept this thought force firmly in his heart. Now is not the time when the fish die and the net is broken. He can use this power to explore the other party's intentions. He wants to see what the purgatory of the mundane world is like. Talk all night owls. No one feels sleepy. Early morning the next day, Jian Wushuang confessed that Shizaniang went out to inquire about the city lord's mansion, while he and Lu Sainer were waiting for news in place. It didn't take long for Shizaniang to return in a hurry with a notice in her hand. "It's not good, it's dead." After Lu Sainer woke up from alcohol, worries came up again, and he quickly took the notice, but he couldn't understand it either. 13 Young pointed to it and said, "I heard people say that several restaurant guys were killed last night, and blood shed a whole street. Also, the Li Si you offended also died. The method of death is the same as that of the restaurant. Those few people are the same." Good fellow. Jian Wushuang now understands the origin of the anxiety. All the people related to him died. The guys in the restaurant are probably the ones who went out to look for him. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to listen to even an illiterate finger pointing, and he took the notice and looked at it. This notice is too fast. It is him who is wanted above. If there is no one behind this arrangement in advance, he will not believe anything. 2 patches on the chest. Jian Wushuang glanced at his chest. There are such details. Killed 6 people. A housekeeper in the city lord's mansion and 5 restaurant buddies. But he obviously did everything. He did murder last night, but he killed a scum who sold his wife. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang rubbed the notice into a ball, looked towards the sky, and said coldly, "This method is too low level," was full of mockery in his voice. If the purgatory of the mundane world is just this, it would be too small for him. He might as well hang himself on the crooked neck tree in Maishan. "Brother, are you all right?" Lu Sainer and Shizaniang both looked at Jian Wushuang weirdly, feeling that Jian Wushuang was scared and silly, talking nonsense. Jian Wushuang looked at the two and said, "You don't understand." He wants to see what the layouter will do next. Now that he has the chassis in his hand, he will lift the table in a big deal. Above the clouds, the old man looked at the mundane world with a smile on his face. "Huh, I have become immortal. and I can't wash away the arrogance on my body. I see when you can be proud of it. The mortal world purgatory. When the mortal world was cut off, it was actually cut away long ago. But at that time, I had become an immortal, and of course I didn't care about the suffering of the ordinary world. If you really want to make all these people who have attained the Tao become mortals and taste the purgatory on earth, you will not have that big tone. That's what the old man thought, and he arranged this test. He wants those practitioners to have awe in their hearts. The benefits for the future are great. Aoyama Castle. The arrest of the city lord's mansion of the brigade is searching the murderer along the street. Jian Wushuang's appearance and characteristics, everyone in the city knows. This time the wanted, the city lord's mansion also offered a sky-high price. Those who can personally capture it can get thousands of gold, and those who report it can get thousands of silver. Now not only the hunters are looking for it, but also some idle street gangsters are looking for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang became everyone's goal for a while. After all, you can get 1,000 taels of silver just by reporting useful information. You need to know that you can only get 3 taels of silver after digging a coal mine on Meishan for a year. In the courtyard, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the edge of the house, his breath calm. That trace of your thoughts is always suppressed in his heart, and now he is not in a hurry. He has not reached the point of lifting the table. The layout person is really going to annoy him, and he will ruin the entire mundane world. That trace of thought power turned into a small sword. This sword is enough to pierce the void, although it can't destroy this space, but it's nothing to razor this place to the ground. Lu Sainer and Shizaniang went out to continue to inquire about the news. When they came back at noon, their faces were a little bad. "Brother, you really killed those people?" Lu Sainer asked curiously. Jian Wushuang did not deny or answer. At this time, he didn't need to explain. The crotch was stuffed with yellow mud, and the explanation was not clear. Shizaniang intended to be beside the pillar under the door edge and sighed, "Smelly beggar, I really didn't expect that you would be so valuable one day. 1,000 taels of gold. How can you say that? If it weren't for you, Big Brother wouldn't kill Li Si." Lu Sainer said angrily. Jian Wushuang is now suspicious of these two people because they deliberately approached him. At first he committed suicide and did not die, but he was saved by Shizaniang. He suspected it. Had it not been for a trace of thought power in his body, he would have killed these two people a long time ago. Of course, after he has the whole cards, he wants to go with the flow, look at the layout, and what tricks he wants to play when he arrives. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5478. Jian Wushuang stood up and said calmly, 1,000 taels of gold. The price is really high. Big Brother, what are you talking about with your skill? How can you be caught by the trash of the city lord's mansion? Lu Sainer comforted. He didn't care. Just thought it was funny. The last time I was wanted, it was in Shihai. At that time, it was 100 billion sacred stone. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang seemed to understand something. This scene seems a bit familiar. At the beginning, Gong Miaoi and King Bai were next to him, but now Shizaniang and Lu Sainer are next to him. Is this a coincidence? If it wasn't a coincidence, the person behind felt very clear about his details. Magic Sound General, shouldn't be so boring. Is it that old monster after all? Moyne's suppressing space has been transformed into this. What is the purpose? When he passed the first bridge, he corresponded to the soul, and the second bridge, if he guessed correctly, was a test of the soul. Jian Wushuang didn't think much, turned around and entered the house. Those outside will not be able to find him for a while, but with the guidance of the people behind it, it is only a matter of time. Rather than cheap others, it is better to give this 1,000 taels of gold a reward to Shizaniang and Lu Sainer. Although he couldn't see the thoughts of these two people, he couldn't hold on for long. I have just met. Lu Sainer is a gambler. Shizaniang is a dusty woman that would not be tempted by Qinliang Jian. Just as Jian Wushuang was thinking about other things, Lu Sainer followed in, and then leaned in his ear and said, Big Brother, I think there is something wrong with the watch. It's better. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Jian Wushuang leaked a faintly teachable expression and nodded slightly. Okay, I'm going to buy some good meat. I still have some silver on my body. Lu Sainer cried out, afraid that others would not hear the same. Then went out to buy wine. After Lu Sainer left, Shi Sanyang came in, her complexion a little unsightly, and said to Jian Wushuang, "Where is Lu Sainer? Where did you meet?" "Casino," Jian Wushuang replied. Shizaniang's face suddenly became even more ugly. She hurriedly walked over, took Jian Wushuang and walked out, and said as she walked, "Hurry up, he must have gone to the government to inform the police. You too underestimated him." Jian Wushuang pulled out his arm and stopped. Lu Sainer is a gambler. Faced with the choice between 1,000 taels of gold and silver, he will definitely choose the former, even if he takes a fight. This time I went out, not to find the government, but to give him medicine. What he didn't expect was that Shizaniang would remind him. Does the layout person want this woman to impress him? That is too small to look down on his concentration. I will pay it back. If he can leave here, he will not hesitate to see him. Take this woman out of this timeline and give her a chance to regain a new life. As for here, one is one, and the other is two. He will not be soft. Even if the city is destroyed, he blinks. You know, don't you run yet? Shizaniang asked in surprise. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, "Have you ever left this place?" "No." Shizaniang didn't know what Jian Wushuang meant. She had indeed never gone out. The outside world was wild. She left Qingshan City and had nowhere to go. She had been to the suburbs as far as she was. "Have you ever thought about going to the outside world? It's too small here." Shizaniang narrowed her eyes, looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Are you going to take me away?" "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. Shizaniang then asked, "Where to leave Qingshan City?" "Anywhere. The world is so big. It's all home. Why do you have unrequited love for a flower? This Qingshan Castle is too depressing. Since he came to the present, he hasn't encountered a good thing. The sky is also dizzy. I really don't know what happened in this mundane world back then." Jian Wushuang didn't wait for Shizaniang's answer. Lu Sainer returned from buying wine, carrying 2 jars of wine in one hand and several packages of wine and vegetables in the other. "Brother, I bought the wine." He winked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled knowingly. It's time to hit the road. Regardless of what these two people think, Jian Wushuang doesn't blame them. After all, they have been controlled for a lifetime, and they have no choice. In the small courtyard, 3 people are seated. There are not many words. Just like the weather in the city, it is very depressing. "Come on, mention one." Jian Wushuang saw that the 2 of them were a little depressed, so he fell down and picked up the bowl, dry mouthful. Lu Sainer watched Jian Wushuang drink happily, with a smile on his face, and also picked up the wine bowl and dried it up. Wine is such a thing. The more you drink, the more you get excited. After 2 jars of wine, them all down. Lu Sainer's murderous intent also arose. After taking a look at Jian Wushuang, he suddenly got up and strangled Shizaniang's neck from behind. "You." Shizaniang was strangled with a flushed face, and she said everything. She kicked over the table in the resistance. After a long time, she didn't have any reaction. Lu Sainer was also the first time to kill. 13 Yang did not respond. He still refused to let go, for fear that the other party would not die thoroughly. Jian Wushuang stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Okay, she is dead." "Huh." Lu San panted heavily and let go of his arms. Shizaniang turned around and fell on her back, staring at her eyes. Lu Sanyi sat on the ground in shock. Jian Wushuang squatted down, patted him on the shoulder, and then asked in a low voice, "Do you want to go with me, or want 1,000 taels of gold?" Lu Sainer, who heard these words, quickly stepped back and looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. Now he remembered, shouldn't Jian Wushuang faint, right? In Jian Wushuang's bowl, he rubbed a layer of soft gluten flour. Lu Sainer didn't know how to answer. As performance just now made Jian Wushuang suspicious, and now I don't know what to do. Jian Wushuang looked at him and said calmly, "I understand. Come with me," then took Lu Sainer and left the courtyard. Outside the small courtyard at this time, dozens of hunters had already gathered. Seeing Jian Wushuang coming out, they drew their knives. "Don't be so troublesome. Give him the money first. He'll go with you." Jian Wushuang General Lu Sainer was still on the ground. How could he not know that the other party made tactics? Even if he became immortal, he would not be a fool. The wine he drank, just after he had eaten it, was dissipated by the power of thought. How could he fall into the hands of a mortal? Lu Sainer got up from the ground, hurriedly tossed to a catcher, pointed at Jian Wushuang and shouted, "It's him! He killed Li Si." Catching quickly pushed him away, sneered and said, "That's really thank you." As soon as the voice fell, a slash was made, and Lu Sainer's head fell to the ground, and the catcher shouted, "Jian Wushuang, your accomplice has been killed by me, so you won't be caught quickly?" "Just kidding. 1,000 taels of gold. How could it be given to a gambler?" These people grabbed Jian Wushuang. 1,000 taels of gold belonged to them. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5479. Jian Wushuang was not surprised by this. At that time, Lu Sainer would satisfy the other party whenever he wanted 1,000 taels of gold. These people can't kill him either. If he chooses to follow him, he will walk out of the cage, and then extract the soul fragments of Shizaniang and Lu Sainer from this timeline, giving them a chance to rebirth. It's over. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, and a strand of golden sword appeared in his hand. A breath of terror swept the world in an instant. When the old man who was sitting fishing in Yunqiu Mountain felt the breath, his complexion suddenly changed and he shouted, "Boy, dare you!" Jian Wushuang threw out the golden sword. Behind his hands, a gust of wind hit, but he remained motionless. The temples flew with the explosion and said loudly, "Why not dare?" Boom! The next moment, those catching bodies began to rupture, and the scene around Jian Wushuang was shattering. Not only the people in the city, but the entire city was trembling. The old man in the clouds wanted to stop him, but the figure of the demon sound god general came slowly, raising his hand to stop it. Mayin God will remind, "Mr. Yunzhong, we can't interfere. He will destroy the entire space. The space here is not cosmic space." Yun Zhongjuan was a little anxious. The magic sound condensed his eyes and said coldly, "You also know that this is a mundane space. This is your masterpiece. He can restore his strength. It's all on you." Yunzhongjian is also one of the 18 generals, although the status is the same as the magic sound general, but the strength of the two is different. The magic sound general, among the 18 generals, ranked first, but he was ranked at the end. Hearing the reminder of the magic sound general, Yun Zhongjuan could only swallow this breath and watch Jian Wushuang soaring in the space of the mundane world, leaving his place. 3 figures appeared in a huge palace. Not only Jian Wushuang came out, Dongshang and Wan Yin also came here. "Aren't I in the underwater world? How come here?" Dongshang asked in confusion. Wan Yin also looked solemn. He was originally in the cellar. Only Jian Wushuang was very calm, but there was one thing he didn't expect. He broke the mundane space, and even brought these 2 people out by the way. After the 3 of them came to the treasure hall, they did not rush to explore, and first told them all about their experiences. Jian Wushuang heard the head and realized that he was the worst. One of them went to the bottom of the sea and became the dragon king who called the wind and the rain, and the other slaughtered all directions in the cellar. Only Jian Wushuang really fell into the mundane world and became a beggar. "I was almost able to pass the level. It's a pity." Emperor Dongsheng was a little sorry. Jian Wushuang vaguely passed his story. He was afraid to say it. These 2 people had to kill him. They are almost clearing the level. Only Jian Wushuang is tortured in that depressed city. "Forget it. This place is weird. Let's see what's going on here first." Wan Yin shook his head, dispelling the disappointment of several people. Then he looked at this palace. This place is also a dojo. But this dojo is decorated very noble, and everything you see is bright. The 3 of them were very cautious, and it was the last time they encountered the gore fiend and frightened them. But the blood demons devoured their flesh and blood at the time, in order to prepare for entering the mundane world. This time, there should be no danger in the dojo. Hum. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded. The 3 of them suddenly felt a little bad. "You dare to break into my territory." A gloomy voice came, and the 3 of them were all startled. Jian Wushuang even retreated directly. Above the treasure hall, a towering dragon slowly climbed down from the top, with a pair of huge eyes staring at a few people. The land of the Hades, come to die. The body of the towering dragon began to shrink, and then changed to a height of a battle, standing in front of several people. Dongxing felt the aggressive aura of the opponent, and quickly explained, "Senior, we are here to accept the inheritors of the inheritance, but we were sent inadvertently. Please forgive me." I dare to quibble. The giant dragon transformed into a human form. Its wings shook behind it, and the three of them flew out directly. Is not an opponent at all. Jian Wushuang cursed secretly in his heart. It must be because he destroyed that mundane space, and the people behind took revenge on him, and then he was sent here. The dragon man, just breath, shook them half to death, and then walked slowly, covered in red scales, and each breath exuding was comparable to a 10,000-fold divine body. This dragon man is not a puppet, but a strong man who will follow the path of the body. Jian Wushuang quickly discovered the details of the opponent, but it's useless to know more now. The three of them don't even have the power to fight back. This is for them to die. Senior Mayin, are you asking us to die? Jian Wushuang couldn't help yelling. Isn't it just in the mundane world and slapped the opponent in the face? Is so necessary. He can condense a trace of thought power, and he is not to blame. I can only say that the person who arranged that world was too stretched, or he is too strong. It's just the latter who said it, a bit arrogant. Jian Wushuang didn't think about it. Hearing Jian Wushuang uttering the name of the magic sound general, the dragon man was stunned for a moment, stopped, and said in surprise, "Mannion, do you know the magic sound general?" "No. The three of us were sent by the magic sound general." Jian Wushuang looked at the other side and stopped, and quickly explained, "We are really here to accept the inheritance. If you don't believe it, you can ask the magic sound general." Dongsheng and Wanyan also got up and nodded quickly. The dragon man is a little puzzled. He is the first god of war that Pluto sat down, and Pluto is the lord of the universe under the command of Qixin. He knew about the 18 gods. It's just that the gods have fallen. I don't know how long. He has been asleep. How come there will be people here? Tear. The sound of the space being torn apart. An old man walked out of the crack with a cane. "Dragon god, long time no see." "It's you, Junzhong," Dragon god exclaimed. "Run is the old man who lays out the mundane world." Are they true? The dragon god still couldn't believe it. He clearly remembered that everyone had fallen. Jun Yunzhong did not pay attention to each other, but looked at Jian Wushuang and the three of them, and smiled embarrassedly. "I was late. I thought you weren't so fast. Who knew something happened in the middle and sent you here in advance? I forgot to say hello to the dragon god." Dongsheng and Wanyan hurriedly bowed and fisted, looking respectful. Jian Wushuang didn't believe this. The other party thought it was premeditated. He didn't come early or late. He didn't show up until they reported his identity. However, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised after knowing that the other party was Yunzhongjian. This was also one of the 18 gods. It seems that more than one will be resurrected, and Fuego's appearance has made the true spirit and resurrected so many powerful people. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5480. Those in the Senate Palace are not to mention. Their strengths are average, and there are only 3 strong people, and the resurrection will resurrect the origin of the temple of the gods that can't consume too much. But these gods are all ultimate emperors. To resurrect one person, the source of consumption is more than 1,000 ordinary princes. "Mr. Yunzhong, how did you come here?" Dragon God looked a little embarrassed. "This is the place where Pluto sits and transforms. It's nothing more than to be cannon fodder for the gods back then. And now there are several inheritors here. What are they going to do?" For the Temple of Qixin, the Dragon God is not used to it. In the ancient times, some of the dirty work of the Temple of the Qixin was all done by people like them. The 3 major gods at the core level, as well as the disciples of the gods, don't have to do anything, and they can enjoy everything. Yun Zhongjuan frowned slightly. He couldn't understand this hybrid species, dragons and things from life, so he dared to question him. He is one of the 18 gods and generals. In the ancient times, the masters of the universe had to give him face. I call you the dragon god, to give you face. If it weren't for these little guys here, I would kindly call you a mess. Yun Zhongjuan was unscrupulous, very arrogant, and then leaked a smile, apologizing. No, sorry, all of a sudden, I said your real name. Ha ha ha. Jian Wushuang and 3 people stood in the corner shivering. The 2 of them seemed to be at odds, so they wouldn't fight suddenly. Dragon God's face was green. Yun Zhongjuan looked at the other party very angry, but he couldn't get rid of him, so he enjoyed it very much. By the way, Pluto has been dead for so many years, and the treasures here cannot be abandoned. I am here this time to allow you to open this place and from now on to become one of the treasure houses of the Temple of Qixin. Hand over the key. Yun Zhongjun is high. Know the meaning of a little discussion is to order the other party. In ancient times, Pluto was originally a marginal figure under the command of the gods. The core characters were all first to take refuge in the gods. Later, the gods reached their peak, and many people came to defect, among them Pluto. At that time, the status of Yunzhongjian, the gods and generals, was so high that they naturally looked down upon those cosmic masters who later defected. If the strong is okay, the weak will have no right to speak. In the Lord of the Universe, there are also strong and weak, just like the Emperor, from the 1st to the 6th level, and then to the top, has a clear division. You're looking for death. Dragon God couldn't help yelling directly anymore. You can insult him, but you dare to insult his master, Pluto. Even if the opponent is a general, he has to take action. Yun Zhongjuan hadn't planned to discuss with the other party. What he wanted was that the other party first started, and then he could take the opponent down and take over the dojo grandiosely. Arrogant, a bastard, dare to do something to this seat. Yun Zhongjuan gently shook the crutch in his hand, directly cracking the dragon god's method. Then a dragon chant sounded that shook the heavens and the earth, and the dragon god's figure transformed into the body, a huge candle dragon with 2 feet and hands, and a pair of wings that covered the sky. The dragon above the treasure hall didn't care, and even leaked a sneer. The strength of the dragon god is indeed good, and his body is first class, even stronger than the original White King. But Yunzhongjian is an ultimate emperor after all. The crutch is invisible to others, but Jian Wushuang can see that it is definitely a power that surpasses the eternal treasure, and it is probably a treasure of the universe. The status of the 18 gods is very high, and the gods are the powerful ones who refine treasures. There are many treasures of the universe, and it is normal for the subordinates of the core. An ultimate emperor, coupled with the treasure of the universe, that power makes people feel suffocated. Worm. Yun Zhongjuan shot again, this time not as casual as last time, but really broke out all his strength. Although I look down on the dragon god, where is the strength of the dragon god? It is not too weak. Click. A huge gesture appeared behind Yun Zhongjuan and directly pinched the dragon god's neck, making the opponent unable to move. Dare to attack the gods of the Temple of Qixin. On behalf of the true spirit, I will send you to the 2nd prison. Wow. Another crack appeared. This time the person who walked out of the crack was Wu Zhuo. Brother Wu Zhuo, I will trouble you. Yun Zhongjuan smiled. The prisons of the Temple of Qi are all at the bottom of the Tomb of the Gods. It is not something that ordinary people can enter and exit at will, and those who are weak cannot enter at all. The 4 main hall masters are all on errands, and the others are not at ease. Some of the strengths are not good. Others have not sent in and sent themselves in. So this kind of thing, only Wu Zhuo can do. Give it to me. Wu Zhuo took out a windsock and directly inhaled the dragon god into it, then turned to see Jian Wushuang also here, facing Yun Zhongjuan in front of Jian Wushuang and said, Brother Yun, this little guy Jian Wushuang is quite similar to me. If you have fate, please take care of 1 or 2. Don't worry. Yun Zhongjuan's eyes turned, and he agreed. Then I will leave first. Wu Zhuo clasped his fists, and then nodded towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was also flattered, and quickly bowed to signal. I didn't expect this Wu Zhuo to give him such a face. But he didn't know that Wu Zhuo had learned of Jian Wushuang's identity from true spirit long ago. One of the most dazzling people in this era. Of course, he should make friends. In the future, maybe Jian Wushuang will be the one who resists the tripod in the Temple of Qixin. It is said that among several dazzling ultimate emperors on the Tomb Mountain, Huiqing is also outstanding, far beyond the same level. The Taoist master who cultivated the light path has not broken through like Jian Wushuang so far. if Jian Wushuang broke through with him. In the same batch, the three ultimate emperors who unite in a perfect posture will definitely be the most dazzling people in the future. Huiqing is currently at the forefront of the same batch. Further up, it is Shang, because he was the ultimate emperor, so he didn't rank with them. After all, Shang has created its own cosmic mystery, and the master of the universe has a greater grasp. It is only the level of the origin, without Huiqing's consummation. Was the 8th level of success at the beginning, and later reached the same level, not as strong as Huiqing's origin. However, Huiqing and Jian Wushuang are so defying the sky because of the Temple of Qixin. At the beginning, Shang was the one who explored alone and reached the ultimate emperor. And in the outside world, without anyone's guidance, he created the mystery of the universe and even more comprehended the origin of the universe. Shang is the origin of the original universe, which is more pure than the origin of the universe among practitioners. Based on this alone, among all the inheritors in the Temple of Qixin, Shang is the first. No one can shake the status, unless someone becomes the master of the universe one step earlier than Shang. If you want to surpass, it's too difficult. Anyway, is Jian Wushuang have this certainty? He has both roots, and now Dao Jun has not reached consummation, let alone pursue the footsteps of the business. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5481. Among the of the same generation, I am afraid that Huiqing will have this opportunity. Or the super genius Broly, who changed his way. His progress is even more amazing. He also heard from Yuanyang Lake that an indigenous inheritor came to the Tomb Mountain, and he broke through to the 6th Order Emperor as soon as he went to the Tomb Mountain. And when it broke through, there were some vignettes. Broly went to the Tomb's sacred mountain, not as longing for inheritance as other indigenous strong men, but thinking of going down the mountain to find his missing father. The true spirit set up the formation method, and the 6th Order Emperor could not make up the mountain. Broly was also a ruthless person. The direct time flow blessing was 10,000 times, and 100,000 years broke through, and the outside world has only passed 10 years. How can this not be shocking? Jian Wushuang was even more shocked when he heard it, because it was he who ordered the Keeman to kill Bu Kuan. Back then Bu Kuan was just a small person, and he didn't care at all. I didn't expect to cause a scourge now. Fortunately, the real spirit ended the game and told Broly that his father had died at the hands of Keeman, which is not a lie to him, was indeed killed by the 5th Order Emperor of Keeman. Now Broly is full of anger, slaughtering all over the world, looking for the strong from Keeman everywhere. Anyone who was in contact with Keeman was killed by him. True Spirit also promised the other party that as long as all the people of the Keeman in the realm were beheaded, he would resurrect his father. Resurrecting a 5th Order Emperor who is a half-cost source, or an indigenous powerhouse in the Temple of Qixin, is just a drop in the bucket for the true spirit. Follow is nothing at all. This is simply treating Broly as a killing machine. Jian Wushuang shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. Now that the Dragon God has been captured, he has also been thrown into the 2nd prison, where Shan Jun was also exiled. The environment there, but the place where the most powerful people can fall. I can't get out of this life, and I have offended the generals of the Temple of God. That is really no way. He wanted to come out, but he didn't have a clue now. Now I just ask Yun Zhongjuan. The other party is a god. Junior Jian Wushuang. I have seen Senior Yun Zhongjuan. Jian Wushuang is very respectful, but he offended the other party last time. He is not respectful. Because of the other's fierce personality, he will never be merciful. Is still in the opponent's chassis now. The powerhouse-like Dragon God, just like the little chicken, said that the suppression would be suppressed. Dongsheng and Wan Yin have long been waiting for Yun Zhongjuan to speak in a respectful manner. They are also the first time to meet a strong man of this level. In the primitive universe, it is troublesome to meet a 6th Order Emperor, let alone an absolute powerhouse. I've come to the Temple of Qixin, and I've seen a few superpowers. This is the first time I have seen a fight between the superpowers. The powerful aura directly suppressed the two of them. At the beginning, the true spirits let out their words. As long as they can reach the tomb with their own ability, they will be cultivated to be superb. At that time, it was just a sentence. They didn't have such a big impact on it, and they didn't know much about Zhu Dian. But now that after seeing Zhu Ding's move, he made up his mind, and after going out, he will work hard to become a sixth-order emperor and go to the Tomb Mountain as soon as possible. Thanks, little guys. This is yours now, and how many treasures you can get depends on your good fortune. Yun Zhongjuan returned to his amiable appearance, like a kind old man. Jian Wushuang can't believe it. This is the dojo where Hades sits and transforms. There must be many layouts. The treasures have been put into the treasure house. If you want to open the treasure house, you need a key. How do they get it? This old man really still hates him for ruining the mundane world. Originally wanted to ask about the second prison, but now it seems that the other party will not tell him the truth. It is likely that he will be deceived. Jian Wushuang didn't go looking for it and was boring, so he could only send him away respectfully. Before leaving, Jun Yunzhong looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Jian Wushuang, right? I have heard of you. The future is promising. Work hard. This treasure in the mustard seed is left by the dragon god. You three let's divide it, said, through the mustard to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had just been happy from the bottom of his heart, but then his face froze. Before Yun Zhongjuan left, he quickly handed the mustard seeds to Emperor Dongsheng, while still begging in his heart. Believe me, among the mustard seeds that Yun Zhongjuan gave him, except for some broken copper and iron, there are no treasures. If he took the mustard, it would be really hard to tell. Dongsheng was a little surprised, and found that Jian Wushuang was too polite, right? Since Jun Yunzhong handed Jian Wushuang, it should be Jian Wushuang that divided them. He originally wanted to be polite, praying that Jian Wushuang would not be too dark and somehow give them a bit. After all, whoever got the mustard seeds, Yun Zhongjuan would be unable to argue with 100 words as soon as Yun Zhongjuan left. Now Jian Wushuang took the initiative to hand the mustard seeds to Dongsheng, and Wang Yin understood it very well. Jian Wushuang's face was gloomy, and he stood there without saying a word. After Yun Zhongjuan left, he said, Don't look, there is nothing. You really thought that old guy would be so kind. He was not afraid of Jun Yun being monitored in secret. I am afraid he would really monitor him, and wanted to see Jian Wushuang being killed by him. Jian Wushuang was not fooled by this, especially when he heard Jian Wushuang directly scold him. Yun Zhongjuan in the dark blinked and the stars left. Jian Wushuang was not calculated this time, so next time. Anyway, Jian Wushuang hasn't surpassed him. There are opportunities. In the treasure hall, Dongxing held the mustard seeds at a loss and stammered. Isn't this shameless? Wushuang Taoist fellow, you have to testify to me. After speaking, he handed the mustard seeds to Wang Yin. With a hint of thought in his face, Yu Yu's expression on www.ukanshu.com was instantly frozen. He glanced at Dongsheng, and then at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang said, Brother Wang Yin, if you don't believe me, I can search for my mustard seeds. No, I didn't mean that, but I just think that is super strong. Why should you play with us? Wang Yin waved his hand quickly. Even if he had doubts in his heart, he would not dare to search for Jian Wushuang's mustard. Jian Wushuang is a celebrity among the inheritors. Although he has never been to the Tomb Sacred Mountain, his name on the Tomb Sacred Mountain is very resounding. Especially after Shihai and his party, he showed the strength of the Fifth Order Emperor, which made a lot of people shocked. Wang Yin and Dongxing are both emperors of ordinary origin. Jian Wushuang is the ultimate way, and the future is a much stronger existence than them. How can I offend? There is nothing unwilling to do. These veteran powerhouses have just been resurrected, the silence of countless epochs. Who knows if there is any strange problem? Jian Wushuang said in melancholy. He didn't expect the other party to hold such a grudge and let the dragon god beat them up, and he would have to count him before he left. And they are still here to go to the treasure of Hades. Isn't that kidding? Chapter 5482. Where to find the three of them. Dongsheng didn't dare to speak ill of Yun Zhongjuan directly, so he could only say roundly, Forget it. Maybe it's the senior who doesn't know it. Wang Yin on the side was a little upset and said to Dongsheng, What do you mean? We crossed the abdomen of a gentleman with a villain's heart? I never said that. Dongsheng waved his hand quickly. Search here first. See if there are any special treasures. Jian Wushuang turned the topic to the topic. This is the dojo of Hades. Even if there are no treasures, relying on the environment here, the cultivation is faster than the outside world, and you can't waste time. Taoist Wushuang is right. Let's figure out the situation here first. Dongsheng also followed and began to search around. Jian Wushuang soared into the sky, above the palace, where the dragon god inhabited. There was a jade platform the size of 10,000 square meters. Seeing that jade platform, Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and he was familiar with the atmosphere inside. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would not have noticed it. Because the aura contained in this place is the origin of the universe, suppressing the origin in that jade platform. Cosmic crystal. Jian Wushuang's heart was ecstatic. A cosmic crystal the size of 10,000 square meters. That is a cosmic crystal that is more precious than the cosmic divine stone, and Wanfeng is 1,000,000 cosmic crystals. It takes tens of thousands of cosmic divine stones to refine a piece of cosmic crystal. This kind of cosmic crystal is generally used by the master of the universe to restore its origin. Extremely precious, this 10,000 square cosmic crystal is of infinite value. After reaching the top, Jian Wushuang put it away directly. The three of them searched separately, and the treasures that they searched naturally belonged to them. Jian Wushuang held back his excitement. These cosmic crystals were the biggest treasures he had received this time. By virtue of it, it is not necessary for the origin of space to reach the realm of the black hole to be able to elevate the pole to completion. The origin in this is not the original origin of the Lord of the Universe, but it is also the origin evolved from them, and the strength is similar. After putting the universe crystal in his bag, Jian Wushuang didn't stay longer, but went to other directions to continue searching. Going on, he found a lot of rare treasures just in the habitat of the dragon god. Although I don't know the value, the breath above is not weak, such as a teapot, which contains eternal breath. After searching the habitat of the dragon god, Jian Wushuang went to other places and circled around. The three of them deliberately avoid each other, which is considered to be kind. After a while, everything in the hall was taken. All three of them have joy on their faces, and it seems that the delivery is good. Especially Dongsheng, smiling from ear to ear. Haha, there are really a lot of treasures here. That senior didn't lie to us, he said, taking out a jar from the mustard seeds. There is a peculiar smell above. Wanyan leaned over curiously, sniffed it with his nose, and couldn't help but look at it. Seeing this, Dongsheng quickly removed the jar and said, "What are you in a hurry? Since I took it out, you will be indispensable." This jar was found here? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, it was placed in a corner. I searched carefully and found it. Dongsheng smiled. Wanyan was a little curious and said quickly, "You just open it to see what it is. It seems to be wine, otherwise I won't take it out. If it is wine, let's drink it together." With Dongsheng's words, Wanyan stretched out his thumb and exclaimed, "Brother Dongsheng, in Primordial Universe, I actually admire you most. It's good to never forget us old brothers. Go. You said last time that the one you admire most is Zhu Tian. Later, when you met Shang at the Qishan Temple, you said that you admire him most, and what you kids said, ghosts believe." Dongsheng said angrily. But Wanyan doesn't care. Since he can share, he is a good brother. Jian Wushuang was also very curious, and the three of them sat together and began to study the contents of the jar. After opening the upper lid, the strange smell became more intense. Wanyan had taken out the wine glass long ago and directly manipulated a trace of thought power to draw out the liquid in it and pour it into the 3 wine glasses. Pass it to 2 people separately. After Jian Wushuang took it, he thanked him, but he didn't rush to drink. He really felt that the smell was a bit strange, and he was not afraid of poison in it. Their divine bodies were not weak, and even if they were poisoned, they couldn't die. Dongsheng didn't want to take so many glasses of wine and dry it in one sip, and then grinned and said, "It's a bit irritating. It's a spirit." Really? Wanyan took a sip, then added a lip, and said unfinishedly, "This is a good wine. The strong in ancient times will really enjoy it." Jian Wushuang did not drink for a long time, and he mobilized a powerful mind to analyze the particles in the liquid, and he wanted to see what was in it. Otherwise, drink it. Don't worry. In the liquid, after a detailed analysis, Jian Wushuang found that it did not seem to be wine, but the divine power contained in it was more like the blood of an alien animal. Not right. The physical breath contained in the blood shouldn't be so weak. It is not blood, but it contains the power of the flesh, and the breath is weak, which means that these liquids are discharged from the flesh. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang threw down the wine glass in disgust. Wang Yin and Dongxing squatted on the ground, raised their heads and looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise, and said, "Why? It doesn't suit your appetite? You guys, it's better to drink less of this thing." Jian Wushuang wanted to laugh in his heart, but couldn't bear to tell them the truth. The faces of the two fifth-tier peak emperors are still very important. They are the ancestors of the major forces in the outside world. If this is said, the face is really unstoppable. I'm afraid that the hearts of killing Jian Wushuang are all there, so I have to stop talking. This liquid is most likely the urine of the dragon god. Although it is urine, but what a character the dragon god is. S divine body may have surpassed 70,000 times. Even his urine is helpful to practitioners. Although it is not a substantive help, it is not bad to be able to keep fit. At least it does no harm. As for letting them drink less, it is because the yang power contained in this thing is very strong, and I am afraid that these two people will not be able to control it. Wang Yin wiped the corners of his mouth, nodded and said, "Indeed, I have drunk so much, and my strength has not risen. On the contrary, the pure yang power in this body is extremely strong." "What? Are you going to vent your anger when you go out?" Dongsheng quipped. Dongsheng rolled his eyes. Can he say this? At the same time, he also put away the jars on the ground. Since it didn't help much, it was useless to drink it. "When the two of you just searched, did you find a similar exit?" Jian Wushuang turned off the topic and started talking about business. Now they are facing a difficult problem, and that is how to get out. Chapter 5483. It is indeed very fast to cultivate here, but the help is limited, and it is still necessary to go out. Dongsheng and Wang Yin looked at each other and shook their heads. Just when the three of them didn't know what was wrong, a huge Dharma image fell from the sky on the dome of the palace, like a tripod gathering in the sky. The three quickly backed away. Really dozing off and coming to the pillow, Jian Wushuang sighed secretly. Even if Yun Zhongjuan looked down upon them again, he would not give away his original rewards. After the second bridge is passed, at least a substantial improvement must be made. No, is it coming soon? It's another Dharma aspect, but this time the Dharma aspect is that of the Pluto, and that is the Lord of the universe, and this helps a lot. It takes great effort to comprehend an incomplete cosmic origin from the outside, but it is better here to get them a one-to-one photo, and there is also a complete Pluto origin inside. "You only have 10 days, cherish it." A majestic voice came. This time it was not Yun Zhongjuan, but the magic sound general. 10 days. The three looked at each other, but for an instant, they found a futon and sat down cross-legged. There is really not much time left for them. 10 days must be seized. Don't underestimate these 10 days. The complete source of a cosmic lord is placed in front of them to comprehend. Even a fool can make a breakthrough. For Jian Wushuang, this origin is even more critical. He can use this source and cooperate with the cosmic crystal he obtained to perfect his original sea. The current sea of origin is still at the level of Taoist monarchs, and is the origin of Tao. If you want to become the sea of origin of space, you need to reach the emperor. This time he was going to hit the 9th level of Jidao, even reaching the level of consummation. Let's take a look at what the Jidao is like after its completion. Call. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes, and a law body descended on the sea of origin. In the current origin sea, there are very few origin fragments, and most of them have been merged in the origin sea. Wow! Wanfeng's cosmic crystal appeared in front of him, and Jian Wushuang directly stepped on it, treating the cosmic crystal as a small boat. The origin of the King of Death. Jian Wushuang in the Sea of Origin, looking through it, directly locked the origin of the Pluto in the law. That is the origin of death, a special road. Death and destruction are related, and the Pluto was also a peerless arrogant who almost entered the ranks of the ultimate. There is still a gap between death and destruction. After becoming the master of the universe, his strength is a little bit worse after all. Jian Wushuang didn't know much about the origin of death. After all, it was a special rare origin. However, understanding the mystery of space and time is the key to improvement. Going deep into it, Jian Wushuang suddenly felt that the sea of his origin was trembling. No one dares to face death. Even Jian Wushuang shuddered instinctively, and a terrifying aura hit him. But after experiencing too many Jian Wushuang, he was already able to go against the wind. In the space, it is all-encompassing. That is the breath of the resurrection of all things. But compared with this kind of space origin, Jian Wushuang's space is more real. Although it was the universe, compared with Jian Wushuang, it was like the emperor of the original universe and the emperor of the four secret realms. Is incomplete. Jian Wushuang's was even more perfect. The tens of thousands of celestial spaces were condensed into reality, just like the real world. Once it descended, it was a realm. He had a hunch that if he could become the master of the universe, his thoughts of the universe would really become a universe. At that time, he couldn't believe it, how overbearing it was to directly descend into a universe when fighting with others. Absorb the essence and remove the dross. Jian Wushuang began to comprehend the mystery in the dead space. In the sea of his origin, there are huge waves rising to the sky, which are the fluctuations caused by the cosmic crystal. While enlightening, he was also taking the opportunity to absorb the origin of the universe in the universe crystal. His devouring power is very violent, constantly devouring the original power from the universe crystal. When the extreme path was formed, he had cultivated his thought power to perfection in the starry sky, reaching the third peak. After going out, he condensed a thought universe, broke through the fourth layer, and mastered the power of swallowing. Then gathered the power of all things. The three abilities that Ji Dao gave him were normal, and everyone had them. He was just a little stronger than others. The power of devouring is a bit special, and the gods once also mastered this ability. Jian Wushuang doesn't know much about this, but it can also be seen that the power of swallowing is more special than the power of mind. Then there is the power of all things. The strong who masters this ability, in fact, according to common sense, the strong who have the flow and change the path, will master it. It's just that the order of mastering is different from him. He can master the power of all things in Dao Jun, and Wan Dao Lu and Change Dao must at least reach the absolute peak to condense a trace of the power of all things. If you want to master it, you will have to wait for the space to transform and become the cosmic space to master the power of all things. After such a detailed analysis, his three abilities can actually be achieved by others, but it is difficult to gather these together. Jian Wushuang joins the Dao. You need to merge and penetrate the power of mind, swallow, and all things before you can reach consummation, and then join the Dao. This is the hardest step. All the ways are unified, and the power of all things is merged. What kind of power will be formed when the three are superimposed? Jian Wushuang didn't know, but soon, he would be able to get there soon. The ninth layer of Jidao broke through. With a large number of cosmic crystals and insight into the complete universe origin, he finally reached the ninth level of the pole. The sea of origin is pure. There is no floating debris in the ocean waters, not even a reef. Now Jian Wushuang's ultimate origin has reached its purest point. The rest is the 3-in-1 step. It's a pity that the universe crystal ran out, and the universe stones were all put in. With so many treasures, all smashed on the Jidao, Jian Wushuang is still a little distressed. If these treasures are taken out, his divine body can be increased to 50,000 times. And by the way, buying a set of eternal treasures will not be used up. Ukanshu. Calm when the Jidao reaches the 9th floor, the increase in combat power is not obvious, and it is not as fast as buying some treasures to increase it. But those are all foreign objects. Jian Wushuang can still distinguish them. After the Jidao breakthrough, there was still some time before he began to study the steps of the 3-in-1. The first is the power of mind. The power of mind is evolved from the power of mind, and the power of devouring is the realm of black holes for reference. In this way, he returned to the original problem. Black hole realm. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. His mind power has reached the 5th level early, and his mind power can be mobilized at will, and he is only a tiny bit away from the perfect state of mind. A perfect state of mind requires one mind to reach the sixth level of heaven and earth. He is still a little short of him now, but his mental strength breakthrough is very cumbersome, and only the powerhouse who has reached the top can he cultivate his mental strength to perfection. Chapter 5484. Some emperors who are against the sky can also do it, and when Shang is a fifth-order emperor, he has raised his mind to the point where he is one-hearted. For Jian Wushuang to rise to that realm at the Taoist level, it was more troublesome than breaking through the black hole realm. Of these two, there is only the possibility of theoretical breakthroughs. At least there is a theory to say. After the Jidao reached the ninth floor, he discovered the power of all things, and the power of all things was already changing. To dilute the fusion, he has to collect the essence of all things to stop this degeneration. Ordinarily, this is a good thing. There will be an improvement after the transformation, but he hasn't been in harmony now, and he can't be in harmony with the premature transformation. The essence of all things is actually a kind of primate treasure, which is related to the origin of the wood road, and only the forest of 10,000 treasures exists in the four secret realms. And there is still a legend, which is a headache. The essence of everything that can be transformed into spiritual consciousness is even harder to find. From now on, he has to seek the true spirit, otherwise he will not be able to unite. A problem is surrounded by a problem. Jian Wushuang did not expect that he would be so troublesome before facing Hadao. The more against the sky, the more difficult it will be. The ancient city will not deceive him. If you want to meet the true spirit, you have to go to the Tomb Mountain, and to go to the Tomb Mountain, you have to have the power of a sixth-order emperor. He is not in harmony, and his combat power is simply not enough to go to the Tomb Mountain. Although the body can be comparable to the level of Tier 6, there are many strong people in the Tomb of the Gods under this kind of strength. As a result, each of them died suddenly, without the whole body. Jian Wushuang had practiced a little unintentionally and fell into entanglement. Seek to break the game. The only thing that can be broken is that he thoroughly refines that time and space treasure. A chessboard emerged from the sea of origin. Countless powerful sources are the chess pieces above. There is a space-time origin in the middle. Jian Wushuang's several clones were among them, and after the Jidao breakthrough, he was able to copy several original chess pieces. He suddenly had a bold idea and tried to move a chess piece. The weakest on the left side of the chessboard also has the aura of the origin of the universe, but that aura is a bit incomplete. It is a chess piece that focuses on the origin of flame. The fire burned, and when Jian Wushuang mobilized, a huge fire crow threw its wings from it, which matched him very well, and also wanted to rush out of the chessboard. But a powerful gravitational force came, directly and completely suppressed the fire crow. Impossible to do it, unless he thoroughly refines this time and space treasure. There is a treasure that can be compared to the Temple of Qixin, but it cannot be used. It can only be used as an auxiliary treasure. Jian Wushuang is very aggrieved. Wow! The chessboard sank to the bottom of the sea again, and Jian Wushuang gave up. You can only take one step and see one step. Let's first improve the ones that can be improved. His ultimate kendo has not yet broken through, and the master of the kendo has killed him. Maybe he will have unexpected gains after reaching the ninth floor. When the 10th arrived, the three of them were still immersed in it, and they didn't miss a moment. Haha. Without waiting for the three of them to take the initiative to stop, they were directly teleported out of the palace. After the three of them left, Jun Yunzhong came here with a black soul lamp. Thanks Tusk, even the lights are removed. These little guys are too poor. Yunzhongjuan was speechless. If he knew that Wanyan Dongsheng hadn't even let go of Dragon God's urine, he would be even more surprised. The soul lamp is out, and the Pluto is out. Only this time he appeared on the scene, but he was searching for Pluto's remains. The complete treasure of a master of the universe. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang and the others got the inheritance of the three kings in Shihai, but they didn't get much treasure, and a small group of people got a lot of treasures. And there are very few treasures given to them. They are all treasures at the emperor level, and treasures at the master level of the universe, and I haven't seen any of them. I have never seen energy treasures like the universe crystal that can only be used by the Lord of the universe. The Pluto's remains are complete. Where are all their worth? Jun Yunzhong's eyes glowed, and then he entered the depths of the palace. As for Jin Wushuang and others, he is no longer in charge. Because the third bridge is the place where the magic sound will personally check it. Hum. An unstoppable breath erupted. A dance of blood rose, and 3 figures came out of it. Hoo. The 3 were panting, just past an ancient road in time and space, fighting all the way and finally got here. Damn, my eternal treasure was torn apart by that guy. Dong Sheng felt a little distressed, stroking his armor. It was an eternally treasured armor he obtained in the long Hanoi of time and space. It was very rare, and it had now been torn apart. Can tear the eternal treasure. The opponents they encounter can be imagined. Among the emperors, there are too few strong men who tear the eternal treasure. You may not be able to do it. Wanyan frowned and said, "It's not bad to be alive to this point. You still feel sorry for an eternal treasure." Among the 4 great secret realms, there are still many eternal treasures. As long as they go out and wander around, it will not take long to obtain new eternal treasures. The aura on Jin Wushuang's body was very weak, but the moment he emerged from the blood dance, he recovered at an extremely fast speed. He was just as miserable. If it weren't for the powerful divine body, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to get out. Fortunately, his extreme breakthrough and the blessing of the universe can save his life. He doesn't have the combat power that Dongxing Wanyan can rival the 6th Order Emperor. These 2 people are a secret Mahayana. Although they were not created by themselves, it is also a cosmic secret method. When they have cultivated to the Mahayana realm, their strength can be comparable to the 6th Order Emperor, and in the 4 great secret realms, it can be comparable to the 6th Order Peak Emperor. Needless to say, Dong Sheng mastered the realm of the black hole, and this battle directly allowed him to break through the 6th Order Emperor. If you don't die in a catastrophe, there must be a blessing. Jin Wushuang comforted. After walking through the bleeding fog, there is a single-plank bridge in front of him, just a 3-inch wide single-plank bridge. This is the 3rd bridge here. A voice came from the end of the bridge. The voice was very familiar to them. It was the magic sound general. I will give you a chance to choose. Once you pass the single-plank bridge, I will send you to the primitive world to accept the complete inheritance of a master of the universe. Second, give up walking the single-plank bridge, and I will accept this person as a disciple. As soon as the voice fell, the trio's complexion changed. The magic sound will accept disciples, Ukanshu. Kam did not break the rules set by the true spirit. Many inheritors have been apprentices in the palace of the elders, and this is not restricted. As for the inheritance of the Lord of the universe, it is very difficult to obtain it on the Tomb God Mountain. Even those who are more against the sky, only a few have obtained the inheritance of the Lord of the universe. They all know this. Compared to apprentices to the magic sound gods, the inheritance of the Lord of the universe is more attractive. Of course, if both can be achieved, it will be even better. By the way, to remind you, the 2nd prison is linked under the bridge. If anyone falls, I will save it myself, but I can't guarantee it if it is too late. At this point, Jin Wushuang was stunned. To the 2nd prison? End of this chapter. Chapter 5485. There is real purgatory. The most powerful people can't protect themselves. The peak figures like Shanjun are likely to fall. If they fall, they may fall without waiting for someone to save them. Dongshang and Wanyan didn't know much about the 2nd prison, so Jin Wushuang explained what he knew from Wu Zhua. The 2 of them looked low and hesitated in their hearts. Practitioners, all the way is extremely dangerous. Every step is to dance on the tip of a knife, and everyone wants to fight it. Can also calculate his own gains and losses. The inheritance of the Lord of the universe is certainly important, but compared to his own life, it is still somewhat unworthy. Jin Wushuang quickly paid attention. Whoever wanted to go, he would not go anyway. It is also very good to approve the demon sound general. Now he is just short of a thigh. The Mayan god will not be under the control of the Elder's palace. It is beyond the scope of the Elder Palace or even the 4 main halls, and is a member of the core forces under the command of the gods. Although the former glory is not there, he has the highest combat power, and he is the ultimate emperor, at least able to point Jin Wushuang 1 or 2. Friend Wushuang, in this 2nd prison, do you know what the detainees are? Wang Yin was still a little unwilling to give up. Dongxing has broken through to the Sixth Order Emperor. He has the ability to go to the Tomb Mountain. He can choose not to fight, but he is still far away from the Sixth Order Emperor. In the long time and space of Hanoi, he has also finished the cosmic secrets, and now he is lacking the inheritance of his help. He didn't want to give up this great opportunity right now. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He just knew that the second prison was very dangerous and could cause Zhu Ding to fall. As for the existence of imprisonment, he really didn't understand. Standing on the side, Dong Sheng patted Wang Yin on the shoulder and comforted. A big man was born between heaven and earth. You can retreat or enter. Don't be in danger. Humph! Wang Yin snorted coldly and retorted. Of course you are not in a hurry to break through the Sixth Order Emperor, but my realm is still a lot worse. The shadow is the most difficult to walk. Without that cosmic heritage, I don't know how to practice. When is it? Seeing this, Dong Sheng withdrew his hand, not knowing what to say. Yup. The avenue is cruel, and if you don't fight, you will stay, surpassed by future generations, and surpassed by the same level. They are very anxious, especially in the Temple of Qishan. The advance is not too fast. Once the gap is down, it will be difficult to catch up. Step by step, step by step. At least the two of them are much faster than the Fifth Order Emperors in other primitive universes. Have you thought about it? The face of the magic sound general descended and appeared in the sky. Wang Yin didn't give up and asked, Senior, if you fall into the second prison, how long will it take you to go to the rescue? A stick of incense. The magic sound god general said indifferently. He asked Wu's what to go to the inside of the prison to open up the passage. Although it is linked to the second prison, it is a one-way channel, which can only enter but not exit. If someone falls, even if the magic sound will enter in the first time, it will take time to find it, because it will be sent randomly. This is because there is Wuzuo's response in it, so that it is so fast, otherwise it will take at least an hour. A stick of incense. Wang Yin gritted his teeth and said inwardly, Fight! His 10,000 shadows can hold 10 breaths in front of the most powerful, and if the source is burnt desperately, it can hold 20 breaths. As long as his luck is not that bad, he will be able to withstand it if he doesn't meet an absolute strong as soon as he enters. This is a gambling. If you encounter a large group of superstars when you just enter, it can only be said that he is unlucky. I choose to take the single-plank bridge, Wang Yin said firmly. Jian Wushuang and Dong Sheng looked at each other, not too surprised. As Wang Yin said, he was unwilling to fall. When Dong Sheng was the first to enter, he practiced desperately, walking the secret method to the Mahayana, and then followed. Now that Dongsheng is promoted to the Sixth Order Emperor, he is even more unwilling to stagnate. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate too much. He didn't have much desire for the inheritance of the Lord of the Universe. He also had a great chance to get it when he arrived at the Tomb Mountain. Besides, he has a Guantian chessboard, which contains the origin of the Lord of the Universe, the inheritance of the first true king. In the Guantian chessboard, there is a chess piece with a general size, which is the inheritance left by the first true king. Among the chess pieces, there are also levels. They are soldiers, generals, handsome, and gods. Now Jian Wushuang can only copy a part of the pawn-sized chess pieces. Only when the chess pieces can be copied can the inheritance of the first true king be unlocked. However, I heard from the spiritual sense of the first true king that although this inheritance is complete, the secret method created and some cultivation experience are not suitable for him. To say so, no one can guarantee that his power of all things is not picky. He also never thought that the cosmic inheritance obtained by going to the primitive world would be the sword. That's why he chose to give up without hesitation. I am going too. Jian Wushuang was frightened. He never expected that Dongsheng would walk the single-plank bridge. Haha, it's all here. If you don't go for a walk, you will regret it for a lifetime. I will accompany you with Wang Yin. Dongsheng grinned. At this moment, he really wanted to be born into a great power between heaven and earth. Wang Yin's expression moved, and then he smiled and said, Why? You are afraid that I will be inherited from the Lord of the Universe and surpass you. Don't tell me. I was really worried about this. This is obviously a joke. and it can be regarded as the imminent death, which eased the mood of a few people. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Then congratulations to the two fellow Taoists in advance for being able to succeed and inherit the inheritance of the Lord of the Universe. These two people are really ready to go desperately. Wanyan has a lot of shadows, Dongsheng is a sixth-order emperor, and with some means, I am afraid that there is also a means to survive under the best." But Jian Wushuang didn't have any of these. Even with the strongest means, it would be good to be able to survive under the sixth-order emperor, not to mention the absolute powerhouse. "Friend Wushuang, are you not going?" Dongsheng asked in surprise. Wanyan cursed with a smile. "Jian Wushuang is the ultimate way. Can you compare with him? Forget this. Taoist Wushuang really doesn't have to work hard." Dongsheng suddenly remembered that Jian Wushuang was walking but the ultimate one, and he will definitely be much stronger than them in the future, with greater potential, and the Temple of Qishuang will focus on training. There is no need to fight like this. Jian Wushuang saw these two fight so hard. His hands were actually itchy, and he couldn't help telling the truth. "Actually, I am still a Taoist. If I were an emperor, I would not give up this time. I only blame the difference in strength. I'm really not sure," Jian Wushuang said miserably. When he heard Jian Wushuang was just a Taoist monarch, the surprised eyes of Dongsheng and Wan Yin were almost staring out. "Are you a Taoist? How is this possible? You are not much weaker than the two of us in the blood dance. A Taoist monarch can be comparable to a sixth-order emperor." Wan Yin was most surprised. End of this chapter. Chapter 5486. Although he knew that the ultimate emperor was very powerful, he was much stronger than the same rank. Although they are confident in the same rank, they have long acquiesced that the ultimate emperor is the strongest. But no Jian Wushuang is so outrageous. A Taoist monarch, comparable to a sixth-order emperor. How many steps are this? Dongsheng sighed even more from the side and said, "It's incomparable. It's incomparable. Back then, the Shang was not as against the sky as you. I thought you were a fourth-order emperor." The fourth-order emperor, being able to be comparable to the sixth-order emperor, is enough to guard against the sky. Who would have thought that Jian Wushuang was a Taoist monarch? Although the demon voice god general had long known that Jian Wushuang was a Taoist lord, his eyes still couldn't help but pick it up. Dao Jun is comparable to the sixth-order emperor. He hasn't been so strong before. At the time, the most dazzling emperor of his contemporaries was Jueyun the Great, but Dao monarch paid little attention. The great emperor Jueyun was not so powerful at the beginning. How is the arrival done? The magic sound will be equally puzzled. There is still the real spirit who is puzzled about this, but knows that there is a huge eye in the starry sky watching Jian Wushuang, and the real spirit can't peep too much. "Senior Ma Yin, I choose to leave," Jian Wushuang said calmly. The remarks just now can be regarded as an inspiration to Dongsheng and Wan Yin. In fact, there is nothing to say. If he were the emperor, he would really go up. As long as he breaks through, he is at least the fifth-order emperor. If he can step into the realm of the black hole, he will be the sixth-order emperor if he breaks through. After he became a sixth-order emperor, his strength might be directly comparable to that of an absolute powerhouse. There is no danger of falling, unless he falls into a group of absolute powerhouses and is besieged. But with the universe after becoming an emperor is even more terrifying. Even if a group of extreme peaks, he can escape for his life if he loses. The face of the magic sound general appeared, and his voice said with majesty, "Jian Wushuang, your request tells me that I can't do it. You have only one way to choose. You can only walk on the single-plank bridge." "What?" Jian Wushuang almost cursed. "What does it mean? Is the ultimate way of discrimination? Let him go to the single-plank bridge as a Taoist. What if he falls down? Don't talk about a stick of incense when he meets Zhu Dian. He can't hold a breath. When I first met the dragon god, it was because the other party was not in a hurry to kill the killer, but wanted to know why they entered the Hades dojo. If this is to enter the second prison, those vicious ancient existences, seeing him as a Taoist monarch, I am afraid that the end will be miserable. Either he was eaten alive, or his divine body was blown away in one breath, annihilating his origin. This is what Master True Spirit meant. If you have any opinions, you can go to Master True Spirit and say it. The magic sound god general was actually a little surprised, because True Spirit just told him. However, if you walk across the single-plank bridge, the treasures you get are different from them. I know that you have the way of swallowing. Lord True Spirit will bestow a universe origin for you to swallow and help you reach the realm of the black hole. Narrated. These words were also just rumored to him by Zhenling, and they told Jian Wushuang verbatim. But Jian Wushuang couldn't be happy. For the first 2 bridges, he fell no matter how he walked. The first time he took the initiative to go down, and the second time he was forced to go down. This 3rd bridge, he has no confidence at all. But Zhenling's command is the law of the Temple of Fortune, and no one can violate it. The 4 hall masters heard that. They all had to pinch their noses to recognize. He is a Taoist. Where to go to refute? Dongshang and Wan Yin came to be good people at this time, and they persuaded each other. It was no big deal. That is the origin of the universe. Devour. Only then did they think of the 2 words devoured by the magic sound general. Swallowing? Is it related to the great demon suppressed by the primordial universe? Dongshang couldn't help but ask. The face of the magic sound general moved slightly. He just regained his ignorance of the situation of the god. Original universe. Mayan God will recall that there is no impression of this universe in his memory, but the person who is talking about it should be the same. The great demon is just a term for the primordial universe, but it is actually one of the 3 Allahs. Was suppressed in the primitive universe. Well, you are ready. You can come up at any time. I am waiting for you on the other side. Mayan God will not answer, but there is some sadness in my heart. Speaking of God, it was actually the same as God. That's a piece of meat on the Qishan. Qishan abandoned his proudest avenue, and also the strongest avenue. Otherwise, the last battle will not be lost, and the Temple of Qishan will not be reduced to this point like a dog of the mourning family. After the magic sound will retreat, there are only 3 of them left. Friends Wushuang, don't be discouraged. We too will fight for you. After Dongshang finished speaking, he was the first to walk on the single-plank bridge. Wan Yin also smiled at him, and then followed. At this point, Jian Wushuang was left sitting alone. He was thinking how to get there. There is chaos ahead, and nothing can be seen. I don't know how long this single-plank bridge will be. Anyway, no matter how long it is, there is a 90% chance that he will fall. Dongsheng and Wan Yin disappeared quickly. Jian Wushuang, who stayed in place, was even more lonely. This is simply cheating me. Jian Wushuang cursed the true spirit in his heart. The attitude towards him was not like that at the beginning. Even Kishan's personal jade board was given to him. How could he be treated like this now? Then I thought about it. If true spirit wasn't holding a grudge, he would definitely not make fun of his life. If it is outside, the true spirit may not be able to control so much. But in the Temple of Qishan, the true spirit will not watch him go to death. Besides, this place is the place of inheritance of Qishan Temple. This is a good place to think. If you think about it in a bad place, he betrayed the temple of the gods and became the minion of the gods, doing all the bad things, in order to help the White King rebirth, blood sacrifices to the common people. In the end, he helped the gods and resurrected Fuego. The true spirit had to resurrect some gods and generals and guard some important places. He has to memorize this pot. Although Jian Wushuang was also trying to survive. Ukanshu. In any case, Kam betrayed is betrayed, he has to admit. Hope is to develop in a good direction. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, and then stepped onto the single-plank bridge. But things tend to develop in bad places. Fuego could be resurrected, which was never expected by the real spirit. The opponent came from the starry sky, had a big background, and had an unpredictable strength. Now appearing in the 4 secret realms, in the old nest of the Temple of Qishan, the true spirit is now busy and exhausted, and has been looking for Fuego. Fortunately, the true spirit was still in his hands. Fuego originally attacked the 3 Kings' court, just to save the Frosa. After he recovers, he will also look for it. The best way today is to negotiate. Can't wait for Fuego's strength to recover to the Lord of the Universe and break through the Temple of Qishan. By then, there will be no room for negotiation. Chapter 5487. But it was too difficult to restore to that level in the four secret realms. It is also possible that Fuego has not recovered, and a super-existence has appeared among the inheritors of the Temple of Qixin. At least looking at it now, Shang's prospects are open, and it is most hopeful to break through and become the Lord of the Universe in a short time. It's just that all this is uncertain. True Spirit wanted to be more secure, as this had something to do with the safety of the Qixin Temple after all. This time, Jin Wushuang had to walk the single-plank bridge, and it was not all punishment, and there was a tilt of resources. Now the Tomb Mountain has opened a lot of treasure troves, and resources are constantly being sent out. The purpose is to cultivate these inheritors faster and stabilize the four secret realms. In the future, it will be easier to deal with the plan of the gods and Fuego. If you really want to talk about it, then you can only end up in person to fight a fight. The true spirit has inherited the will of the god, and the strength is not weak. Although it can only be shot in the temple of the god, it is enough. This time, taking out a source of the universe, Jin Wushuang really wanted to cross this single-plank bridge, and everything was resolved. All the previous problems can be solved easily. What can be blocked by the origin of the universe? Reaching the realm of the black hole is inevitable, and then the ultimate kendo can also break through. It's just that Jinling didn't know that the problems Jin Wushuang faced were not just these. The breakthrough of mental strength is a major difficulty. The mental strength can't be hit like this. The difficulty of the fusion of the power of thought, the power of swallowing, and the power of all things is no less difficult than that of harmony. These questions, the real spirit does not know. Only Jin Wushuang knew how difficult the road ahead was. That is much more difficult than the single-plank bridge right now. After stepping into the single-plank bridge, Jin Wushuang's mind was directly drawn away. That feeling affected his mood all the time. As a result, his mood was broken again and then solidified again. It can actually affect my state of mind. This bridge has a greater impact than the mundane world last time. Jin Wushuang sweated on his forehead, taking every step carefully. You know, the mundane world is under the bridge. This is on the bridge. It's so tormenting people on the bridge. If you fall down, Jin Wushuang could hardly imagine. If you fall, you will be gone. But a little bit, he is still very happy. This bridge is tempering his state of mind. If his state of mind breaks through with his mental strength, it will be double happiness. He can also touch the threshold of the 6th level of mental strength. It's just that this single-plank bridge is more difficult to walk than he thought, and now he is walking entirely by willpower. The complete origin of the universe, I must get it. Jin Wushuang is extremely tough, and no one can shake his belief at this moment. This is the charm of the state of mind. There is also a shortage of many old and dead emperors. In ancient times, emperors would also fall, their spiritual consciousness collapsed, and they would only destroy themselves. If you want a real happy world, first of all, don't be greedy for the beauty of this world. No matter what, it is relative. Giving up everything and getting everything again, this is a perfect state of mind. You know the truth, but how can you give up? If Jin Wushuang had given up on the origin of the universe and given up his life, he would have fallen a long time ago. That's why it is said that the state of mind is the most tormenting. 1 step, 10,000 steps. The thing that made Jin Wushuang collapse the most was that he didn't know where the end was. Can only go on blindly. He didn't feel the end. Or it may be the end of time. Maybe it was only a moment, but he felt it was over. Jin Wushuang had this feeling before. It was like this in the starry sky. He clearly couldn't feel the of time, but he saw the planet's prosperous growth. I don't know how long it took. Jin Wushuang began to have hallucinations. He saw Dongxing and Wanyan waving to him in front of him, and they waved excitedly on the other side to signal him to persevere. Even the indifferent and speechless magic sound general nodded to him. In a daze, the beautiful picture flashed by again. The scene ahead turned into a picture of Dongxing's fall. Wanyan was trembling and was almost unable to hold on. Dongxing plunged into the bottomless abyss. The magic sound will also jump down. That scene was very miserable. Jin Wushuang shook his head and woke up suddenly. No, they are all fake. He roared angrily, trying to wake himself up. At this time, a voice interrupted him. Master, have you entered the illusion again? An old voice sounded. The screen began to freeze and change. That is on the star in the sky. The old man is his apprentice. This is... Jian Wushuang was stunned. Why is he here again? Is everything an illusion? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it, so he shot it straight away, fearing that the person in front of him would die with the palm of his hand. The old man had doubts and panic in his eyes, and then he was relieved. All fake. Jian Wushuang's thought power moved, but he found that his thought power had weakened, and his strength had also weakened. He was obviously a Taoist who was about to reach consummation. How could he become a Yinxian again? Everything in front of me became more real. Rushing out of the wooden house, he saw human race. I saw the burly man with a stone axe on his back, like a savage. He is leading the human race to expand the territory, and the strong men who died under his axe are in an endless stream. Then the screen changes again. Jian Wushuang sneered and said, "Sure enough, they are all fake." But this time he saw the Temple of Qishan. In other words, it is the Temple of Qishan that has not been built. A majestic figure sits on the throne, preaching to sentient beings, and behind him is a group of emperors who are moving some realms and throwing themselves into the 4 secret realms. Jian Wushuang looked down on the towering figure and looked at it desperately. He still couldn't see clearly. He could only see the jade board on the thumb of the existence. "Qishan?" Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. His voice made some monarchs who listened to Taoism or the Lord of the Universe feel dissatisfied, and turned their heads and glared at him. Jian Wushuang swallowed, so scared that he dared not move. Then the scene changed again, still misunderstanding. But this time the ambiguity gave him a very vicissitudes of life. He sat lonely on the throne, and there was no one in the dojo. The picture expanded. Jian Wushuang not only saw the gods, but also saw that the entire Morwa time and space was full of evil aura, which was the power to swallow. These evil auras enveloped the Temple of Qishan. Except for the Temple of Qishan, the entire Morwa time and space was occupied by these evil auras. Qishan raised his head, as if he had found Jian Wushuang, and said weakly, "In the beginning, why were you?" The words are not finished yet. Time stands still, back to back. It seemed that there was some kind of power to stop anything. Jian Wushuang could not see the face of the gods. But Jian Wushuang didn't think much about it himself. He only felt that all this was fake, and he didn't care at all. Who knows who he is talking to? Now he just wants to get rid of the illusion in front of him. Otherwise, it will sink deeper and deeper. End of this chapter. Chapter 5488. A wave of tenacity allowed Jian Wushuang to break away from the scene that was pulling him. Jian Wushuang's eyes were a little dull. He really saw too many pictures. There are the gods of ancient times, and everything in the starry sky. All kinds of pictures, although they are just a few words, but also have a certain connection. It is a connection in time. There is no Mahayana in the Jian Wushuang space now, and it is even more useless in terms of time. Simply treat all these images as environments and turn a deaf ear to it. His eyes only stared at the single plank bridge ahead. The steps are taken again. One day the universe's complete origin of the universe was waving at him, and he couldn't fall down. But it's all over. Not only can I get nothing, but my life will be lost. The 3 of them walked up to the single plank bridge, facing the threat of death. Jian Wushuang's thoughts arose suddenly, and he had just come out of the Pluto dojo, which caused them to face the fear of death, which I am afraid there is a connection. It is related to Pluto. Pluto represents death. Now walking on the single plank bridge, Jian Wushuang didn't dare to think about it. Once his mood was shaken, he could fall down at any time. Without the support of those pictures, he was finally able to move forward steadily. I don't know how long I have been walking. A figure appeared in front of him, standing motionless on the bridge. The figure is familiar, but it is not Dongshang and Wan Yin. Who? Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed. It seems that he has seen this figure many times. Behind that figure, Jian Wushuang stopped. He didn't dare to move forward, because the figure was motionless and he didn't know what to do. Just when he was at a loss, the figure slowly turned around and smiled. "It's me, Jian Wushuang." Jian Wushuang was too familiar with that smile. "Teacher Xian Yi." Jian Wushuang's state of mind suddenly shattered, and all the sights disappeared in an instant. Many doubts in his heart appeared in his mind, but Xian Yi's figure had begun to recede. He wanted to reach out to stop him, but his center of gravity was unstable, and he fell directly onto the log bridge. At this time, Jin Wushuang thought that it was an illusion. Still caught. The moment he fell off the single-plank bridge, Jin Wushuang recovered, stretched his hands forward, trying to catch something, but couldn't catch it anyway. He kept falling, and the single-plank bridge above became clearer and clearer, and the more he fell, the muddy air became thinner and thinner. On the single-plank bridge, Dongxing took the lead and was almost on the other side, and Wang Yin was also insisting on walking. Only he fell into the abyss. In the abyss, Jin Wushuang saw a familiar scene. There is a black hole. He is moving forward in the black hole. Presumably this is the entrance to the second prison. Now I can only pray that the magic sound will be able to fish him out quickly. Jin Wushuang was finally able to control his figure in the black hole. He didn't seem so embarrassed, but his mood was a bit lonely. He didn't know the danger ahead. He only knew that even the most powerful might fall. Suddenly, there was a figure approaching him in front of him, and Jin Wushuang was stunned for a moment. The magic sound god general said at the beginning that this passage is one way. How could anyone reverse the direction and walk towards the single-plank bridge? The figure was getting closer, and Jin Wushuang's heart also mentioned his throat. It's not that you are afraid of the person in front of you, but he discovered that the figure seemed to be himself, or a clone of him. That was the clone he had split up in Imo Luo Kingdom. Since entering the black hole, the clone has not been able to come out. You can only comprehend the mystery of the black hole in it. There are very few that can actually help him, so I haven't managed it anymore. Any consumption. I didn't expect to be able to meet my own clone here. In addition to being shocked, Jin Wushuang was also ecstatic in his heart. The good news is that he can change the deity, let the clone go to the second prison, and he can return to the single-plank bridge again. Just the exchange of mind power, Jin Wushuang's substantial treasures will all be left in the second prison. Of course, except for the treasure of time and space Guantian chessboard, but the beasts and soldiers on his body will be left behind. Jin Wushuang was a little entangled. On the one hand, he was betting his life, and on the other hand, he was abandoning part of the treasure. I can't afford to bet. Jin Wushuang shook his head. He really couldn't bet. If it really fell, he would have nothing. The true spirit can resurrect the strong man in Qishan Temple, but he cannot resurrect him, the strong man in the primitive universe. If he falls, the soul fragment will return to the original universe. The true spirit can't get his soul fragments out of the original universe. Without soul fragments, time and space cannot be reversed. The outside world, but the time and space of a primitive universe, the same master of the universe, cannot fish out the fragments, unless they control the primitive universe. None of them in this long river of time and space can do it, so don't think about it. So he dare not gamble. The beast god soldier has no new parts for a long time, and now it is of little help to him. His divine body has approached 50,000 times, and the current maximum blessing of the beasts is only 50,000 times. Except for the guardian body, there is no help. The precious thing is that the other party can continue to improve. Moreover, the beasts and gods accompany him all the way, helping him through several hardships, and it is a dilemma for a time. If the deity falls, it will be dead. If you exchange the deity, the treasure will be lost if you go down. He now has to make a choice. Farewell. Jin Wushuang closed his eyes. A powerful thought force burst out, and instantly burst out of his body and entered the clone. Then the clone facing the single-plank bridge became the deity, and the deity with a lot of treasures became the clone, rushing in the direction of the second prison. After the change, Jin Wushuang was actually worried that something might happen, but fortunately there was none. He is now returning in the direction he came from, which makes him very happy. Although it is a pity for the beasts, the value of a complete universe is much higher than that of the beasts. When the 9 great beasts were born, they were bestowed by the gods. Reading www.ukanshu.com. There are one for each of the 3 major gods, followed by some personal disciples, and a master of the universe who has made great contributions. And the beast soldier, Candle Dragon, fell into the hands of the master of the universe. He is not the core of Kishin's command, but he has got the beast soldiers, which is quite legendary. At the beginning, in Morwa time and space, the birth of the beast warrior could surpass the treasure of the universe. Although it could not reach the level of time and space, it was already the highest treasure in Morwa time and space. The three kings of the Three Kings Court, if it were not for the first true king to get the Guantian chessboard given to him by Xian Yi, they would not even have a treasure comparable to the beasts. This was the big power that could be ranked in the top of Morwa time and space at that time. They are very greedy for the beasts. Now Jian Wushuang gave up on his own. End of this chapter. Chapter 5489. He once searched for the news about the beasts. Some accessories are still left in the 4 secret realms. He just doesn't have time to find them one by one. Once he succeeds in the path, he will be able to restore the beasts with time. Even if the beast weapon is not intact and recovers half of its power, it will be stronger than the ordinary treasure of the universe, and it will be enough for him to gallop into the realm of the emperor. It's a pity. Jian Wushuang glanced back inside. If it wasn't about life and death, he wouldn't do it. The clone plunged into the bottomless abyss and out of the black hole. There is the real purgatory. As soon as Jian Wushuang's clone entered, a brown flame appeared on the face, which directly annihilated his body without leaving a trace. And what spewed out the flames was a huge lava behemoth, 1,000,000 miles in size. On its body, there are countless caves, and flames are erupting from time to time among them. Yep. The lava behemoth felt a familiar breath. This is wings, scales, arms, and an eye. It was Jian Wushuang's left-behind Beast Shen weapon accessory that was impacted by that flame and separated instantly. Candle Dragon, the lava monster exclaimed. There was endless anger in the huge eyes. It slowly stood up, and a pair of huge wings opened, which was very similar to the wings of a candle dragon. The 7th generation of descendants, Mengan has seen the ancestor. That is what its ancestors left behind. At the beginning, the 1st generation of the beast candle dragon was cut and refined into the beast weapon by the gods, but there were some innate beasts. They left offspring and regarded the candle dragon as the ancestor. Zhulong is a powerhouse like the Three Kings, so naturally there will be followers. A violent figure appeared instantly. It's just that this figure is not the magic sound general, but the two of Shanjun and Wuzhua. Old man gone. Who are you going to the grave for? Wuzhua sneered. Mangon saw Wuzhua and suddenly roared, Wuzhua. Before Mangon got angry, Shanjun turned into his body. It was an evil behemoth with a shadow, with only one eye, and the sharp cry made people palpitate. Random, I'm afraid I can't leave these things to you. Shanjun sneered. Since he came here, because he was once a part of the gods, the wild beasts suppressed here, or some special beings, have long hated the gods and hunted down the mountain monarch. Over the years, Lord Shan has been on the run, and now Wuzhua has descended, holding the key to the 2nd prison, and those old guys are hiding far away. Shanjun also leaked the old fangs, ready to take revenge on these old guys. He was not afraid of being retaliated after Wuzhua left. Anyway, these guys never intended to let him go. The mountain monarch turned into the body. The battle power shakes the world. Wuzhua, who stood by, was very surprised. It was the legendary figure who took the shot at the beginning to capture Shanjun. Some gods and generals are not opponents of Shanjun, and Shanjun's combat power can be imagined. The violent power was accompanied by a black fist shadow, and then 1,000,000 fist shadows burst out. That power eclipsed the heavens and the earth, and the solid body of the lava behemoth was shattering. Aren't you looking for me all the time? Shanjun completely blasted the lava behemoth into the ground, and the aura was weak to the extreme. He raised his head, looked at the ancient existences hiding in the distance, and said with disdain, What? You are scared. Those ancient existences are not afraid of Lord Shan, but of the key in Wu's left hand, which is a token that can suppress all the strong in the 2nd prison at will. Although Shanjun's strength is strong, he can't do it against the crowd. A bunch of cowardly mice. When my master was still there, you guys, you don't even deserve to be here. Wu's voice was cold. When I heard the gods, these ancient beings held their breath. Even if the gods have fallen for so long, they are still afraid of each other. Even if the name of the gods comes out, they will tremble. Seeing that no one responded, Shanjun gave the accessories of the beast warrior to Wu Zhuo and exhorted, "Help me bring a sentence to that little guy. It's not wrong to swallow it. Black holes will be born in the universe. We are not to blame." Wu Zhuo was a little embarrassed when he heard it and did not agree, but he did not refute. It is understandable that these things helped Jian Wushuang bring back. "You should go. I will leave later." Without token suppression, these old guys are still a bit difficult. Shan Jun nodded, then disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Wu Zhuo frightened the other party with a stick of incense, manipulated the token, and left the second prison at will. He wants to rush back to his life. The Temple of Qishan, the origin of the sea. Zhenling stared, pacing in the pavilion, and muttered in his mouth, "How did he get back to the top? You are all responsible for this matter. It is obviously a one-way passage. How can he go the same way?" Returned. A Taoist monarch can go against the wind. If you let the old guys escape, I don't think you have to do it. Go to the second prison and find a good feng shui place to bury it yourself. In the pavilion, in addition to the true spirit, there are the magic sound will and Wu Zhuo. The channel was made by the magic sound god General and Wu Zhuo, and naturally these two people were responsible. Wu Zhuo originally wanted to use this method to go to the realm, throwing all the Qeman rebellions to the second prison, and they would kill them if they saved it. Now it seems that the plan is not working. Otherwise, with this credit, he can attack the palace lord's position again. All the bad things happened to him. But this matter, I also have to thank Jian Wushuang. The first one to fall was Jian Wushuang. He was able to find out in advance, and it could be regarded as saving his life. Otherwise, if the passage enters the earth boundary and a group of ancient existences are released, he will be finished. I am afraid that all the 4 secret realms will be over. Almost made a big mistake. At that time, I am afraid that the true spirit will kill him for the sacrifice flag. Also, the benefits you promised from Akanshu are all gone now. You come out on your own, especially the origin of the universe. It's fine to be scolded. After all, the temper of Zhenling is that individuals will be scolded when they come, and Wu Zhuo is used to it. When I heard that I was about to pay for my own pocket, my expression was stunned. Zhenling stared at her small eyes, walked to Wu Zhuo and lay on the opponent's face, and said in a low voice, "What? Are you not convinced?" "No, no." Wu Zhuo hurriedly waved his hand, and then explained, "My lord, even if you sell me, you won't get a source of the universe. The origin of the Lord of the Universe is actually similar to the Emperor, and it is the complete origin contained in the body. All you need to do is to let a master of the universe strip away his origin. The master of the universe without the origin will probably go into deep sleep immediately. After sleeping for a few epochs and awake, the origin of origin is half restored by me, and then I have to practice countless epochs, only to be able to restore the peak." End of this chapter. Chapter 5490. The above method is the most difficult if you want to obtain a complete cosmic origin, and no one will do that. The easiest way to get the origin of the universe is to destroy a primitive universe, and to kill a master of the universe. Regardless of which one, Wu Zhuo couldn't do it anyway. If he only got a set of the inheritance of the Lord of the Universe, he would be able to get it together, take out some treasures, and then go and say something nice to the Lord Suzaku. If it doesn't work, just buy a copy from the Palace of the Elders for a big price. But the origin of the universe, he really has no way to get it. This is too embarrassing. Looking at Wu Zhuo, who was wronged by Bala, Zhenling looked away and said lightly, "Since you don't have money to pay, then go and do something for me, which becomes the origin of the universe. I will help you out. If it can't be done, go and mine." "Yes." Wu Zhuo agreed. "This can only be done now. The magic sound will be okay. He doesn't want to eat the true spirit. When the time comes, he will go and fudge Dong Sheng and Wan Yin, lend the other party 10 courage, and dare not ask for the inheritance of the Lord of the Universe. In a big deal, he passed on his own inheritance to the 2 for cultivation. He is the ultimate emperor, and the faculties he created are not much worse than those of the masters of the universe. If you have enough power, if you have enough strength, you can go to the Tomb Mountain to pass on the universe. Ma Yin, you can withdraw first. I will talk to Wu Zuo within a few minutes. Zhenling waved his hand, indicating that Ma Yin God will leave first. Ma Yin God will salute respectfully and then leave. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He didn't want to know what to say to Wu Zuo. Now Jian Wushuang, they can return to the other side and wait for him, just like hungry baby birds, waiting for him to feed back. It's just that this time disappointed them a bit. Ma Yin Mountain, below the demon suppression space. Jian Wushuang and Dong Sheng finished, talking very happily. All three of them succeeded, which was never expected. Before going on the single-plank bridge, they all made preparations for their fall. Unexpectedly, they all succeeded. Friend Wushuang, you are really amazing. Even if Dongxing can pass, this guy will become the 6th emperor. He can pass, and it is normal. You can walk down as a Taoist, and you are really admirable. Wan Yin holding the wine glass, he touched Jian Wushuang, and then drank it in one gulp. The few people were so happy that they had already drank it here while waiting for the demon voice god general, and after meeting out, they had to celebrate for a few days, and by the way introduce some 5th order emperors of the primitive universe to Jian Wushuang. After all, everyone is considered to be a strong man in the home universe, and naturally they will get close to each other in the future. Now the Tomb God Mountain is no longer the bigger family of their universe. More and more powerful people in different universes have risen, and they are beginning to gather together for warmth. They should also form the power of the original universe, and this matter cannot be delayed. If the true spirit knew that the inheritors he had cultivated had already begun to prepare for another mountain, he didn't know what he would think. When Dong Sheng heard what Wan Yin said, he laughed and cursed, "Wan Yin, you are jealous of me?" The three smiled similarly, and then raised their glasses again, touted each other a lot. "Friend Dongsheng, when are you going to go to the Tomb Mountain?" Jian Wushuang asked, talking about business. Seeing this, Wan Yin's expression became serious. This time they all successfully passed the single-plank bridge. Although Wan Yin did not break through the black hole realm, it was unexpected that he broke through mentally and directly reached the level of mental consummation. Many Zhu Jian did not reach this level, but Wan Yin went to the forefront. After going out this time, even if there is no inheritance from the Lord of the Universe, Wan Yin can quickly break through the mirror and attack the 6th Order Emperor. However, Jian Wushuang suffered a miserable loss this time. When the single-plank bridge walked down, Jian Wushuang was the general of Sunbing. It can be said that he lost his armor and abandoned his armor, and now he is only waiting for the origin of the universe to return blood back and forth. Dongxing heard the words and said calmly, "I am not in a hurry now, and I will leave after accepting the inheritance. I'm also going to go to the realm. I heard that it's chaotic right now. I'm just going to have a break, but I won't stay for too long. Then I will go to the human realm and go to the tomb of the gods." Jian Wushuang's heart moved, but he didn't expect that this plan had been planned, and he was a little envious. However, since the other party chooses to go to the realm halfway, maybe he can still catch up with the other party, and then he can go together. True Spirit said at the beginning that if you can't use external force, you can't ask for a helper, but the inheritors who go to the tomb's sacred mountain together are not helpers. Go to the realm. How long are you going to go? Wan Yin asked. His thoughts were the same as Jian Wushuang's. It would be best to have a few more people on the road. Dong Sheng hesitated, and then said, "It depends on the situation. It can be as short as 10,000 years, and the longest is no more than one era." "That is within an epoch? You can wait for me. I estimate that it will be able to break through in 1 billion years. With the lowest flow rate of time, it will take 1,000,000 years. Wan Yin said, "Usually closed, the required flow rate will not be too large, otherwise some intervention in its own origin, unless it is very anxious, will start 10,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times the time flow rate." An era? Jian Wushuang let out a breath. With the blessing of the origin of the universe, even a pig, an era can break through. Dongsheng and Wan Yin looked at Jian Wushuang at the same time, and asked, "Taoist Wushuang, are you going to go to the Tomb Mountain after breaking through the Emperor?" "Yes, otherwise I will go forward with my current strength, and it will be a little bit of a hindrance." No need for the other party to be polite. Jian Wushuang told the truth. If he is not in harmony, he has this strength at the moment. Even if the other party kindly takes him with him, he will not have the face to go. The strong are all with arrogance and dignity, and he doesn't want to be led by others. The two also understood that they hadn't seen anything after living for so many years. Jian Wushuang's hope of being able to go against the sky like this. I am afraid that the hope of success in He Dao will not come. They didn't ask much, just a blessing. Jian Wushuang also smiled and nodded, accepting this kindness. His path of harmony is still a bit long. The first is consummation, then removes the cause and effect to kill the robbery, so as to greet He Dao with the most perfect posture. For an era, he has no confidence yet. From week to present, in terms of normal time flow, it is only hundreds of thousands of years. But add the time flow rate, especially the time spent in the starry sky. I'm afraid there are several epochs. The mentality has already changed drastically. Especially in terms of time, an era is not too long. Jian Wushuang has been in a hurry, racing against time, and dare not delay for a moment. In the future, if the harmony is successful, he intends to rest for a period of time, not too long, just 10,000 years. Calm down, leave the Qishan temple, and go to Desiyu to take a look. Go back to the old world and look at those old friends. End of this chapter. Chapter 5491. Then Jian Wushuang pressed this thought to the bottom of his heart, because the magic sound is coming. This time it was the deity. The vast aura on the body of the magic sound general made them yearn for and fear. Space is trembling. This is the ultimate emperor standing on the peak of the emperor. Congratulations, successfully passed the 3 bridges. The magic sound god general said gently. The 3 of them were very surprised. The voices of the magic sound gods used to be cold or majestic. Why did they treat them so well this time? Is it because it passed the test? But they didn't think much about it. They really didn't think that the magic sound would not be able to fulfill the promise made to them. The magic sound will look at the 3 people with eyes full of hope, and he can't bear it. But there is no way. He has just recovered and there are not many treasures. Do you know what these 3 bridges represent? The magic sound will not talk about the reward and begin to talk about the 3 bridges. The 3 of them don't know why, but they are not in a hurry, because they are also very curious about it. Mayan God will carefully explain the origin of the 3 bridges to the 3 of them. It turned out that this was once a place to make up messengers after the test. As long as you pass, you can become a follow-up messenger under the command of the gods. Everyone who is tested is a 6th-order emperor at the lowest level. As long as you pass, you can become a post-replenisher, and then with a series of training, you can hope to become one of the 108 messengers. Of course, in addition to the 108 core messengers, there is also a position of deacon. These replacement messengers will also walk in time and space as deacons in the Temple of Qishan. This status is also very high, but they are all post-supplement messengers, and they will be the person next to Qishan. So when these 3 bridges were set up, many 6th-order emperors under the command of the Lord of the Universe came to pass through the barrier. It's just the difficulty at that time, a bit more difficult than it is now. After all, this place has been abandoned for too long, and some of the tests have lost their effect. After the magic sound will explain, he asked, "Would you like to be the core member of the Temple of Qishan?" Hearing this sentence, the 3 of them were all taken aback. Especially Dongsheng and Wan Yin nodded almost at the same time. Dongsheng, I am willing. I am finished. I am willing. Both of them are very excited. The true core of the Temple of Qishan. Who would not want to? Jian Wushuang stood by, looking at these 2 people, and sighed in his heart. They don't know. Jian Wushuang knows. There is no core power in this divine temple. This magic sound general is bluffing the 2 of them. Now in the entire Qishan temple, there is only one person who dares to say that it is the core, and that is the true spirit. At the beginning, it was said that the construction of the Senate Palace was directly out of the control of the 4 main halls, has now developed into the 5th force. As for the core of the magic sound of the gods, it was in the ancient times. The messenger and the gods were indeed the core, but there were also the gods behind, and there were 3 gods. Now there is a magic sound general, and then add a Yunzhongjian. Just these 2 people. Jian Wushuang didn't look down on them either. Together, these 2 people weren't enough to fight the Qinglong Palace master alone, and he dared to claim to be the core. The most important thing is power. Power in the Temple of Qishan. Outside the Qinglong Palace, there is no way to go outside now, so naturally it is useless, so almost no one has taken refuge in the Qinglong Palace. In the White Tiger Hall, many people have taken refuge in the White Tiger Hall, flaunting their might in the 4 secret realms, because the White Tiger Hall is so influential. The Vermilion Bird Palace is in charge of the selection of trialers and plundering tasks from the outside world. The power is not big, but to speak of it, the inheritors of the Tomb God Mountain, except for those who are already emperors, all pass by the Vermilion Bird Palace. They still have a good impression of the Sazaka Hall. Some people take the initiative to join, and they will be given a lot of treasures. After all, the Suzaku Hall controls the primordial realm, where 90% of the treasures in the Qishan Temple are stored. There are 10% left, half in the hands of the True Spirit and half in the hands of the White Tiger Palace. Although Zhui is a bit rigid, he is not bad for his subordinates, so he has attracted many inheritors. As for the Xuanwu Temple, I don't comment because I haven't shown up. From the 4 halls alone, most people will go to the White Tiger and Sazaka Hall. The new Power Veteran Palace has the strongest control in the northern realm of the heavens. There are also many treasures, and there are many inheritors who take refuge, but they are somewhat average in strength, and most of them are mediocre people. It is also an elite that is attracted by the accumulation of a large number of treasures given by the True Spirit. You magic sound general, just relying on the empty words of the core power. You want to fool people. Is also believed by Dongxing and Wang Yin, who have not been in the temple for a long time. Jian Wushuang can't be fooled by this. The magic sound general also noticed Jian Wushuang and asked, "What about you, Jian Wushuang?" "God, Lord Wu's was kind to me. I have promised to stay in the Senate Palace." Jian Wushuang replied respectfully. The magic sound god general smiled lightly and said, "Almost forgot. You have some connection with Brother Wu's Wa." Jian Wushuang doesn't go, and the magic sound will not force to stay. Because of the benefits of Jian Wushuang in Wuzhua, since the 2 of you have agreed, take these 2 tokens with you. I have 4 secret realms distributed in the Dharmakaya. You can contact me at any time if you need it, and I will send you out here.
Yes.
Dongxing and Wang Yin are very happy. They have backing. The idea of the older generation is as simple as that. No matter where you go, you are still unreliable without a backing. Now that you have a backing, your back is straight. The eyes of the 3 of them went black, and when they reappeared, they had already reached the demon suppression space. Dongshang and Wang Yin stay. Jian Wushuang can leave. Brother Wu's was waiting for you outside. Jian Wushuang respectfully replied, "Yes," finally left. "I'm afraid it has been here for the least 10,000 years. After leaving the Magic Sound Hall is the top of Mayin Mountain. After many people felt Jian Wushuang's breath, gathered around. "Wushuang Taoist fellow, why did you come out so soon?" The Emperor Zhu Tian was a little surprised. Jian Wushuang was taken aback for a moment, and it was only tens of thousands of years, which was actually a very short time. Someone interjected, "In the Magic Sound Hall, there must be time to accelerate." Actually, there is very little time for real acceleration. When walking on the single-plank bridge, Jian Wushuang didn't care about the time. It is estimated that there will be time to accelerate at that time. In the rest of the time, I wasted a long time on that dark trail when I walked the first bridge. These people, you say every sentence, and I want to know what's going on inside. Jian Wushuang didn't want to say it, but couldn't say it. At this moment, Wuzhua came over. "I want to know," then go in and have a look. Wuzhua's complexion was a little cold, and he didn't even look at it. When he came to Jian Wushuang, his voice was slightly softened and said, "Jian Wushuang, come with me?"
Yes.
Seeing Wuzhua's face, the others didn't dare to step forward, so they could only leave lonely and find a place to continue practicing. Chapter 5492. Since Jian Wushuang and others entered, several others also entered the Demon Sound Hall, but only Jian Wushuang was able to come out. They didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be the first to enter, and finally to be the first to come out. Following Wuzhua down the Mayin Mountain, Jian Wushuang was in a good mood. The origin of the universe will be available soon. It seems that he has to retreat again. When he was happy, He had forgotten why Wu Zhuo had to keep a straight face. Leaving Mayan Mountain, the two of them arrived on the most prosperous island in Yuanyang Lake. This is the largest island on Yuanyang Lake. Yuanyang Island. The facilities above are complete, and it seems to have the scale of a small city. There are many practitioners above, almost all of them are emperors, and their strength is not weak. Rarely see the second-order and third-order emperors. Most of them are fourth-order emperors. Jian Wushuang walked west with Wu Zuodong and entered a huge manor. This is Wu Zuo's private residence, and usually few people come in. After entering, there is a huge stone monument on the front, with thousands of names painted on it. Seeing the stone tablet, Wu Zuo said, "Wait for me," then took out 3 sticks of incense, lit it, and put it in the incense burner. "Jian Wushuang, come here." Wu turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, who was standing at the door, and beckoned. Jian Wushuang approached and discovered that this stone tablet was actually made of cosmic crystals, and at this scale, it was 10 times larger than the one he got. The names of the people in the upper row are arranged in a row from top to bottom. There was Wu Zuo's own name in it, which surprised Jian Wushuang. "Give yourself incense?" Wu Zuo saw Jian Wushuang's doubts and said calmly, "Are you surprised? There will be my name on the top? It's weird to give yourself incense." Wu Zuo laughed at himself. Jian Wushuang, who stood by, didn't dare to laugh. "Some of the names above are my brothers. Some are my brothers or sisters." Jian Wushuang was a little surprised when he heard that. He didn't expect that Qixin would have so many disciples. On the single-plank bridge, he has seen many illusions among them. When the gods preached, people were sitting below them. It seems that they are all disciples of the gods. Wu Zuo continued to narrate, his expression also a little sad. "The reason why I engraved my name on it is that I actually thought that I was dead a long time ago. I died beside my master and will always be with his old man." At this point, there were tears in Wu's left eye socket. Jian Wushuang saw that the other party was so emotional. He began to curse the true spirit in his heart, and the disciple of Qixin survived such a single seedling, and he was also removed from his name. Real spirit is really not a thing. Don't talk about ancient times, just talk about the present. A sect, the master has fallen, and the senior brothers and sisters are gone. Then this sect will become the only living disciple. If there are many people in the sect, then choose from the strong ones. It turned out to be really good. First, Wu Zuo was removed, and then thrown into the land to open up wasteland. Is this a human thing? But not long after this sympathy, Jian Wushuang learned an important message from Wu Zuo's next words. His universe is gone. Is not only the origin of his universe, but also the inheritance of the master of the universe between Dongshang and Wan Yin. Blam me, there was a problem with that passage, which caused you to return the same way. Jian Wushuang now understands. Where is Wu Zuo's problem? This is his problem. Indirectly, he pitted Dongsheng and Wan Yin again. These two people were also unlucky. When they crossed the second bridge, they all hoped to pass by their own strength, but they were smashed by Jian Wushuang, and everyone was sent out together. The third bridge, the two desperately walked over, but because of his avatar, the originally promised reward was invalidated. Sure enough, you can't take opportunism on the road to practice. Jian Wushuang's face was covered with ashes. Wu Zuo next to him thought that Jian Wushuang was about to explode, and said quickly, "But don't worry, I will make up for you. I don't have a complete universe, but if it is incomplete, I can probably make up 20% for you." Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at Wu Zuo, but still didn't say a word. "Now he is like eating a fly," said uncomfortable. Wu Zuo was also afraid that Jian Wushuang would collapse, and then continued, "If you have any needs, speak as soon as possible, and I will satisfy you if you can." The original, complete origin of the universe. Now that he is not interested in anything, he wants the complete origin of the universe. But in this matter, Wu Zuo can't be completely blamed. The other party is also a backer. It is estimated that True Spirit is looking for an excuse not to make a treasure. This time, he really made a mistake. The True Spirit really planned to give him the origin of the universe, but the blame was the last time. If his deity enters the second prison, Wu Zuo and Shanjun will rescue him at the first time. The flame can kill his dispersion, but he cannot directly kill his deity. The clone is too weak, only the peak of the Fourth Order Emperor. Wu Zhuo was still watching him, waiting for his reply. Since Wu Zhuo wants to be the man behind the pot, he is not welcome anymore. Can't have trouble with the treasure. He is just short of treasures, and now he is starting to calculate the treasures he needs. The essence of all things. I need the essence of all things from one side, Jian Wushuang said. Wu Zhuo took a sigh of relief. Although the essence of everything on one side is expensive, some of the top powers in the four secret realms may not be able to get it out, but for him, it is very simple. A drop of pure animal spirits. Universe crystal 200,000 square meters. Jian Wushuang looked at this stone tablet and said, a stone tablet is 100,000 square meters. Compared to Wu Zhuo's hand, there are still a lot, and what I want is not too cruel. Wu Zhuo was a little bit embarrassed about this. The universe crystal didn't have much, but he could get it together. By the way, I still need Master Wu Zhuo to help me with one thing. My beast weapon accessories were left in the second prison, and I don't know if I can get it back. Jian Wushuang asked with some uncertainty. Wu Zhuo heard this. His expression was a little embarrassed, and finally gritted his teeth and said, no problem, it's just a bit troublesome. You need to wait for me for a month. Then please. Jian Wushuang thanked him. Wu Zhuo leaked an awkward smile and said, this time is also my negligence, it should be. Then I will wait for Master Wu Zhuo's news. A month later, just come here to find me. Then the two said goodbye. Before he left, Wu Zhuo gave him a token. That token was the golden token of the Law Enforcement Hall. Only the Hall Master and a few Deputy Hall Masters had it. Knowing that Jian Wushuang would walk in the northern boundary of the heavens, Wu Zhuo gave an order. The card was given to him. With this token, the entire northern border can walk sideways. Jian Wushuang was very happy about this. He was really ready to go to the mine in the north to find Gong Miaoya's father. Originally thought that he would be able to obtain a complete cosmic origin, and then Kendo would also be able to break through. He didn't have to take a trip so troublesomely. Now it seems that he has to take a trip himself. Chapter 5493. The treasures he wanted were actually quite comprehensive. There is no need to say the universe crystal. No matter what state it reaches, it will be of great help. The blood of the beast is for the future body. After breaking through 50,000 times, if you want to increase the divine body, ordinary treasures will not work. Most of the treasures needed are related to the beast gods. The blood of the beast can play a great role after his 50,000 times the body. He can't buy this from the outside world. Only characters like Wu Zhuo can be obtained from within. Now he is not a problem with his spiritual body 50,000 times. In fact, it is considered for future consideration. Another reason is that this drop of blood of the beast can help him restore the origin of the beast god. He asked Wu Zhuo to help him find the beast warrior. Seeing Wu Zhuo's appearance, although embarrassed, there is hope. Jian Wushuang was always distressed about the loss of the beast and divine weapon. He originally thought that there would be a cosmic origin returning blood back and forth, but now the cosmic origin is gone. If he can't get the beast weapon again, he will suffer a big loss. Once you find the beast god weapon, you can use that drop of the beast god's blood to find a few more accessories and ask a few casters to re-refine the beast god weapon for him. As long as he can recover about half of his power, it will be enough for him to be the emperor. What Jian Wushuang didn't know was that the beast soldier was actually on Wu Zhuo's body. The embarrassment that I just showed is just acting. With this requirement, Jian Wushuang needed a lot of treasures. Now Wu Zhuo has indeed gone to the realm, but is looking for the essence of 10,000 treasures. As for the origin of the universe, he will exchange it in the treasure house of the Senate Palace. In general, the only thing that made Wu Zhuo distressed was the 200,000 cubic cosmic crystal. Universe crystals are rare treasures in ancient times. With 200,000 square meters in one go, the most powerful would have to go bankrupt, but fortunately, Wu Zhuo has won a lot in recent years. After Jian Wushuang left Yuanyang Island, he first went to Qiu Huang to inquire about the mine in the far north, and asked him to check the whereabouts of Nie Yuan. Don't wait for him to get to the mine. There is no such person in the end. However, Nie Yuan's close-fitting sword could appear in the mine, and am afraid where it is likely to be. The end of the Shangqing Palace was not good. I heard that the Shangqing Patriarch is now guarding the gate of the Yuan Lao Palace. Most of the rest of the emperor and powerful went to the mine to dig. The prestigious Yuan Yang's Shangqing Palace has now become this look. Jian Wushuang had a good impression of the sect of swordsmanship, and when he saw Wu Zuo again, he had to intercede carefully and see if he could restore the Shangqing Palace. Wherever Qiu Huang left, Jian Wushuang returned to the Dongfu on Fenyang Island. When he returned to the Dongfu, Gong Miaoi was not here, and Jian Wushuang was not surprised. After all, after tens of thousands of years, the other party probably left the customs to practice elsewhere. Jian Wushuang increased the flow of time to 1,000,000 times, and a month's time was tens of thousands of years for him. He wants to increase the divine body to 50,000 times during this period of time. I don't know if he can break through 50,000 times. Even if he can't break through, he still has to reach the 4th level of consummation. The divine body is a stage. Tao princes generally suffice at about 10,000 times, and there are also generations who are against the sky or the 2nd generation ancestor with a big family, which has raised the divine body to 30,000 times. As for the 50,000 times divine body, most of the 5th order emperors have not reached it. Generally, the 6th order emperor would spend a large price to raise the divine body to 50,000 times. Jian Wushuang intends to reach 50,000 times the divine body before he joins the Tao. But the last 1,000 times is too difficult. Add up all the treasures spent for the first 49,000 times the divine body, and they may not be able to fill it up. This is only a breakthrough of 50,000 times. The cost of breaking through 60,000 times the divine body in the future is even more, so that the most powerful people can ruin their fortunes. It is conceivable that the price of King White's promotion of the divine body to 68,000 times was huge. Jian Wushuang's body was bare now, and there was nothing left. Fortunately, the great Emperor Jiyun's sword, Jiayun's sword, had been kept in the cave for enlightenment, but he had not brought it with him. Otherwise, the loss will be even greater this time. Now, to upgrade the divine body, he can only use the Baiwai vine stored in the Guantian chessboard. I plan to keep it forever, but now it seems unnecessary. Anyway, it's already mature, so it's better to cut it off. The Baiwai vine with the thick mouth of the bowl is divided into sections, and the white juice inside is left with a bitter taste. Jian Wushuang frowned, forcibly refined it, and then turned it into a force strong enough to break his flesh. That group of power was suspended in front of him, and Jian Wushuang cautiously swallowed it and absorbed it. The divine body also began to tremble, beating constantly. The double increase, although a bit slow, can improve at any rate. In a whole day, it can increase by about 10 times, and it will double in the later day. His divine body quickly reached a critical point, 49,999 times. Just a little bit, he was able to reach 50,000 times the divine body. But at this point, he swallowed the 100 weeping vine, even its roots. A whole line of crying vines. Jian Wushuang felt a little distressed. The treasures he had spent in front of him were too cheap to compare with Baiwai vine. Distressed. Jian Wu had no mercy on his hands, and even the roots were completely refined into the power of the divine body and began to absorb vigorously. His divine body also began to undergo some changes, from an illusory phantom to a substantive projection exuding gold. That touch of golden divine body means promise. Jian Wushuang's thought power moved. The divine body turned to the extreme, and it began to explode with unprecedented power, and it had reached an aura comparable to a 6th order emperor. It's only a trace away from the 6th order level. 50,000 times the divine body is over. There are no accidents. It's that simple. As long as there is a treasure smashed, even a pig can be raised to 10,000 times the divine body, provided that the physical body is strong enough. Therefore, the strongest person who takes the spirit and body flow needs the most potential and brain. Many 2nd-generation ancestors with average potential and poor strength will choose to follow the divine body route, as long as they reach 30,000 times the level of a 4th order emperor. 40,000 times is directly comparable to the 5th order emperor. 50,000 times can be comparable to the 6th order emperor. Of course, you need to have a strong enough backing. If a person who is the best of the former values his children and grandchildren very much, and is willing to spend a lot of money to improve the other's divine body. 50,000 times is also a limit. No matter how much it costs to upgrade, absolutely can't afford it. Many of the main treasures have to be found in some secret realms, and the ones that can be bought can no longer be improved. Just like this 100 crying vine, no one outside will sell it. At the beginning, the fallen Fifth Order Emperor didn't take out Bai Weiving until he died. It was not that he was unwilling to sell it, but that he might not be able to keep it when he took it out. On the contrary, he would be killed and treasured. Jian Wushuang slowly got up, slightly clenched his fists. A tyrannical force erupted, making him somewhat uncontrollable. The mood is trembling. Chapter 5494. It's indeed a bit overloaded. I can't completely master it. Jian Wushuang was very satisfied, and his power was controlled by familiarity. Although it is a little uncomfortable now, it is his strength anyway. The ones that can be improved have also been improved. Wherever the demon sound god general, all the treasures he obtained have fallen to the second prison. As for the realm, he has reached the 9th level of the Jidao, and he has long since stabilized. As for Kendo, this time there was no chance related to Kendo, and naturally there was no improvement. And this time, the chance was said to be very dangerous, but there were few real battles, and it was just a fight in the fog on the way to the third bridge. It is a little different from the past life and death fight, and it doesn't have much suppressing power. So it is not very helpful to his Kendo. I've been here for so long, but I haven't been around on this Fenyang Island. Jian Wushuang's heart moved and thought of the 3 places Qiu Huang had confessed. Not counting the Dongfu on Fenyang Island, there is a place to calm the mood on Fenyang Island. This time his state of mind was still broken, so he should really cultivate it. Except for the acceleration of time, there are still about 10 days before the day agreed with Wu Zhuo. He is not in a hurry, and he is ready to go to the place where his mind is restored. North of Fenyang Island, a secluded valley sits on a mountain range of about 100,000 miles. The mist in the valley seemed to be nothing special. Jian Wushuang stepped into the valley. Before he fell, he was stopped by one person. This fellow Taoist, to practice here for a month, he needs 100 million cubes of sacred stone. The man's face was ruddy, and the corners of his eyes were moisturized inexplicably. Jian Wushuang's eyelids trembled when he heard this price. 100 million cubes of sacred stone for a month? Isn't that moisturizing? At this price, whoever cultivates starts. 100 million is not 100 million. 100 million cubes of sacred stones, but 10 billion sacred stones. 100 million square sacred stones a month. Even if the 5th Order Emperor can't cultivate, the 6th Order Emperor will be painful. The key is that Jian Wushuang doesn't have a single sacred stone on his body. He used all Baikrai vines, and the only valuable thing on his body was the Jueyun sword. But this sword was given to him by Yang Sanmu, so he couldn't take it out as a mortgage. This predecessor, Mayin Mountain, has only 100 million sacred stones. How could it be 100 million square meters here? Jian Wushuang was a little bit disbelieved. If it was 100 million square meters, then there are probably not many people who can cultivate here in the entire Yuanlao Palace. Wus would dare not come here to retreat. I am afraid that the other party will charge for the person, and the core figures of the Senate Palace may not need so many sacred stones to enter this place. After all, everything in this place was obtained by the true spirit from the treasure house. The true spirit does not need these stones, and the stones collected may eventually fall into the palace of the old man. Thanks. Mayin Mountain is Mayin Mountain. Here is Fenyang Island. There are no more than 3 places in the heavens that are more suitable for cultivation than here, especially the hot springs here, which can recuperate the mind and are the first treasure. Of course, it cannot be compared with Mayin Mountain. Seeing Jian Wushuang's face a bit difficult, the man frowned slightly and his voice became cold, and he asked grandiosely, "Aren't you out of money?" Just when Jian Wushuang was embarrassed, several figures flew from a distance, and they were also emperors and powerful men who came here to recuperate, all of whom were 5th Order emperors. Haha, who am I? It turns out to be Wushuang Taoist friend. Why? No money to go in? Here comes the tearing sky who has a lot to do with Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang so embarrassed, Tearing the Sky was very happy. Brother Tear Heaven, are you? The Fifth Order Emperor sitting here saw Tear Heaven and others, and he was not talking about Jian Wushuang. Originally thinking of knocking a fortune from Jian Wushuang, now it seems that he has encountered a poor ghost. Emperor Tear Heaven's breath was a little weak. He was originally here to recuperate, but seeing Jian Wushuang's appearance, his broken mood instantly recovered for the most part. At one time, Jian Wushuang was also his demon, and now, he not only got rid of the demons, but also reached the 5th-tier peak emperor and officially caught up with the 10,000-star emperor. Hui Qing, who was the most dazzling at the time, is now only the 5th-tier peak emperor. In the Palace of the Elders, he took refuge in the command of a palace lord and had a great backer. In terms of strength, he naturally thinks that it is much stronger than Jian Wushuang, who has no hadao. In terms of background, he also investigated Jian Wushuang, but it has something to do with Wuzhua. Although Wuzhua is a bit special, he is not the palace owner of the Senate Palace after all. Both background and strength crushed Jian Wushuang, and he was naturally very happy. Especially now that Jian Wushuang can't even get the ticket money, I'm even happier. Hey, this time I fell on the 47th floor of the North Tower and suffered some injuries, but I saw an old friend here, but I don't know why, but he suddenly recovered more than half. Tearing Tian turned his head and looked at Jian Wushuang, leaking a sneer. The 5th Order Emperor guarding here couldn't help but envy when he heard this. Tear the Sky, you are really young and promising. Old man, I have lived for countless epochs before I reached the 47th floor. You have surpassed me so quickly. Immeasurable. The strength of Emperor Tear Heaven is indeed good. The North Tower is divided into 99 floors, similar to the Tomb Mountain. Being able to reach the 40th floor means that it is comparable to a 5th Order Emperor. The 45th floor has the 5th Order peak combat power, and the 47th floor is the limit of the 5th Order Emperor. Of course, there are also some who can reach the 48th floor, or even the 49th floor. Every 10th floor is a threshold, and the 55th floor requires the level of a 6th Order Emperor. The 6th Order Emperor here is not the kind of half-hearted in the 4 secret realms, but the 6th Order Emperor with complete origin. Although the inheritors were able to cross the ranks in the 4 great secret realms, the emperor who wanted the other party's complete origins still couldn't cross so much. After all, in the current 4 secret realms, the emperors with complete origins are not inheritors, or some ancient existences in the Palace of the Elders. It's a lot worse if I want to go higher. The group of old guys who revived in the Senate Palace are all strong men of the 2nd-rank origin Dao and Dao monarchs. Is not the 4 great secret realms, or some 3rd-rank, or even 4th-rank origin Dao in the primordial universe cross-emperor? Those people were either dismissed or strayed in each of the 4 secret realms, and they were already at the point of self-defeating. Everything is speaking of strength. Just like now, Jian Wushuang is a Taoist monarch. In front of these people, there is no face at all. Since Brother Teen is an old friend, then you can follow in. Emperor Tear Heaven hastily pretended to say, "No, rules are rules. I can get the money." Speaking, handed out a mustard seed. The two gave each other a bit of humility, and the 5th Order Emperor accepted it. The Emperor in charge here. The people behind it are the same as the backers of the Emperor. They all belong to the powerhouse of the same faction. This divine stone is equal to the left pocket and the right pocket. End of this chapter. Chapter 5495. Jian Wushuang stood by, his face turned dark. Is this necessary for tearing the sky? He didn't seem to embarrass the other party at the beginning. It made it as if he couldn't afford to pay. If it weren't for all the treasures, he really wanted to hit the opponent in the face with the stone. Why? Brother Wushuang isn't coming in yet. Tearing the Sky looked at Jian Wushuang with a dark face, feeling very refreshed. Jian Wushuang said coldly, "No, I'm afraid I will be stimulated again when I enter." Haha, how come? Brother Wushuang is so talented. How could he be beaten? Teen Tian laughed. The 5th Order Emperor who sits here can also see it. Tearing the Sky is deliberately embarrassing Jian Wushuang. Looking at the opponent's powerful face, Jian Wushuang wanted to go up and beat the opponent. But if he does something here, he will definitely suffer. Now he is alone. And Tian originally thought it was the same and was about to go straight in, just saw Jian Wushuang, just thinking about how to ridicule the other party, and almost forgot the breath of the beast that made him most familiar. It was only then that Jian Wushuang didn't have that breath on his body. This surprised him. He has always been paying attention to the beast soldiers. Although he now has the eternal treasure, the speciality of the beast soldiers is obvious to all. In these years, he has also searched the heavens, and even through the forces behind him, won another accessory among the beasts. The skull of the beast god. It made his consciousness and thought power improved a lot. After getting a huge improvement, his greed for the beasts and gods was even greater, and even secretly wanted to deal with Jian Wushuang. It's just that I haven't found a suitable opportunity. Now when I encounter Jian Wushuang, he finds that the beast warrior he was dealing with has disappeared. This kind of treasure usually doesn't leave the body. How can it disappear? There are so many people here. He dare not ask more. Wow! A crack appeared in the space, and a beautiful woman walked out of it. Jian Wushuang. People were surprised when they saw Jian Wushuang. The person who came out of the valley was Gong Miaoi. Gong Miaoi? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised and asked, "Why are you inside?" Gong Miaoi smiled calmly, with a variety of styles, and said in surprise, "Don't you know that after going to the North Tower, you will come here to heal? In the valley, not only can the state of mind be restored, but also the origin and even the divine body can be restored. It is a holy place for cultivation." Friend Miaoi. The Emperor Teen Heaven seemed to know each other too. This was something Jian Wushuang hadn't expected. Gong Miaoi stayed still and said calmly, "Tear the sky." What made Jian Wushuang even more surprised was that after a Sixth Order Emperor walked out of the crack, Gong Miaoi directly took the opponent's arm. Jian Wushuang was completely speechless. Just how long did he leave when people were abducted? Master! Tearing the sky to see the incoming person, respectfully worship. The Fifth Order Emperor sitting here is even more flattering and flattering. Jian Wushuang was aside. Like a fool, he was tricked by Gong Miaoi again. No wonder the mind power clone in her body was gone. It turned out to be removed by the Sixth Order Emperor. The key to the Sixth Order Emperor is still the master who tears the sky. Now he made him look like an outsider, standing by silently. Finally, before Gong Miaoi left, he said goodbye to Jian Wushuang lukewarm. No wonder, he found Gong Miaoi even took away his futon in the cave. It turned out that he had found his thigh. It's not good to find someone, but he just finds his rival. If he had known it earlier, he had dedicated Gong Miaoi to Wu's Hua. Seeing Wu's was appearance, he was not a womanizer, so he would give it to the old man with horns. Now it flies into the opponent's bowl. Jian Wushuang was very aggrieved. He was the one who brought the people. He still remembered that when Gong Miaoi came to the Yuan Lao Palace for the first time, he still practiced stupidly under a tree like a earth leopard. Now that he was transformed, he was able to move in and out of the valley where he was prohibitive. What's going on? After everyone had finished walking, Jian Wushuang was not in the mood to go in either. But I heard Gong Miaoi said that all the emperors who went to the North Tower would come here, so he really wanted to go in and take a look. Boy, you have no chance. I just took you in. You don't want to go in. Now you are still going in 100 million cubes of sacred stone. The Fifth Order Emperor who sits here has an indifferent expression. Jian Wushuang was not convinced and said, "Where is Gong Miaoi? How did she get in?" Hearing these words, the Fifth Order Emperor sneered. Compared with her, you have to pay for going in. Not only does she need money to go in, but she also gets a lot of money. Do you understand? I don't understand. Jian Wushuang dropped 2 words and left directly. He really didn't understand that this kind of thigh approach is very low level, especially betraying his own body. In his opinion, it is a foolish act that damages the mood greatly. He left and headed directly towards Yuanyang Road. Just go to see the North Tower. It seems that many people are familiar with this North Watch Tower, but he doesn't understand it a bit. All I know is that it is a treasure of the universe, and there is a complete origin of the universe inside. Other than that, very little is known. I just don't know if I can enter this North Tower. I won't receive any money. Being penniless is really scary. especially in this kind of senator's palace where you can't go anywhere without money. Jian Wushuang didn't want to meet the embarrassing scene on Fenyang Island. Although he has a thick skin and doesn't care about this, he doesn't want to be ashamed. Everything is still talking about strength. If strength is stronger than him, it will be humiliated. After the strength surpasses the opponent, kill it. It's that simple. He had just noticed the breath of Tyr Tion's body. It was the breath of the god-beast soldier, which was stronger than before, indicating that Tyr Heaven had obtained the accessory of the god-beast beast. He should think of a way to plan the beasts in the opponent's hand. Kill. Naturally impossible. This is the Senate Palace. He has not yet reached the point where he can be unscrupulous. If you are still on the side of the gods, you can fit inside and out, but now you have decided to completely disconnect from the gods. There is no way to do that. It can only be solved from the inside. In this Palace of the Elders, he still doesn't know if there is an arena like Daxuangdu. Life and death battle. You can get everything if you win. If you lose, you will die. That's really a good place. Unfortunately, is the Senate Palace, and there is no such place. Jian Wushuang arrived at Yuanyang Island and walked into the city. As soon as he entered the city, he felt two familiar breaths. Dongsheng and Wan Yin. Unexpectedly, the two of them left the demon suppression space so quickly, it was right to think about it. His universe was gone, and the other's cosmic heritage would naturally be ruined. I just don't know whether the other party knows that all of this is related to him. If I know it, I'm afraid I won't be able to contact me anymore. Have to go around. But those two breaths were moving towards him. This was to discover him. Jian Wushuang was a little embarrassed, not knowing whether to leave or stay. End of this chapter. Chapter 5496. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the familiar hearty sound. Brother Wushuang. Wan Yin stepped to Jian Wushuang's side, smiling as eagerly as before. Although Dongsheng was a little brash, he was also very happy to see Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was relieved now. Two fellow Taoists. Why are you here? Jian Wushuang kept silent and didn't ask about things in the demon suppression space. Dongsheng smiled and said excitedly, "Haha, if you can come, we can't come. Of course it's for the North Tower. Walk. Find a place to stay first. This is not a place to talk." Wan Yin reminded, and then took Jian Wushuang to a luxuriously decorated restaurant. This place is almost the same as what he encountered in the ordinary world, but he didn't expect that there would be such a place on Yuanyang Island. After entering, one of the largest private rooms was opened. Drinks are readily available, and each is a treasured treasure. As far as the three of them are on this table, I am afraid that there is not a 10 million sacred stone that cannot be taken. They'll be pleased this time. Don't grab it with me. Wan Yin glanced at Dongsheng, then at Jian Wushuang, just afraid that someone would do the same with him. Jian Wushuang wanted to grab it, but couldn't grab it. He really had no money. As long as he didn't let him pay, he could say anything. The three of them were seated, and after drinking for the third round, they began to talk about some things that happened after the two of them left at Jian Wushuang. The two of them worshipped the magic sound general and became the candidate envoys, and obtained a lot of treasures. Just like Wu's was said, the universe inheritance is gone. But with an unexpected receipt, in addition to the treasure they also got a chance. After they become the Sixth Order Emperor, they can reach the Tomb Mountain to obtain the inheritance of the gods. After Jian Wushuang heard these words, his eyes stared out. The inheritance of the gods? So far, it seems that no one has to fight the inheritance of Qishan, not even Shang. What kind of luck these two people had, they were able to get the inheritance of the gods. Wan Yin saw Jian Wushuang's shock and pressed his hand and said, "Calmness, although it is the inheritance of Qishan, it is not all." Isn't it all? Jian Wushuang was even more puzzled. That's it, there were 3 great gods, 18 gods, and 108 messengers under the Qishan's command. You know that. Dongsheng said. Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew it from the very beginning, it was no secret. These people, in ancient times, were the most elite forces under the gods of Qishan. The inheritance they received was prepared for them by the gods himself. Some of the secrets, treasures, and divine bodies are all the same. We the inheritance to be accepted, although it is the inheritance of the gods, is not personal, but the inheritance that the gods originally bestowed on the envoys of the gods. After Dongxing Emperor's explanation, Jin Wushuang got a general idea. The so-called inheritance of Qixin is actually the inheritance created by Qixin specifically for the subordinates. But this is not bad too. What is the character of the god? That is the mighty one who crushes everything, the overlord-level figure who trembles when the Lord of the universe sees him. He was also happy for these two people, and his heart strength didn't have that feeling of oh. After all, catching two people pitted. Once pitted is good, he pitted several times at once. Speaking of which, I have to thank Wushuang brother for coming to this cup to respect you. Wanyan picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp. Jin Wushuang was surprised. Why is this? It has nothing to do with me. It all depends on the strength of the two brothers. Just drunk and happy. The three are already worthy of brothers. Brother Wushuang, don't you know? The magic sound will say that the reason why the original reward was cancelled this time is because of your selfless dedication, my brother, and you are willing to give up that complete universe origin. Wan Yin was full of admiration. The complete origin of the universe. Give up and give up. Jin Wushuang was moved in his heart. When did he give up? It was obviously because he returned to the single-plank bridge from the passage to ruin his cosmic origin. But it's okay for the other party to think so. It seems that the magic sound will also be able to fool people, and this great work can be recorded in his head. The three chatted, and soon they reached the North Tower. Dong Sheng said relievedly, I'm not in a hurry to set off. Mayan God will remind us that we must first go to the North Watch Tower to test our peak. I am going to go to the North Watch Tower for a while. North Tower. Through the window, they could directly see the North Tower standing in the center of the city, the treasure of the universe, shining brightly. Valiant is vast. Brother Dongsheng, with your current strength, I'm afraid you can break through the 60th floor after entering. The 60th floor is comparable to the best. Jin Wushuang couldn't believe it. Since these two people left Mayan Mountain, their tone of voice has grown a lot. How long has it been since Dongsheng's breakthrough? Even if he left, the two of them stayed in retreat for 1,000,000 years. It is impossible to improve so much. Could it be? Jin Wushuang thought of something. Treasure. I am afraid that these two people will be so confident when they have obtained the special eternal treasure. Dongsheng humbly said, the 60th floor is a bit difficult. With my current combat power, I can be satisfied with the 56th floor, but I am afraid that it will not be a problem for you to break through the 56th floor. The Fifth Order Emperor broke through the 55th floor, which represented the level of the Sixth Order Emperor, which was considered acceptable. The North Tower, unlike Mayan Mountain and other places, was able to rush to it solely by relying on strength. Dianxian 1 to 10 floors. Dao Jun from the 10th to the 20th floor. 20 to 30 floors of the Third Order Emperor. The Fourth Order Emperor, from the 30th to the 40th floor. The Fifth Order Emperor, from the 40th floor to the 50th floor. Sixth Order Emperor, 50 to 60 floors. Extremely high, from the 60th floor to the 70th floor. There is no record from the 70th floor up. It is estimated to be the Lord of the Universe. Wanyan lowered her voice and slowly said, Brother Wushuang, do you know which level the demon sound god will reach? 7th floor? Jin Wushuang guessed. The strength of the magic sound general is very strong, giving him the feeling that he is much stronger than the monarch in the cloud. Should be able to reach the 70th floor, Ukanshu. Kam represents the pinnacle of the peak. After all, it is the ultimate way. Wan Yin shook his head and signaled that Jin Wushuang had guessed wrong. Originally wanted to sell it, who wanted Dongsheng to intervene at this time. The magic sound general reached the 74th floor. In the history of the North Tower, there is also a legendary pinnacle, reached the 86th floor. After Jin Wushuang was shocked, he thought of who that legend was. But in this way, after the 70th level, the counterpart is not the Lord of the Universe. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous to reach the 86th level. Speaking of it, I really envy the ultimate way. The more the later stage, the more powerful it can manifest the ultimate way. Wanyan also said, the 99th floor of the North Tower, all passing through will have the strength of the three gods, and the level of the Master of the Universe beyond the 80th floor. and the ability to reach the 86th floor is incredible. Just like Wu Shuang brother, Dao Jun can be so against the sky. Chapter 5497. Yup. With that said, Jin Wushuang is not bad. Dao Jun has the 6th order level. When he arrived at the Emperor, he might actually be able to break the record of the great Emperor Julian. 86th floor. At first, he was humble when he said that the great Emperor Julian was comparable to the Lord of the Universe. The three of us go try? When the three of them talked about the rise, they all wanted to fight it. There are still 2 days before the time agreed with Wu Zhua. Jin Wushuang shook his head and said, I still have to wait for a while. There are some things to deal with. Then both of us will explore the way first. Okay. Jin Wushuang got up and sent the two out. As soon as Wu Zhuo's treasure arrived, he swallowed up the 20% of the universe's origins, increased his strength by 1 more point, and went to the North Tower. As for the northbound, now that Gong Miaoi has rebelled, he is no longer in a hurry. When the time comes, he can go to the mine alone to find Ye Yuan. Anyway, it is to copy the special source of Kendo. Ye Yuan's body is estimated to be stronger than the source of Kendo in Gong Miaoi's body. Help him bigger. Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang also prepared to leave first, and went to Wu Zhuo's mansion to wait for the opponent. This is not a place for cultivation. Even if there are only 2 days of free time, he doesn't want to let it go. As soon as he got up and left, there was a 3rd order emperor who walked over respectfully. This predecessor, you spent a total of 40 million sacred stones in this hall. It's over. Jin Wushuang could only take out the token Wu Zhuo gave him and put it there. The other party didn't believe it at first. The token of the master of the Hall of Law Enforcement, the Hall of Law Enforcement that made people fearful in the north. Senior, wait a minute, I need to confirm. If the token is real, the money will be exempted. If it is fake, the sword will be exempted if there is no double left. Jin Wushuang returned to the room, cursing secretly in his heart. It is estimated that the other party is happy to forget. Who would have thought that Jin Wushuang, such a powerful man comparable to a 6th order emperor, could not even get tens of millions of divine stones? What a shame. In the heavens, especially in the palace of the elders, the value of the 4th order emperor is not low, and tens of millions of sacred stones can be taken out at will. Even if there are not so many sacred stones, there are some treasures that can be mortgaged, but like Jin Wushuang, he directly took out the token of the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Seeing the token is like seeing the Wu Zhuo deity. If the token is true, it is the same as killing an ant and having to let the emperor take it. Superfluous. But apart from this token, Jin Wushuang only had Jueyun's sword left. Can't take the Jueyun sword as a mortgage. That was the sword of Jueyun Great Emperor. If they used this sword to pledge the money they drank here, it would be an insult to Kendo. Great insult. Jin Wushuang's respect for Kendo has never changed. It is impossible to do so. But after thinking about it, it would be even more embarrassing if you dig out your own power of all things to mortgage. It's no different from Gong Miaoi. The Tao cannot be overlooked lightly, especially in the Senate Palace. Jin Wushuang would not easily make jokes about his origin. After a short while, the 3rd order emperor walked in fearfully and carefully handed the token to Jin Wushuang. Then came a 5th order emperor, who personally compensated Jin Wushuang for it. But Jin Wushuang was also very embarrassed. He didn't want to be ashamed here, and left in a hurry without saying much. It is estimated that the 5th order emperor could not tell him how to scold him. It's only money for a meal. Do I need to take out Wu Zhuo's token? Jin Wushuang didn't stop all the way, and went straight to Wu Zhuo's mansion. The emperor guarding here recognized Jin Wushuang at a glance, and respectfully invited Jin Wushuang into the mansion. After entering the gate, Jin Wushuang found that the huge stone monument standing in the courtyard was gone. Even the incense burner and some furnishings have been removed. Jin Wushuang muttered in his heart, it shouldn't be so. 200,000 square cosmic crystals have been hollowed out. Even the tombstones set up for the brothers were demolished to collect treasures for him. If this is the case, it would be too miserable. He didn't know that the stele was erected the day before he went. What Wu Zhuo wants is this effect. Feelings or something. How can it be so deep? At the beginning of the disciples of the Qishan, The Lord of the Universe had a large group, and Wu Zhuo was unremarkable among them. If it weren't for the only seedling left, the powerhouses in the Temple of the Qixin would not pay attention to him. Jin Wushuang also had some doubts. The 18 gods at the time could all be resurrected, so why not resurrect some disciples of the gods? Wouldn't those people be more qualified to inherit the gods? This may be related to some sequelae after the resurrection. He really guessed this right. The resurrected powerhouse would be 100 times more difficult than the people on the normal timeline if they wanted to improve their realm in the future. It can also be said that the potential has faded, and they can't fight them. Jin Wushuang, the deity facing Wu Zhuo, walked out and said loudly, "What a coincidence, you just came back from the realm. These few days are boring. I originally planned to go to Master Wu's to wander around here, but I didn't expect the adults to come back so fast." Jin Wushuang smiled. He was also a little embarrassed. In order to get him the universe crystal, even the tombstone was removed. "I'm sorry, but I came here early now," as if he couldn't wait. "Come on, let's talk inside. This time I got a lot of good plant spirits from the forest of 10,000 treasures, just to make a pot of good tea." Wu's was nothing. There is no trace of embarrassment. It's like that tombstone has never been placed before. Jin Wushuang didn't feel embarrassed when he saw the other party, so he was nothing more. If you have a good tea, you have to taste it. Following Wu Zhuo into the main hall, the two sat down across from the table. There are also several human-shaped green fruits on top. "The fruits of all things?" Jin Wushuang exclaimed. "This thing is not for sale. Since the forest of all treasures was set as a forbidden place, it has not appeared again. In the past, when the forest of all things opened to the outside world, the value of the fruits of all things exceeded tens of billions of sacred stones, that is, trillions of sacred stones. Now it is priceless." He didn't expect Wu Zhuo to be so generous. The Khonshu Calm directly entertained him with this stuff, and at the same time, he was worried whether he hadn't collected the treasures, so he got a table in advance to send him away. "This is your mustard seed. The beast soldiers are all in it, but some of the other treasures have been damaged. Only the accessories of the beast soldiers are left, and the origin of them is also damaged." Wu Zhuo waved his hand, and the candle dragon, the eyes, the armor of the candle dragon, the arms of the candle dragon, and the wings of the candle dragon float towards Jin Wushuang. Seeing these things, Jin Wushuang was overjoyed. "As long as there is no problem with the beast soldiers. Come and drink tea first." Wu Zhuo personally poured tea for Jin Wushuang, and Jin Wushuang, who got him, was a little flattered. With such a set, if the other party didn't collect the treasure, he would be really embarrassed to ask for it. Jin Wushuang took the cup and quickly thanked it. Then Wu Zhuo leaked a trace of entanglement on his face and said, "Oh, it's been a long time since I drank tea so easily. This time I went to the realm. It was really messy there." Chapter 5498. Jin Wushuang didn't know what the other party meant by saying this, and he didn't dare to answer, so he could only listen in embarrassment. "I really envy you, these inheritors. They have great potential and strength. Unlike me, working on trivial things all day long." Wu Zhuo said and said, almost drinking tea as wine, and kept telling his own difficulties. Jin Wushuang, who was sitting at the side, shook his head. The two of them were really alike. The unfortunate thing was one after another. Wu Zhuo suffered even more frustrations, and luck was better when the Senate Palace was just established. But afterwards, some dirty work in the Northern Territory was thrown away by him alone. In the end, he didn't get much benefit, and his reputation was still stigmatized. In this Palace of the Elders, the power of the Law Enforcement Hall is not comparable to that of the three palace owners, so it frightens the aboriginal emperors in the Northern Realm. Originally thinking of finding Jin Wushuang in the realm, and then recommending Broly, the Emperor of Change Dao, to the True Spirit, he could get a lot of credit, so he could attack the Palace Lord. The results of it? Not only did he not get much benefit, but when he returned to the Senate Palace, the relationship with Emperor Lu Hua became rigid, so that no one inside supported him, and the election matter had to be let go. Wu Zhuo also knew in his heart that the position of the Palace Lord was special, and he could not rely solely on the internal members, but could bypass the Senate Palace and go directly to seek truth. As long as the real spirit speaks, the position of the palace lord is not yet in hand. But the true spirit is not such a foolish person. He first planned the passage of the second prison, and then went to seek the true spirit with the magic sound general. I originally wanted to use this credit to develop the inheritance of Mayan Mountain to the extreme. On the one hand, it can cultivate those inheritors. On the other hand, it can increase the treasures in the palace of the elders, and it can also help the true spirit solve problems. Less benefits. But in the end, he never expected that he was hired by someone, and the matter was done, and even more so, he was able to draw in the magic sound general and Yun Zhongjuan. But in the end it was a mess, lost his wife, and broke the army. In order to compensate Jian Wushuang, he sold his worth and begged for help. Although Jian Wushuang's life wasn't very good, he hadn't been short of treasures, so compared to this, Wuzhua was a bit more miserable. Master Wuzhua, you don't seem to be a strong person in recovery, right? You will still have a great chance to reach the top in the future. Jian Wushuang uttered a word to persuade. Wuzhua shook his head. How could it be so easy? At the beginning, there was no breakthrough in the guidance of the gods. He had spent countless opportunities in a severely injured state. If he hadn't been in a perfect state of mind, he would have long since collapsed. Now he doesn't have much confidence in the Lord of the Universe. Here are some treasures you need. The blood of the beast is a bit special. I brought it from the Tomb God Mountain. You must be careful. The power contained in it is beyond your imagination. Wuzhua will be careful with a mustard seed. Handed it to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was also unambiguous, accepting it directly and exploring it with a trace of thought. In addition to the bottle storing the blood of the beast god, there are also 200,000 square cosmic crystals and the essence of all things on one side. With these treasures, Jian Wushuang also had confidence. Now there is only 20% of the original source left. Originally thought Wuzhua would play his emotional card again, and wanted to reduce the 20% of the origin of the universe. Unexpectedly, Wuzhua directly took out 30% of the origin of the universe. This surprised Jian Wushuang very much. Master Wuzhua, it was said that the two achievements are 20%. Is this 10% more? Jian Wushuang retorted. This time he crossed the abdomen of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Unexpectedly, Wuzhua could give him 10% more of the origin of the universe. Wuzhua gave Jian Wushuang the jade slip that stored the original source, and firmly said, "This time I am to blame. The 10% extra, even if it is compensation, you must not shirk it." Then thank you, sir. Jian Wushuang stood up and bowed. One becomes the origin of the universe. This became the origin of the universe, worthy of his worship. The transfer of the treasures is complete, and Jian Wushuang has unexpectedly received the goods, so he is very happy. Originally, he was afraid of eating people with soft mouths and short hands, but now he is not restrained. He eats what he needs to eat and drinks what he needs to drink. Jian Wushuang put down his vigilance. A smile leaked from Wu's face, but his heart was very distressed. He was not very wealthy at first, because the extra 10% of the origin of the universe made him even worse. Jian Wushuang, don't yell from adults anymore. I'm more easygoing, don't care about this way of calling. Wuzhua smiled and said gently. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, always feeling that there was something wrong there. From now on, if you look at me, call me Big Brother. Wuzhua said happily. These words made Jian Wushuang a little unbearable, and he quickly pushed back. How can this be done? Lord Wuzhua is a disciple of the gods. How can he be equal? Don't talk about these imaginary things. Just talk about strength. He is far from Wuzhua. The opponent is the absolute strong, and he is not weaker than the White King. I am afraid that it is much stronger than the White King. When Wuzhua went to rescue him, only a Dharma body was able to rival the most powerful. The combat power of the deity is probably similar to that of the magic sound general. Wuzhua saw Jian Wushuang's hesitation, waved his hand, and said tactfully, "Let's just talk about each of them, regardless of the titles." Big Brother. Jian Wushuang raised his teacup with a tough face. Seeing this, Wuzhua also raised his teacup, his eyes filled with light, and he replied, "Second brother." When the two of them started drinking, Wuzhua waved his big hand. "Come here." Then came a woman emperor in red, who was not weak in strength and had the aura of a fifth-order emperor, and said respectfully, "My lord, go, bring over all the good wines I have stored." Wuzwa was very proud. The good wine he stored must be of great value. The two exchanged cups and talked. Jin Wushuang was an eye-opener this time, and he had learned a lot about the ancient times. For example, the original time and space of Mo Luo still existed, not just smashed and perished. There are also some things about the Three Kings Court. At the beginning, the Three Kings Court was indeed the pinnacle power, and it used to contend with the gods, but the gods behind them surpassed them too much, so they could only shrink their power, but fortunately, the gods did not rush to exterminate them, leaving some for the Three Kings. Chassis. It was only later that the giant egg caused the destruction of the Three Kings Court. If it weren't for the fact that the gods sent people to suppress Fuego in the end, the three courts would probably be destroyed directly, and even one inheritance would not be obtained. This time it was opened in the Temple of Qixin, and the inheritance of the Three Kings also belonged. Soldao origin Jin Wushuang is not sure, but Changedao can definitely fall into Broly's hands. The inheritance of the Three Kings belongs to the inheritance of the top Cosmos Lord. Except for the inheritance of the three gods and the gods themselves, there is no more powerful inheritance than these three inheritances. Chapter 5499. Jin Wushuang received the inheritance of the first true king, and it was already considered luck against the sky, not worse than some inheritors on the Tomb Mountain. Although he has not yet received the inheritance of that true king, it is still in the bag. Second brother, although the ancient times are good, but they are also good now. Wuzwa said meaningfully, "Do you know the true core of this temple of God?" Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up, but he didn't dare to ask, but said vaguely, "Core? Screening inheritors?" He just asked tentatively. But Wuzwa missed the golden light and talked about things that had nothing to do with the Temple of Qixin. "You should be aware of the giant egg in the Palace of Three Kings." Jin Wushuang nodded. He has always had a guess that he doesn't know whether it is true or not. It seems that today he is going to get an accurate answer. That dome gave birth to a strong man, and this strong man has something to do with you. Jin Wushuang was shocked. He guessed right, and then Wuzwa said, "Could it be that god?" "It is him." When Master asked A to suppress the Three Kings Court, Fuego died, and the Three Kings fell, but the existence that appeared in the dome was suppressed in the Temple of Qixin, who had previously instigated King White, the person behind the scenes holding you. Wuzwa finished in one breath. This was in Jin Wushuang's expectation, although his face was surprised, but he had an expectation in his heart, not too surprised. "I just don't know why Wuzwa brought up this matter. Is it because of Fuego's appearance?" "It is also possible." Then Wuzwa also confirmed his idea. "The appearance of Fuego is too threatening to the inside of the Temple of Qi and must be eliminated. But now I can't find the other party, and I can't help it." Jin Wushuang had some doubts in his heart and asked, "Since there is a threat, why did you plant this bane in the first place?" According to his inference, the strength of the gods is at best the master of the universe. Just such a thing. How could the gods at the beginning be admired? Kill it directly? Or just throw it into the starry sky and not lie down in the muddy water? Why do you have to suppress it in the Temple of Qixin? Isn't it uncomfortable for yourself? A dome caused the destruction of the three kingdoms, leading to the superpower of Fuego. Even if the gods are not afraid of this power, they don't have to suppress the opponent all the time, unless it is because of great benefits. Wuzwa didn't know how to answer for a while, but he didn't know why he did it. Zhenling told him all this, in order to win Jin Wushuang. I'm afraid Master and his elders have other plans. In short, they are of great use." Wuzwa said vaguely. Jin Wushuang was convinced of this, and the strong people like Qixin felt it was of great use, so the opponent was definitely not easy. An egg can destroy the Three Kings Court that can be made. Fuego and the gods are not strong in Moro time and space. They are all from the depths of the starry sky. I am afraid that there is a bigger secret. It's just that Jin Wushuang doesn't know now. Wuzwa saw that the fire was about to come, and he had said what should be said, and then began to knock on the side to see what Jin Wushuang meant now. The appearance of Fuego is a catastrophe in the Temple of Qixin, and now we need a son of heaven to kill this catastrophe. Wu Zhuo finished speaking and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. His heart secretly said that he was not the one who was chosen by heaven, right? The opponent is Fuego, the Lord of the Universe who has not yet recovered his peak. That is also the Lord of the Universe. It had just recovered, and even Shang was not his opponent, let alone now. Even if he succeeds in harmony, he is far from an opponent. Jian Wushuang was a little embarrassed. Don't rush to answer. Wu Zhuo personally poured him a glass of wine, and then said, I felt incredible when I heard Lord True Spirit say this. It is said that such a big enemy should appear, so I should wait for it, but you guessed it. What did Master Jinling say? Before Jian Wushuang spoke, Wu Zhuo said it directly. Master Jinling said directly, you are the trendy guy of this era. From now on, everything in the Qixin Temple will be in your bag, and you are the heir that the Qixin Temple is looking for across time and space. The more Wu Zhuo said, the more excited he got. It was not his Huyo Jian Wushuang, but Jinling said so himself. Fortune-telling. Jian Wushuang stood up directly. The impact of these words on him was too great. He himself couldn't believe it. Brother Wu Zhuo, don't dare to talk nonsense about this. The potential on Tomb's sacred mountain is much greater than mine. Senior Shang has reached the ultimate state. He is even more powerful than me. Although that was the case, Jian Wushuang's heart was ecstasy. He has always felt this way, and this temple of fortune god seems to have come for him. He is destiny. Wu Zhuo also stood up slowly, patted Jian Wushuang on the shoulder, and said, Brother Wushuang, some things are predestined for a long time, and there will be no good results no matter how hard you fight. I dare to swear to God for those things just now. It's all said by Master True Spirit. If there is half a lie, you will definitely be smashed to death by nine-colored thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of dark clouds appeared faintly on the sea of the universe in the Temple of Qixin. Jinling blinked his mung-bean eyes and touched his nose, always feeling that something was wrong there, but he didn't pay attention to anything, sitting alone in front of the chessboard, thinking about how to deal with that Fuego. Now that the game has started to be laid out, it depends on when the opponent starts. This time, once the opponent appears, he will appear for the first time and kill him directly, eliminating the threat. Jago? Frosa? Humph. Let's talk about Jian Wushuang's side. Those words of Wu's would just now are not like lie. And if you dare to swear to the way of heaven, you really can't say that it's a waste. Jian Wushuang is now truly believing. He was even in a trance. It's no wonder that the true spirit gave him all the things that belonged to the of the gods at the beginning, because he had long been identified as the heir of the temple of gods. In the dark, it is all the will of heaven. He is the biggest consignee among the three kings' court. This may also be fueled by the true spirit. If true spirit knew that Jian Wushuang thought so, would probably admire him to death. Think, or Jian Wushuang dare to think. I just don't know why Jinling has to wait for him to join the road before going to the Tomb Mountain. Now after receiving the treasure sent by Wu Zhuo, he felt that he also had a statement. I am afraid that the true spirit is likely to temper him, and the road to the strong cannot go too smooth. Then Wu Zhuo began to talk about Fuego. Jian Wushuang is getting more outrageous as he listens. Let me be the bait again? Wu Zhuo comforted. It's not a bait. The other party didn't dare to threaten you. At the beginning, Fuego recovered because of the origin of your refining for King White. If Fuego wants to restore his strength, he will definitely look for you. Jian Wushuang hesitated. He was looted by King Bai last time, wasting a lot of his time. End of this chapter. Chapter 5500. No wonder Jinling insisted on getting him to go to the Tomb Mountain. It turned out to be for this. Once this thing is done, let alone the previous complete universe origin, the future of the Temple of Qixin will be yours. Whether Jian Wushuang believes it or not, Wu Zhuo really believes this sentence anyway. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so flattering with Jian Wushuang. He would be a brother, and would give more to the origin of the universe. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, no matter whether he hesitated or refused at this moment. He has to face it. This is the Temple of Qixin. What can he do? Just as Yuzhuo said, the future temple of the gods will be him, and Fuego's scourge must be eliminated. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to him. Okay, I promise. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and said, if you need me, just speak. A smile leaked from Wu's face. He pulled Jian Wushuang and continued to sit down, and then said, this Lord True Spirit, I really didn't say anything, but you can lower your vigilance and try to get the other party to find you. Let the other party find me? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Then he has to go. In the Palace of the Elders, no matter how long the hands of the gods are, they should not be able to penetrate here. These days, something is not going smoothly. Wu's seemed to have expected it. He wasn't a fool either. Since True Spirit planned like this, I am afraid that some small actions have already begun in secret. Now listening to Wu's words, Jian Wushuang thought of what happened on Finyang Island. It seems to the outside world that the Gong Miaoyi he brought with him was eventually taken away by the Master of Tearing the Sky. Although he didn't care, others had already seen that he was pushed out or even suppressed. Moreover, he was so ridiculed by the Emperor of the Torn Heaven. Generally, strong people can't help it. This was a good entry point. Jian Wushuang couldn't hang around in the Yuan Lao Palace, and then the gods took the opportunity to enter. Jian Wushuang didn't say much, just nodded. He got it. All this may be fueled by the True Spirit. Over the years, the inheritors are not rare in the 4 secret realms, let alone places like the Yuan Palace. Even if I was suppressed, I could only endure it. Who told him to be inferior to humans? Jian Wushuang also had a plan in his heart. In this case, he simply lifted the table. Anyway, there was a real spirit behind him. It's better not to do 2 things endlessly, to slaughter the Tearing Sky, and then betray the Senate Palace. Play a bitter trick for that god. When the time comes, Gong Miaoyi will be taken away, and all the way to the far north. He will be able to find Nye Yuan even if the gods do not take the bait. Simply perfect. Killing the Tearing Sky. He can also obtain the accessories of the beast gods. The more I thought about Jian Wushuang, the more perfect this plan became. It's just killing a Tearing Sky. The True Spirit doesn't care at all. Everything is for righteousness. Then sacrifice a torn sky. Jian Wushuang glanced around. Saw the meaning and said calmly, don't worry, no one can hear the other side of our brothers here. Then Jian Wushuang dragged out his plan and told Wuzwa. Wuzwa clapped his hands, ecstatic in his heart. This plan is great. With his help, this plan can be carried out perfectly. Jian Wushuang killed the Tearing Sky, using the universe originated from the explosion to severely wound Tai San. He could completely kill Tai San by stealth. When the time comes, Changfeng's sword god will be suppressed even if he goes to the True Spirit to file a complaint. Simply perfect. Jian Wushuang got rid of the Tear Sky. He got rid of a triathlete is not too much, right? Although Tai San's strength is not absolute, he is the Hall Master of Fu Shou-Tang, and his power is not small, and he is also the younger brother of Changfeng's sword god. These 2 brothers did not prevent him from becoming the Lord of the Shock Palace. Naturally get rid of. The 2 calculated for a long time, thoroughly analyzed the plan, and worked out an escape route. Running is very easy. He has some friendship with Qiu Huang, and has to bring the other party into the group. Once successful, Wu's squeezed the Sword of Long Wind to become the Palace Lord. The position of the Hall Lord of the Central Hall can be given to Qiu Huang, and can also help the other party become a 6th Order Emperor. There is no need to say more about this benefit. Qiu Huang will definitely do it. The follow-up being pursued and killed is also a matter of the Law Enforcement Hall. When that time comes, they will rely on their acting skills. It's just one thing. Who is the origin of the self-destructive universe? Will finally gritted his teeth and decided to go out by himself. Originally from the explosion, the origin of the universe needs to be destroyed, and there is no origin of this type among the universe origins Wu's gave him. This origin I got from the Tomb of the Gods, a greedy, incomparable special life, with it in exchange for his own life. Is this still greedy? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, but then he thought that a character like Wuzwa would definitely not spend money to buy something that a character like Wuzwa could grab. 10% is enough. Jian Wushuang was not polite and accepted it directly. Wuzwa then confessed, Be careful about everything. After the incident, I will suppress the news, and then send someone to arrest you, so that those who arrest you will inadvertently disclose the matter. Wonderful. Jian Wushuang nodded affirmatively. Everything is in the plan. Now there is a short chance. At this time, someone happened to report and presented an invitation. An invitation to the wedding of the master of Fu Shoutang. Wu Zuo was overjoyed after reading it, and handed the invitation card to Jian Wushuang, and said in surprise, "Haha, God helps me too." 10,000 years later, Jian Wushuang was secretly happy, so he still has a lot of time to prepare. This is really an excellent opportunity and must not be missed. 10,000 years later, Tai San and Gong Miaoi, the master of Fu Shoutang, got married and worshipped as a Taoist couple. This is really a perfect opportunity. At that time, he will definitely give a big gift, robbing marriages, killing people, and stealing treasures in one go. Wu Zuo patted him on the shoulder and comforted, "Brother Wushuang, don't be too sad. I will help you kill Tai San when the time comes, and the women belong to you." "Brother Wu Zuo, you are wrong. I don't think much of her." Jian Wushuang shook his head. His heart was dead long ago, and he died on the night of high spirits. Snatching Gong Miaoi is just a plan, nothing to do with Feng Yue. It is his primary goal to tear the sky. At this time, Wu Zuo handed out another jade slip and said, "There is this one you have to hold. I have collected information about the beast soldier for you at the top. There is also a beast soldier in the heavens. You can give it a try, and if you need help, feel free to contact me." Heart of Candle Dragon, Mahayana Lingshan? Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. This did not match the news that the gods gave him, but he was more willing to believe in Wu Zuo. The other party was a ground snake on the bright side of the heavens, which was more collected than the gods. The news is much more reliable. The guy who tears the sky once asked for a triathlon, but there is a superpower on the Mahayana Spirit Mountain, and most people really can't get it off. But if I come out, the other party should give some face. If it doesn't work, grab it. Wu Zuo, it doesn't matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 5501. Mahayana Lingshan is in the extreme west of the heavens. There is the chassis of the temple, and the Mahayana Lingshan also takes refuge in the temple, and it will block if you want to grab the temple. After all, the Senate Palace had to intervene in the affairs of the temple, which meant that it had crossed the boundary. If it is Jian Wushuang to grab it, he will naturally get the strength, but let the Senate Palace help, and the temple will also take action. Of course, if he takes refuge in the temple, he can use some means to let the other party take the initiative to send it over. But now Jian Wushuang had already been tied to a rope with Yuan Lao Palace, or Wu Zuo, and it was impossible to go to the temple anymore. Then after discussing the follow-up methods, Jian Wushuang also knew that this time the real spirit would take the shot himself. He could rest assured that the real spirit would take the shot once he met Fuigo. Jian Wushuang was mainly worried about Fuigo. The shadow sect in the north was about to be pulled out, and the strongest one was probably the Sixth Order Emperor. Even if Jian Wushuang is invincible at this level of powerhouse, there will be no major problems in escaping. After almost finalizing, Jian Wushuang said goodbye and left. In 10,000 years, he can go to the North Watch Tower to take a look, and before he does it, he is ready to retreat again and swallow the origin of the universe. Now in his hands, in addition to the 10% destruction origin that he wants to explode, there is also 30% of the universe origin. Although it is a little messy and has various origins, it can just improve his extreme way. Now his extreme Tao has just reached the 9th level. Relying on these origins, he can reach the most complete level of his extreme Tao origin. With the essence of all things, it can prevent all things from degenerating. Not afraid that after Ji Dao becomes stronger, his power of all things will be completely changed. He is afraid that after the transformation, he will become out of control and will not be able to integrate completely at that time. After Wu Zuo sent Jian Wushuang to the door, looking at Jian Wushuang's back, his mood was very complicated. This time he didn't know if he could succeed. Even if he was doing miscellaneous things, he was still in the same boat with Jian Wushuang. He is very optimistic about Jian Wushuang. Dao Jun has such a strong strength and courage, and it is logical to control the Temple of Qi in the future. Others are not optimistic. He is optimistic, but now it's just a matter of time. and the future will be the icing on the cake. Huh. After sending Jian Wushuang away, he turned around and went to the Sea of Origin of Qishan Temple to return to the true spirit. My lord, the plan has already begun, and we will do it after 10,000 years. Wu Zhuo respectfully said. Zhenling disrupted the board and turned to look at Wu Zhuo. This time, no matter what, you have to keep Jian Wushuang for me. If something goes wrong, you will be the first to be responsible. Wu Zhuo was a little embarrassed. Why every time he failed, he had to carry the pot. However, he did not dare to refute what Zhenling said, and fully told Zhenling of the plan proposed by Jian Wushuang. Zhenling touched the flesh beard and laughed. Yes, this plan is very good to my taste. Remember to inform me in advance on the day of the snatching ceremony. I haven't seen such a lively scene for a long time. Definitely. Wu Zhuo was also very excited. On Yuanyang Island, Jian Wushuang first went to a treasure pavilion, sold one universe crystal, exchanged some needed treasures, and then exchanged 100 billion cubic meters of sacred stones. After buying a lot of needed treasures and redeeming a lot of sacred stones, he only spent less than 100 cosmic crystals. Really converted, one side of the universe crystal is worth 1 billion cubes of sacred stone. The treasures you buy are nothing rare. Because of the special nature of the universe crystal, only people can exchange the stone for the universe crystal, and no one will exchange the universe crystal for the stone. So the other party was very proud and directly gave Jian Wushuang some of the treasures he needed. After Jian Wushuang had the sacred stone, he went to the restaurant first and directly cleared all the sacred stones that he had previously avoided. The other party is sincere and fearful, for fear of offending Wu Zhuo. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to scold Wu Zhuo, making it seem like they were not in harmony. This is also part of the plan. After leaving the restaurant, he didn't delay and went straight to the North Tower. While there is still time, I naturally want to break through here again, and I don't want to waste a minute of time. Before arriving at the North Watch Tower, Jian Wushuang looked up. The North Watch Tower was hundreds of millions of miles high and rushed straight into the sky, which was more magnificent than Mayan Mountain. This tower, originally a treasure of the pinnacle universe in the primitive world, was fooled by the true spirit. I heard that the 4th round of inheritors is testing and screening here. Of course, those who tried reached the 14th floor at the highest. Daojun is generally good enough to reach the 10th floor. Being able to reach the 14th floor is even more against the sky, already comparable to the second-order emperor. When Jian Wushuang was on Primordial Star, he was only about the second order. It seems that the Taoist monarch has no weaker potential than him. This kind of ultimate way of great potential generally does not go to the tomb of the sacred mountain, and Hui Qingxuan is a different kind. At the beginning, Zhenling was most optimistic about Hui Qing. Now that Feng Shui takes turns, he will inherit the character of Qishan Temple in the future. This North Watch Tower will be his from now on, and everything will be his. Jian Wushuang stepped into the North Tower. Inside the hall on the 1st floor, there are many cases and seats here, and there are a lot of people sitting at this time. As soon as he came in, he heard someone calling his name. Brother Wushuang. It's Wanyan. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and walked over. Brother Wanyan. He was a little surprised. It shouldn't have been long since these two have been here. Shouldn't it be roaming in it? Wanyan pulled Jian Wushuang over and first introduced a Tier 4 Peak Emperor next to him. Brother Wushuang, this fellow Tianqi Daoist, is the inheritor who descended from the Tomb Mountain, not to mention the 4th Order Emperor. He has reached the 41st floor. Wanyan exclaimed. Tian, she sat on the spot, unmoved, just nodded to Jian Wushuang. It is no wonder that Tianjiao of this level has arrogance. Jian Wushuang ignored him and asked, Why didn't you see Brother Dongsheng? Hey, don't say anything. Once the guy got here, he never came out. He has reached the 57th floor. It is estimated that he will not come out if he is less than the 60th floor. Wanyan said helplessly. Originally, the two of them thought that this place should be similar to Mayan Mountain. Come and found out that it was completely different from Mayan God. The complete origin of the universe is not so random to comprehend. And I heard that that origin is the origin of a divine lord. Jian Wushuang was also surprised when he heard it. He had only vaguely felt the origin of the desolate god lord back then. That powerful breath made him tremble, even though he was still very weak at the time, and could not comprehend any mystery. But now it's different. Even if the origin of the is placed in front of him, he can tell why. Brother Wushuang, this time you are going to make a fortune, Wang Yin said in a low voice, approaching Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Why do you say that? Haha, you'll know if you try it. Wang Yin sold it off. Chapter 5502. The Emperor Tianqi sneered a little beside him, but he didn't say anything. Jian Wushuang bid farewell to Wang Yin and came to a teleportation formation inside the main hall. This was the only way to enter the North Tower. 100 million cubes of sacred stone. The old man guarding the teleportation array said in a very cold voice. Jian Wushuang happily handed over the stone this time. The other party also handed him a jade slip. Jian Wushuang probed into the jade slip with a trace of thought, only to understand why Wang Yin said that. If you have this jade slip, you can go in and out at will. This jade slip can be used 10 times, and it will automatically break later. At that time, you need to use your own points to exchange for the jade slip. The old man closed his eyes after he finished speaking. I don't want to say a word. After exploring the jade slip, Jian Wushuang understood everything. After entering the North Tower, you will get a chance to understand the origin of the universe every time you pass through it, and you will also get 100 points. Jian Wushuang is a Taoist monarch, corresponding to the first 10 floors. After passing through these 10 levels, he will get 1,000 points and 10 times to comprehend the origin of the universe. If he surpasses the 10th floor, he can get a double reward. For example, if you break through the first floor, you can get 200 points and 2 opportunities to understand the origin of the universe. Break through twice to get 400 points, 4 times to understand the origin of the universe, and so on. Haha. Jian Wushuang couldn't help laughing directly. This is really his treasure. He really wants to make a fortune. His laughter directly caused many people to look over here, looking at him like a fool. Even the indifferent emperor guarding here couldn't help but sneered, but he didn't talk to Jian Wushuang either. Only one person was very sure of Jian Wushuang, and Wang Yin also had a smile on his face, but it was not a mocking smile, but a smile that knew that Jian Wushuang had really made a fortune this time, and was happy for the other party. Emperor Tianqi put down the wine glass and said calmly, Brother Wang Yin, you are very confident. What do you think of his strength? Wang Yin said casually, the 5th Order Emperor, but it's a lot worse than you. He should be able to walk to the 46th floor. Tianqi has been mixing here for a long time, and he is very accurate. Wang Yin laughed, and he reached the 49th floor, which was indeed pretty good. The reason why he didn't go on was because he still had more important things, so he took a break here, met Emperor Tianqi, and felt that the other party was also a goddess. He was just a little arrogant. Originally, when he saw Jian Wushuang coming, he was ready to leave, and now he decided to take a look here. You see that he is really accurate. He is at the level of the 46th floor, and there is still a big gap between me. Wang Yin smiled. Many people don't know that Jian Wushuang is actually just a Taoist monarch. He didn't say it himself. Even the 6th Order Emperor couldn't see him through. If you deliberately conceal it, ordinary Zhu Dian will not be able to see his true state. There were many gazes staring at Jian Wushuang, but he quickly moved away. This kind of thing happened a lot. But in the end, there are only a few that can surprise everyone. A few years ago, there was a 5th Order Emperor who broke through to the 54th floor and attracted the attention of many people, but he quickly disappeared. Everyone guessed that it was the peak wave of inheritors on the Tomb God Mountain. On the Tombshan Mountain, there are mainly several levels. The Ultimate Emperor is naturally the first level. Then there are some powerhouses with special origins, such as those with Wandaliu, or the powerhouses with Change Dao like Broly. This is the second level. In fact, they are not much weaker than the Ultimate Way, and some are even stronger than the Emperors of the Ultimate Way. Broly is like this. His strength is very powerful, and now the 6th Order Emperor has blasted some of the most powerful people in the realm. It's simply a pervert. Then there are those Emperors of the 2nd rank origin. They are actually not too weak. Some of them are against the sky, such as Zhenliang and Tongtian Buddha, who can also break through the 5th to 10th floor. It's just that now they have their own heritage. There is no time to come here. In this North Tower, there are 7 layers of inheritors. 20% are the powerhouses of the Yuan Lao Palace, and the rest are the Aboriginal emperors. The true spirits are thirsty for talents and help some indigenous emperors with great potential to repair their roots at all costs. This price is much higher than that of plundering outside emperors at will. The emperor from the outside world wants to come in even if his head is squeezed, but the emperor of the outer universe is so easy to come, and the emperor and the strong will be rejected. Can only plunder some Dao monarchs or Dayan immortals. Yanxian is in trouble and has to go through 2 screenings. Zhenling can't wait any longer. He can't wait to leave the primitive universe or to leave this long river of time and space. This is simply a remote, wild land. Staying here is not only inconvenient to screen the inheritors, but also unable to give these inheritors a better space to explore. When a large number of 6th-order emperors appeared among the inheritors, the 4 great secret realms would be a little stretched, so you can't let these powerhouses stay in the 4 great secret realms. But the time and space of the outside world is long in Hanoi, and there is no place to break. It is not as good as the 4 secret realms. So Zhenling was a little anxious. He wanted to quickly create a group of strong men, and then get rid of the gods suppressed by the primordial universe, and even if the cause and effect were settled, he could leave this time and space with the Temple of Qishan at that time, go to a wider world, and even regain the time and space of Morua. Of course, that's all for a later story. Jian Wushuang was more delighted as he watched it now. On the wall of the hall outside, there is a list. The same list is also included in the jade slips. Dao Jun and Emperor were arranged on the top. Among the princes, the highest ranked is a strong man called Devil Dragon, who has broken through the 6th floor. The second only broke through the 3rd floor, which was half the difference. Among the emperors, it is counted from the 4th order emperor, because the 1st to 3rd order emperors have no money to come here. The Taoists who can come here are the peerless Tianjiao. Below the 4th order emperor, the potential is too weak. In Jian Wushuang's view, he didn't reach the 4th order emperor directly after he Dao, and he was not considered a Tianjiao. After being able to join forces successfully, those who go directly to the 4th order emperor are considered strong. However, most of the emperors, after he Dao, are also 2nd order emperors. This is considered to be the most. 1st order emperors are very rare, and some have almost been used as grindstones, and they have been beheaded by those against the heavens. There are also some who directly become the 3rd order emperor after the Dao, and most of the inheritors on the Tomb Mountain are at this level. There are some that can directly reach the 4th order emperor, but relatively few. As for directly entering the 5th order emperor, Huiqing is currently alone. If you want to directly enter the 5th order emperor, first of all, the origin of space must reach a very high realm. Only with this key factor can it be achieved in one step. However, it was the first time Jian Wushuang saw Huiqing's abnormal state. At the beginning, in the Great Wilderness, one step into the Taoism was simply outrageous. No wonder Zhenling was so optimistic about Huiqing at the beginning, and there was a reason for this. And Huiqing has been one step faster than him in cultivation. Chapter 5503. Now that he has succeeded in joining the Tao with a perfect posture, he is directly the 5th order peak emperor, and I am afraid that it will not be long before he will be the 6th order emperor. There is a series of inheritance waiting for him, and he will soon be able to catch up with the progress of Shang. Unconsciously, I have fallen so much. Jian Wushuang didn't know if he had fallen too much or Huiqing's speed was too fast. On the jade slip, besides Dao Jun, there was another person whose name surprised him. It was the name of Qishui Traveler, who had reached the 54th floor. The 5th order emperor broke into the 54th floor, which represented a breakthrough in the 4th floor. In the ranking of the 5th order emperor, the one who broke through the most was not the inheritor of Qishui, but a 5th order emperor from the Palace of the Elders. As for the 6th order emperor, very few can make a breakthrough. The strongest person is just breaking through the 1st floor. It is Taisan, the master who tears the sky, and he is also the one he plans to kill this time. Of course, he is not an opponent, he just needs to seriously hurt the opponent, and Wu Zuo will secretly kill the opponent. Then Jian Wushuang saw the top list. That is the number of layers that the absolute powerhouse has broken through. Beyond the 60th floor, he is already an absolute powerhouse. However, since the Beiwang Tower was taken to the Senate Palace, only a few superpowers have come to break through it. It's not too strange. The Yuan Palace said that there are only 4 top powers, and even if you add the top powers from the outside world, it is estimated that they will be only a few. Something that puzzled Jian Wushuang was that Wuzhua was the only one in the Palace of the Elders on the list and ranked first. Then Jian Wushuang understood. Back then, Wuzhua dared to face the sword god of hard and strong wind. Those words turned out to be true. The 3 palace masters were quite scheming. They knew that Wuzhua was not as strong as Wuzhua, so they let Wuzhua pass through the level alone. Even if Wuzhua passed the level, he was still a hall master. The 3 of them had divided up this deterrent invisibly. A hall master is so powerful, which will make them think about these inheritance and native emperors. 74 floors. Wuzhua completely broke through the 4th floor. Some of the others are outstanding, let alone breakthroughs, and some are still in the 60s. The more you go to the back, the harder it is to break through. Each step requires a great improvement in strength to be able to do it. I really don't know how the great Emperor Jueyun did it. Jian Wushuang wasn't thinking about those things either, and just set off to enter. He is going to break all these rules, and let those people see who is the strongest in the future. After entering the teleportation array, the token was directly inspired to enter the 1st floor of the North Tower. Jian Wushuang's figure seemed to travel outside the universe, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on a desolate interest. This desolate planet has a very strong gravitational pull, and it is extremely hard, similar to the innate treasure. How many innate treasures can be exchanged for this entire planet? Jian Wushuang was a little excited. The old problem is committed again. Seeing more precious treasures, you can't walk. Wow! A black mist condensed shadow appeared opposite him. Practitioner, defeat me and enter the next level. The powerhouse gathered by the black mist looks like an ordinary Taoist monarch. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it at all. He is more interested in this barren planet. Please enlighten me, Boom. The black mist powerhouse didn't have so much nonsense, so he rushed up directly. The opponent's treasure is 6 sharp knives, and the breath is very fierce. Ordinary Taoists are really not necessarily opponents. But for Jian Wushuang, the opponent is no different from ant, too slow. Jian Wushuang's voice just fell and disappeared in a flash. If he doesn't want to play, he can easily win by staring at each other. Click. Jian Wushuang's neat hand knife directly shattered the black mist. Then his figure disappeared in place. When it reappears, it's still this place. Nothing has changed? Jian Wushuang glanced around. Since there was no change, why did he send him away? Is it a spatial change? Jian Wushuang opened the 9-layer space and found no problems, so he didn't think too much. The next way is to destroy the dead. On the first 10 floors, he personally took the shot on the 1st floor, and only a few breaths are needed to be able to explode the opponent. Then began to break through. Jian Wushuang's thought power penetrated into the token, with 1,000 points above it and 10 chances to understand the origin of the universe. He doesn't know what the points are, but the opportunity to understand the origin of the universe is extraordinary. For Jian Wushuang, it was also a big temptation. In the Guantian chessboard, although there are many chess pieces made from the origin of the universe, he still doesn't have the strength to copy. You can only copy those pawn-sized chess pieces, but those pieces are not the origin of the universe or the origin of some finished products. There is not much help for him now. He was going to see what the origin of the universe in the North Tower was like. That desolate planet has finally undergone some changes. The top is no longer a bare piece, but a lot of strange-shaped stones appeared. Practitioner, you can meet me. It shows that your strength surpasses Dao Jun. You are very good. Hey Mist once again condensed into a strong humanoid. But the treasure in his hand is still 6 sharp knives. You are now qualified and know my title. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard it, and a sword aura cut the opponent directly. He was still a little curious at first, but later he was in a hurry, and some couldn't wait to see the origin of the universe in the North Tower. So I didn't give the other person a chance to speak. At the moment of defeating the opponent, All the powerhouses who had broken through the North Watchtower received a message. Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang, reached the 12th floor. Inside the hall on the first floor of the North Tower. Not many people care, Daojun's breakthrough is normal, and there is no fuss. There was one person who stood up directly. Then he looked at a fifth-order emperor sitting aside, and said in shock, "Is he a Taoist?" "Why, you didn't see it?" Wang Yin leaked a sneer. The person who was shocked was Emperor Tianqi, the fourth-order peak powerhouse. When he first saw Jian Wushuang, he thought that the other party was a weak fifth-order emperor, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually a Taoist monarch. The misunderstanding is serious. A Taoist, with the breath of a fifth-order emperor, wouldn't it be? Brother Wanyan, why didn't you say it earlier? Tianqi regretted a little. Such a heaven-defying Taoist, he should have heard of it in Tomb's sacred mountain. Why is there no impression at all? Jian Wushuang. Then Tianqi thought of a name, and said in surprise, "It's him?" That's not surprising. With the increase of inheritors, Jian Wushuang's name gradually disappeared from the Tomb Mountain, and it is normal to not remember it for a while. Chapter 5504. At this moment, some practitioners who received the news and did not have time to watch discovered that the token actually started to flicker. Each time is the transmission of a message. Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang, broke through the 12th floor. Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang, broke through the 13th floor. Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang, broke through the 20th floor. God, is this human work? Someone kept exclaiming, and then stared directly at the list on the hall. Breakthrough. The number 1 is already Jian Wushuang. This is a total list. Almost all Taoists in the front ranks, because Taoists are the easiest to break through. Now Jian Wushuang has directly surpassed the number 1. Number 1. Break through the 10th floor in one breath. And it's still changing. 12, 16, and 20 floors. Nowadays, not only the strong people in the North Watchtower are exclaimed, but some strong people who are breaking through the barrier have also come out one after another to see what happened. It's Jian Wushuang, the inheritor Jian Wushuang who was looted before reaching the Tomb Mountain. Many people recognized Jian Wushuang's identity. Dao Sung Tian, who had returned from Funyang Island, stood in the hall at this time with a knotted brow. Dao Jun? Tearing Tian's face sank. Then he snorted coldly and said inwardly, Dao Jun, after all, am just a Taoist. If you don't agree with the Tao, I will be able to crush you. The strength of Tearing Sky now ranks among the best among the fifth-order emperors. Although he did not make a breakthrough, he was able to reach the pinnacle. This time, it was even more rushed to the 49th floor, and there was still a lot of confidence. At this moment, he still had confidence in his heart. Even if Jian Wushuang went against the sky again and broke through the 20th floor, that is the strength of the 30th floor, comparable to the fourth-order emperor. There is still a big gap with him. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was still very poor, but he saw with his own eyes that Jian Wushuang could not even take out the 100 million cubes of divine stone, and finally did not enter the valley. Wanyan was the only calm person in the hall at this time, and he was not surprised at all. Back in the blood mist of Mayan Mountain, Jian Wushuang broke out of the level of a sixth-order emperor, and now he goes out to fight again. I am afraid he is not weak anymore. At least it can break through to about 40 floors. With the addition of the 10th floor of the Taoist, it will be 55th, and there is already a 6th-order level. Once the harmony is successful, it will be the 6th-order emperor directly. This is probably unprecedented, and there is no one to come after. The current North Watchtower has not only attracted countless inheritors, but even many powerful people in the Palace of the Elders have come to watch it. Among them, Qiu Huang also came with a Dharmakaya. In a blink of an eye, is this kid almost like me? Qiu Huang's heart trembled secretly. Wu Zui took a step and reached Qiu Huang's side, and encouraged, You have to work hard, otherwise Jian Wushuang will surpass you. I have agreed to that matter, but I can only maintain 3 breaths, and everything depends on you. Qiu Huang said without moving his face, speaking from the bottom of his heart. At the beginning of the plan that Jian Wushuang proposed, he still hesitated, mainly because he was afraid that Jian Wushuang would not be able to do it, and then others would not kill him. so he went in first. Now it seems that there are no surprises. Wu Zhuo was overjoyed in his heart. This plan has a 70% chance of winning. His law enforcement hall, in cooperation with Qiu Huang, who was in charge of the central teleportation array, could completely keep Jian Wushuang away. The two just took a look, and then left separately. Did not stay here much. Wu's was very clear about Jian Wushuang's strength, and there is nothing to look at. Can the future successor of the Temple of Fortune be weak? The stronger Jian Wushuang showed, the more firmly Wu's will believe that he was right. In the future, Jian Wushuang will reach the top and inherit the orthodox of Qixin. When the time comes, let alone a palace master, it is not too much to get him a palace master. He did not help Jian Wushuang less. Now he is standing on a boat, and from now on he will be Jian Wushuang's confidant. At this time, Jian Wushuang in the North Watchtower didn't know that he had aroused countless people's onlookers, still immersed in it. Now that he has reached the 40th floor, the opponents he meets again are all 5th Order Emperors. But Jian Wushuang still didn't mean to draw a sword. The phantom sword condensed with countless sword auras in his body is enough to kill all enemies. And the strong man condensed by the black mist has not been able to say his title until now. Countless sword energy swept away, and the black mist dissipated again. Jian Wushuang scanned the surroundings curiously. Starting from the 10th level, stones appeared on the planet, and at the 20th level, water began to appear on the planet. There were plants on the 30th floor, and now on the 40th floor. The changes on this planet had exceeded Jian Wushuang's imagination. Even life has reproduced. This is everything? Jian Wushuang was very pleased after discovering it. This planet is related to everything. The planet he was in the sky at the beginning is also very similar to this place. This is very helpful to his power of all things. He now doesn't worry about the power of all things going out of change, but let it go out of change, because he discovered that the ultimate evolution of the power of all things is likely to be life. That is a brand new force. Divine power is just the power of the divine body. The power of all things comes from the origin of all things. And after everything has changed, what will it be? Mind power produces consciousness. Swallowing can make life grow strong. And the power of all things is to evolve life. That is the power of life. Jian Wushuang thought of this. His aura was a bit thick. The power of life. He hadn't even heard it. Life force. After the surroundings changed again, Jian Wushuang found that there were more fish in the water. That is the most primitive life. They all need to survive in the water, and they have not yet evolved the ability to survive on land. Then I will speed them up. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. He wanted to try to see if the life force he had guessed existed. A powerful force of all things came, and then began to quickly change. His extreme path was also at this moment, and began to change with the power of suppressing all things. Directly reached the 9th floor of consummation. The extreme path is completely consummated, and the power of all things is completely transformed. However, the change is not the force of life. It's a strange halo that emits green light. Just when this special power was born, the swallowing power swarmed and began to swallow it. So that's it? Fusion would actually be like this. He didn't need to do anything at all. The three forces began to quickly eat away and then merge. The power of life had already been planted at the moment he thought about it. Brand new power. If someone could grasp the power of all things before, then he hadn't even heard of the power of life. Mastering the power of life, I am afraid that it will really follow all things to live and follow all things to die. Everything is in his thoughts. Jian Wushuang's breakthrough here surprised the black mist expert in the distance. It didn't find any changes in Jian Wushuang, but was just wondering why Jian Wushuang didn't go to kill him directly this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 5505. What? You didn't recruit anymore? The Black Mist Powerhouse finally said a complete sentence. In this North Tower, there is actually an opponent, but the opponent's strength will change with the number of floors. After Jian Wushuang mastered the power of life, his temperament changed. When mastering the power of mind, the mental power in his body is very sufficient. When others look at it, they will think that Jian Wushuang is a strong man with good consciousness. The power of devouring is somewhat evil, but after another thought, Can human beings devour all kinds of beings not evil? That evil aura is like an innate fear, which makes people feel flustered when they see it. The power of all things is different from the previous two. The power of all things changed Jian Wushuang's view of Wan Dao, more like his only way. Wan Dao, he favors Kendo alone. No matter what power it is, he will eventually be integrated into the Kendo skills. The devouring power in the Phantom Sword, the powerful thought power of the absolute immortal array, or the heavenly punishment of all things, formed the heavenly punishment sword. Now that he has mastered a brand new power, the force of life, his temperament has become very gentle, and he can feel a warm heart when everything meets him. It is a natural breath, a breath of innocence. People naturally have a good impression of him. He represents life. At this moment, Jian Wushuang opened his arms to influence everything. The strong man gathered by the black mist looked at Jian Wushuang like a fool. But then, the fish in the water began to metamorphose, and those inch-long fish began to gradually grow, and then grew all kinds of strange-shaped wings. These beings have directly surpassed everything and can fly directly before reaching the land. You actually interfered with the rules of this place. The eyes of the strong black mist were almost staring. There is a complete universe origin in this place. How could it be interfered by a Taoist monarch? Jian Wushuang completely relaxed. The fish flying in the sky turned around Jian Wushuang, and they regarded Jian Wushuang as their father god. The origin here should be a complete origin of everything. Jian Wushuang guessed. To be able to evolve this planet, the origin of that universe is absolutely extraordinary. Only the origin of everything can do it. He had never expected that someone would be able to pull together a complete source of everything. The three major gods are really extraordinary. The Black Mist expert did not answer Jian Wushuang's question, but asked, "How did you do it?" "Because I am a god, the only true god." Jian Wushuang's aura skyrocketed, and as soon as the life force was released, all the lives in this area began to degenerate. The elder-winged fish lost its wings and fell into the water, and then the body began to decompose and weaken, turning into everything. And the strong black mist is also degenerating. Its degeneration is a bit slow. First the fog becomes thinner, and then only a red robe falls to the ground. Disappeared? Jian Wushuang was surprised. This was the first time he used this power. Unexpectedly, let the other party disappear directly. Then he reversed his life and accelerated the life force here again, and the strong black mist was resurrected. This time, without waiting for the opponent to speak, Jian Wushuang shot the opponent directly with a sword aura. The life force is now fused, which is different from what he had previously guessed. At first he thought that when the fusion, the three need to be one, with each other in check. It turned out to be different. On this planet, he saw the ultimate transformation of the power of all things before he decided to give it a go. It turns out I was thinking too much. Jian Wushuang scratched his head. He really thinks too much. I don't know if it is too admirable or underestimated. However, he was able to complete the Ji Dao to consummation, and the road had come to an end, only to the consummation of Kendo, and then Ha Dao. Everything is fine. He doesn't need to specialize in the realm of black holes, or to pursue the invisible and intangible mental consummation. Everything is developing for the better. He felt that all this was a bit simpler. It's a lot of thanks to this place. Otherwise, he walked all the way to the dark and has been suppressing the transformation of the power of all things, and I am afraid that he will not be able to break through in his life. Jian Wushuang's excited hands trembled. Ever since I mastered the extreme way, I have been along the way. Too many bumps. During the Nianli period, he was either on the way to escape in the great wilderness, or was preparing to escape. He couldn't rest for a day, and finally survived by chance and entered the temple of Qishan. When he swallowed the power, he was haunted by the evil aura again. Until the power of all things later, he never stopped killing. Just like a person, blood sacrifices to the common people, and I don't know how many people have been killed. Everything is fine now. He finally got rid of which kind of killing Kyoko. That kind of killing was not the same as Kendo's killing. Kendo is warlike, and devouring is destroying. There is still a gap. The surroundings changed again, and he broke through another layer. The environment on the planet also changed accordingly, and Jian Wushuang continued to ponder the power of life, not paying attention to the black mist expert at all. Having been using the life force to torture the opponent, the body quickly dissipated and then quickly recovered. That kind of coincidence of life and death caused the black mist powerhouses to collapse. Although it is not transformed by life, it is related to everything. Even if it is a piece of wood, Jian Wushuang can use the power of life to turn it into a towering giant tree, and at the same time, it can make a trace of weakness and regenerate its light. In general, Jian Wushuang discovered that the power of life corresponds not only to life, or that everything is a part of life, and he can intervene. This ability can bring him too many benefits. And he discovered that the acceleration of life is the acceleration of time, which has a lot to do with the origin of time. He even wondered whether he would skip the space and master the origin of time after he succeeded in combining the origin of Ji Dao. It's really possible. If this is true, and an emperor masters the origin of time, then he is truly against the sky. Change your fate. Isn't the messenger of all things, you dare to treat me this way? I am the messenger of all things personally refined by the great Xuanyi Hall master. The strong man died and recovered again and again, constantly cursing Jian Wushuang. It would be okay if Jian Wushuang killed him with a single sword, but the constant delay to ravage him made him very annoyed, and he vowed to retaliate when Jian Wushuang reached the next few floors. Jian Wushuang didn't pay attention to the other party, but when he heard Xian Yi, he still leaked a hint of surprise. But I didn't ask too much. If the lord of the Xuanwu Hall was really Teacher Xuanyi, he would have come to him a long time ago, and in the Three Kings Court, Teacher Xuanyi said that he would meet in the future, not now. However, he is still a little curious about being able to have the same name. Chapter 5506. If you have a chance in the future, you will definitely have to meet the Master Xuanyi. As for the messenger of all things, what Jian Wushuang had learned about was a puppet. It's just that this messenger of all things manipulates the entire origin of all things in the universe, and at a specific level, it can display the combat power of all levels. At the top level is the master of all things. That is really powerful. I am afraid that no one in the temple of Qixin can get to the end. The Lord of all things, but one of the three great gods, is as famous as the Desolate Lord, and much stronger than the three kings. It is the pinnacle among the lords of the universe, only weaker than the gods alone. The origin of such a strong man is indeed worthy of his exploration. After he has explored the planet, he will go to comprehend the origin of all things. Look at the origin of everything at the master level of the universe, what it is like. Breaking through so many levels, he has gained an unknown number of enlightenment times. At least it has been hundreds of millions of times. Each layer has doubled, and he has now broken through 30 layers. How many times does the ghost know? After Jian Wushuang realized the changes on this planet, he once again killed the messenger of all things with a single sword. After he didn't reach the first floor, he would feel for a year, and the messenger of all things had been tortured by him. Soon he reached the 50th floor, the 40th floor he broke through. The messenger of all things now has the level of a 6th-order emperor. It's impossible to be ravaged like that. Hey, kid, are you still my opponent now? The messenger of all things sneered. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. When he hadn't grasped the power of life, he was indeed at the level of Tier 6, but now, that's not necessarily the case. Universe. Jian Wushuang just spit out 2 words indifferently, and the whole planet dimmed. A squirrel stealing fruit in the woods is holding a red fruit and looking around, wondering why it gets dark so soon. But then, a force came, and the squirrel directly turned into a skeleton. The skeleton sank into the ground and became a fossil. In a flash, hundreds of millions of years passed. Everything is changing, but Jian Wushuang is the only one who takes care of himself. Finally, the power of life can be integrated into the universe, and the universe will not be so monotonous if you use it in the future. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, and the world returned to its original form. The squirrel in the woods froze for a moment, then dropped the fruit and ran away. Jian Wushuang felt everything around him, but Yin universe has shrunk to the size of a battle, and at this time it is binding the messenger of all things. Outside world. In the main hall of the North Tower, 100,000 strong people have gathered here. They all waited for the ranking changes, but they were only concerned about Jian Wushuang. Dao Jun, Jian Wushuang, broke through to the 40th floor. Even Wang Yan, who was very calm at the beginning, was also very excited. He knew that Jian Wushuang had the strength to reach the 40 level, but he didn't know it after the 40 level. He only reached the 53rd floor, and Jian Wushuang had now reached the 55th floor, and each time it would drag on for a year before passing. Everyone has discovered this law. Even the old man guarding this place has been paying attention to Jian Wushuang. Now Jian Wushuang's fame has completely started. Even many inheritors believe that Jian Wushuang was not taken away by others, but was brought into a special inheritor by the true spirit. Now that he has left the customs, his strength has reached an incredible level. Dao Jun has the power of a 6th order emperor. It makes them dare not think so. Jian Wushuang, ranked 1st, changed again and broke through the 41st floor. It's still a year, someone exclaimed. They are all about to collapse. Every time Jian Wushuang broke through on time after a year, what happened inside? Some people speculate that Jian Wushuang has a special treasure that can be cleared at will. Some people even went to the senior officials of the Yuan Lao Palace to report, but the result was that there was no change in the North Tower, and Jian Wushuang's strength was too strong. The news that Jian Wushuang broke through the 41st floor was spread again. This time Qingyo Lao Dao, one of the 3 masters of the Senate Palace, came in person. He is faintly ranked 1st in the 3 major palace masters, and is the pinnacle of power in the Palace of the Elders. Many people saw it, and they all hurriedly stepped forward to see you. Whether it is the inheritor or the native emperor of the 4 secret realms, he respects this kind-faced old Wei very much. Wu's was figure. I don't know when he came here. He deliberately covered his breath. Only Qingyo Lao Dao spotted his figure. Brother Wuzhua, I heard that Jian Wushuang has something to do with you? Daoist Qingyo said unintentionally. If this is the case, he will have to invest in advance. Jian Wushuang has such potential. He must be a big figure in the Temple of Qishan in the future. Hold his thigh. He must advance. Wuzhua didn't care about it. He knew what the other party was thinking, but he sneered in his heart. Only he can get on the ship that can get Jian Wushuang, and the rest of them don't even think about it. Once that plan is carried out, these people will go after Jian Wushuang. It's no use going to please now. When the time comes, True Spirit will cooperate with the plan and directly order them to chase Jian Wushuang, and these people may fall into trouble. After the plan was completed, Jian Wushuang would naturally not have a good impression of these people. On the contrary, he had participated in the plan and won Jian Wushuang in advance. In the future, Jian Wushuang will reach the top and only remember his goodness. Palace Master, I have only met Jian Wushuang on several fronts, and we are not familiar with each other. Wuzhua replied. Daoist Qingyo was taken aback for a moment. He knew Wuzhua very well. Before entering the Temple of Qishan, he heard that he was very arrogant, and he was obedient and subdued when the true spirit was restrained. He had been holding Zenling's thighs all the time, but now he was dizzy and took the initiative to leave Jian Wushuang aside. There must be some conspiracy. Do you want me to take the initiative to dispel this idea? Old Green Bull said inwardly, and then leaked a strange smile and said, Jian Wushuang's talents must be someone who is optimistic about Master True Spirit. After he comes out, I the Yuan Lao Palace must state that if the rest of the people disagree, I can do it alone. After Wuzhua heard it, he cursed secretly, and Qingyo had finished saying any good things. Obviously, the other party didn't believe that he had no special relationship with Jian Wushuang. This is for him to speak to Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, is not so stupid anymore. Will not be calculated by these old guys. Treasure is a fart. How many treasures can these old guys produce? But he smashed his worth to Jian Wushuang. Do these people have this courage? Brother Qingyo, you should bring these words to Jian Wushuang by yourself. After Wuzhua finished speaking, he dashed away and left. He doesn't have a good impression of these palace masters now. He was allowed to do good and bad things, and in the end he didn't get anything, but every time he was scolded, he had to be pushed out. The Emperor Lu Hua, who had a life and death relationship with him, helped him become the palace lord with the help of words, and now there is no news. Chapter 5507. No one can rely on it. Still have to rely on Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang gets up, he will get better. The true spirit is always the true spirit, and there is always an old day. Once a suitable heir appears, the true spirit will have to abdicate. At that time, Jian Wushuang said it all alone. He didn't want to do it. The Senate Palace, the 4 major temples, are all his. Wu's dreamed of the spring and autumn period and went directly to the origin sea of the Temple of Qixin. Master True Spirit, Jian Wushuang, has broken through again, and now he has the power of a 6th-order emperor. Wu's came this time, and specifically boasted Jian Wushuang. Zhenling blinked his eyes, knowing Wu's careful thoughts, and then thinking about leaking a wicked smile, he said, "If this is the case, then you have to be rewarded. But recently, you also know that the treasures are all in Zhuyi. I want to mobilize it, which is not easy to handle. So, this time you will give it to Jian Wushuang on your behalf, and you will give it to you later. To make up, it is a matter of giving more and giving less. Anyway, the future of Qixin Temple is 90% possible, and it is all his." Zhenling dug another big hole for Wu's. As for whether Jian Wushuang was the successor, he already had the answer in his mind. The Lord of all things is most suitable for Jian Wushuang, and the position of the 3 major gods can be determined. As for the successor of the gods, everything is possible without chaos. But it will never be Jian Wushuang. Originally, according to his intention, let alone the position of the Divine Lord, even the inheritance of the Lord of the Universe would not give Jian Wushuang. But now it seems that the evil aura on Jian Wushuang's body has dissipated, but it is possible to arrange a Divine Lord's position. This is also worthy of Jian Wushuang's potential. He has other plans for the position of Qixin. For now, no matter whether it is the inheritors of Shang, Huiqing, and Jian Wushuang, or the inheritors of special origin, they are not under his consideration. Those who can inherit the gods must have a clean foundation. He was afraid that the predicted person would inherit the position of Qixin, and when the time comes, he would take the Temple of Qixin to die. Jian Wushuang was probably the one. Hayu Huiqing. He was optimistic about Huiqing at first, but later discovered that Huiqing's timeline had changed, and the future had also changed, so he didn't dare to press on Huiqing again. In the Tomb Mountain, there are still several practitioners who have reached the ultimate path to consummation, each of which is not obvious, but the strength is extremely strong, and the Taoist can be comparable to the 5th-order emperor. He can look at the timeline of these people at will, and he is more optimistic about these people. If there are any changes in the future, these talents can be trusted. There are people behind Jian Wushuang who have cultivated Jian Wushuang as an heir, but in the end he was picked off by others. Isn't he a pawn? Really is not stupid. So Wu's has always been simple. Wu's hesitated. Most of his treasures were given to Jian Wushuang, and the remaining half, most of them were treasures he used, and there were no extra treasures, so he gave Jian Wushuang again. If he invests again, he has to sell his treasure. But True Spirit said that the future Qixin Temple will be Jian Wushuang, and there is still a 90% chance, which is 20% higher than when he told him last time. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. If it didn't work, he took advantage of Jian Wushuang's time in the North Watchtower to make a fortune in the Boundary. It's messy there, and the temple itself is too busy and doesn't care about him at all. But it shouldn't be too shabby. Jian Wushuang hasn't been in harmony now, so he must be the treasure of harmony in need. So he will look for it according to this standard. If there was no land boundary, he took the treasure to find Zhuyichang. Thinking of this, Wu's didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly retreated, letting True Spirit teleport him to the realm directly. The key is that no matter how many treasures he produces, the True Spirit will eventually compensate him. He is considered to be fame and fortune. Even if he sells his own treasure, he can find the True Spirit to have a more powerful treasure at that time. No matter how he counts, he doesn't lose. Looking at Wu's, he muttered to himself, "How did I accept such a stupid apprentice in the first place?" Zhenling shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. The 3 major gods, the inheritance of Huang and all things, have a fixed number, and there is another one who originally planned to give Huiqing, but since Huiqing went to the realm, he became more and more unable to see the other party, so he dispelled this idea. On Jian Wushuang's side, he at least knew some details, But now Huiking's timeline was blurred and he couldn't see clearly. And before Fuigo recovered, he felt a sense of threat, which came from Huiking's side, and he felt that something was wrong. Now he felt that the idea was more and more serious, and it exceeded the threat that Fuigo gave him. This time the plan was successful. After Fuigo was eliminated, he had to replan Huiqing. Get rid of? It's a pity, but if Huiqing is not eliminated, he won't get peace for a day. Everything that was in his control has become very bad now. In a small universe, there are so many people who are against the sky. I thought it was because the original universe was afraid of the god that he did not hesitate to overdraft his origin to create so many powerful practitioners. Now this reason is somewhat unjustifiable. After all, Huiqing must be blamed for all this. When the Three Kings Court was opened, one of the major benefits was to make Huiqing successful. In this way, an emperor who fulfills the ultimate path can be guaranteed. But now that he was cultivated, it made him more and more frightened. Instead, get rid of it. Originally thought that he had made a profit, but he didn't expect that he would be the one who lost the most in the end. Where did the real spirit continue to hold the chess piece? Lost in thought. However, there was a great chaos in the realm. There was originally a lunatic Broly, but recently there was a shameless and extremely strong man who specially robbed the Sixth Order Emperor. Even the Fifth Order Emperor went to grab it from behind. This also caused many forces to quickly take refuge in the temple and were blessed. This time Wu's had done a good job for the temple. The temple naturally didn't care about it, just showed Wu's name and dharma. As a result, all the emperors in the realm were scolding Wu's shamelessly. Even the Fifth Order Emperor didn't let it go. Wu's didn't care about it. Anyway, he is full of goods. At the same time, he also received good news from Jian Wushuang. Now One Piece has broken through to the 43rd floor. In the North Tower. This time Jian Wushuang was not so easy to suppress the messenger of all things, so he could only fight hard. Senior, give me a chance. I don't want to torture you all the time, but I have my own difficulties. Jian Wushuang explained where he stood. But the messenger of all things did not listen at all. Now that the messenger of all things has a tier 6 top combat power, Jian Wushuang is not an opponent at all. Give you a chance? Have you ever given me a chance to speak? The messenger of all things sneered. Jian Wushuang sighed and said, then you will be offended. Chapter 5508. His current strength is indeed inferior to the opponent, but he has a way to trap the opponent all the time, and then he has been studying here. But in this way, he completely offended the other party to death. Although you can't beat the opponent, it's easy to get trapped. He now found that the force of life was somewhat resistant to killing, but it could integrate life and the killing of swordsmanship, can enhance his actual combat power. The 9th level of Kendo was unable to break through for a long time, but it had a rudimentary form in the genius. Life and killing. He now wants to create a stronger to enhance his combat power. Otherwise, it is to use a handful of treasures as a fire stick. Just use it on the blade. Jian Wushuang still understands this truth. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on a rock in a river, and from time to time some evolutionary fish swam by. As soon as he thought, the golden sword also turned into a fish, circling around him. What's wrong? Jian Wushuang frowned. Life is the opposite of killing and cutting, and merging into a kind of jerk will give birth to a huge power. The more the opposite forces merge, the greater the effect. Maybe he could take advantage of this opportunity to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Cultivate both of the original Tao to consummation, and then you will be able to join the Tao. But things were not as simple as he thought. The fusion of the two forces, that violent force directly shook him out of his internal injuries, and the origin was torn apart. A mouthful of golden blood came out, and Jian Wushuang stopped. No, Ji Dao originally reached the 9th floor. The gap between Kendo and Ji Dao is a bit big. This is the opposite. If you want to merge, you must find a balance. Now the gap is a bit too much. Jian Wushuang shook his head and finally gave up. Call. He recovered his breath, ready to fight the messenger of all things. It is not his nature to quit. Even if he loses, he still has to try. Wow. The universe began to spread. releasing the suppressed messenger of all things. The messenger of all things inside moved his wrist and said angrily, "Boy, you really annoy me. I won't let you lose so fast." "Really?" Jian Wushuang said calmly. He really didn't believe it. What about the Sixth Order top emperor? It's not that he is trapped by his universe. The universe with the power of life is not dead, but alive. Jian Wushuang could feel that breath and could move. "Die to me." The messenger of all things, as soon as he came, hit a ruthless hand, saying that he would not let Jian Wushuang lose so fast, but he did not take any measure. He had already thought about it, either to be beaten to death by Jian Wushuang, or to kill Jian Wushuang and let the other party go out quickly. 6 sharp scimitars cut open the sky. Jian Wushuang controlled Yin universe, trying to suppress the opponent's strength, but when he encountered that knife, his heart was still shocked. Too strong. That fierce breath was much stronger than his swordsmanship, and it was not a level opponent at all. "Come out," Jian Wushuang pointed out, and Julian's sword blasted out loudly behind him. This was the first time that Julian's sword was used, and it contained the aura of Julian Great Emperor. That aura of fierceness was stronger than the messenger of all things. "You actually have this sword." The envoy of all things was also startled. The shadow left by that Emperor Jueyun at the beginning was not much weaker than Jian Wushuang. Jian Wuming was also very surprised. Once the power in the Jueyun sword was triggered, it was even stronger than his own kendo. Unexpectedly, just with the aura of the great Emperor Jueyun, it could be strong to this extent. With a sword, it directly broke the first sharp knife. But for the second one, he couldn't help it. Jian Wushuang could only tell the truth, relying on the beasts and gods to resist. This punch represents life. Jian Wushuang threw a punch. It was a punch accompanied by the power of life. He also broke the second sharp knife. 2 of the 6 sharp knives broke. He has no more means to get on the table. One thought of the universe can weaken the other party and improve himself, but it also has a limit. Facing the subsequent sharp knife attack, Jian Wushuang directly burned the source. Those strong men who have left the North Watchtower will go to the Funyang Island Valley to heal their injuries, because when they come to the North Watchtower to challenge, they will burn their origins. Under normal circumstances, the source is burned only when desperately. No one is going to burn their own origin or divine body as a last resort. But because of the treasure land on Funyang Island, the origin and divine body can be quickly restored, directly causing a wave of burning origin and divine body. Of course, it is not burning everywhere, and it needs to be returned at the same price. The points you get in the North Watchtower and the number of times you have learned the origin of all things are very precious. If you don't break through once, even if you have cultivated to the Lord of the Universe, you will have at most dozens of enlightenment qualifications. Of course, the Lord of the Universe can't pull it so far, and it can't break through once. But the qualifications of some strong people are okay in the outside world, and they can even be said to be Tianjiao, but in the Palace of the Elders, who is not a Tianjiao. If you want to be stronger, you have to pay a price. Burning the origin, to pursue breakthroughs, this is the price. When you get the chance to enlighten, go to enlighten. Points are used to exchange tokens, in the power of everything. These 2 things can be exchanged for points. 1 token with 100 points can be used 10 times. 10 times it will be broken. Some people got stuck on the first floor, tried countless times and succeeded, finally making it impossible to enter the North Tower. These people will find other people to buy tokens. Sometimes a token is fired at a sky-high price, and 1 token can sell hundreds of billions of sacred stones. And the power of all things is a wisp of 100 points. The origin of the entire universe has the ability to regenerate and is not afraid of being exchanged by others. Jian Wushuang glanced at his own points. This time I am afraid that the Beiwang Tower will go bankrupt. The strength of this layer is too strong. He is not an opponent at all. After burning the source, he broke another sharp knife in front of him, and he was powerless with the 3 sharp knives behind. It directly pierced his body, and the divine body shattered suddenly. With the power of life, he was able to restore the divine body and origin in an instant, but the sharp aura contained in the sharp knife didn't even leave him a blink of an eye and directly killed him. Call. I still lost. Jian Wushuang didn't regret anything, just felt this kind of despair, even more desperate than others said. If he wants to defeat the opponent, he must at least reach the 9th level in Kendo, and then create his own pinnacle. The way to improve, there is no need to stay in the North Tower like others. In fact, with this perseverance, it is better to go to Mayin Mountain to try. The origin of all things is indeed very powerful, but it can only be understood for one day at a time, and the time is too short. Little help to others. However, Jian Wushuang's number of times was a bit too much, so many that he could comprehend for hundreds of millions of years, and he could not use it up. And there are points. I don't know if he can buy the whole source of everything with these points. Now that the rules have been established, the true spirit should not be shameless. End of this chapter. Chapter 5509. Jian Wushuang is a bit tangled now. If he used his points to redeem the origin of everything, he might be able to buy this North Watch Tower. But after buying the North Tower, his number of enlightenments disappeared. This is a bit of a loss. Jian Wushuang thought about it, preparing to find a compromise, to see if he could discount the number of insights. But he really thinks too much about this. He couldn't count the number of times, but the Emperor guarding here could be counted more. The upper tier of the Senate Palace is now in discussions. It depends on who is asked to report to the real spirit, or simply not report. That is the North Tower, a Cosmos Peak treasure, and there is a complete source of everything, which is very rare. Although this kind of treasure cannot be privately owned, the number of sacred stones and treasures collected from the North Watchtower every year can be said to be countless, such a cornucopia. How could they give Jian Wushuang? Even if they agree, I am afraid that true spirit is not willing. I think we should discuss this matter with Jian Wushuang first, so that he understands our difficulties. Emperor Lu Hua made a suggestion. He didn't want to offend Jian Wushuang, let alone lose this cornucopia. Although Taoist Qingyo was also very optimistic about Jian Wushuang, he chose the latter compared to his own interests. Benefits are above all else. Thanks, Tusk, Lu Hua. Speaking of Jian Wushuang, it seems that he still belongs to your faction. I think it is appropriate for you to say it. Changfeng's sword god sneered. He had no idea about Jian Wushuang at first, only felt that he was a heaven-defying Taoist monarch, not to the point where he insisted on wooing him. But from the performance of Jian Wushuang in the North Watch Tower, he had to bow his head to draw in, and the relationship between Jian Wushuang and Wuzhua was very delicate. This has always made him feel a step slower, and now it seems that he can take this opportunity to let Lu Hua go to Jian Wushuang to talk, not only not guilty but also making Lu Hua villain. Qingyo's eyes turned, and he also understood the meaning of Changfeng. Both of them were silent, waiting for Lu Hua to agree. Emperor Lu Hua never expected that at this time, he still thought of putting him together. It had a good relationship with Jian Wushuang. It was Wuzhua, not him. Don't worry about this matter. My brother Wuzhua is in the boundary, and we will discuss it together when he comes back. Emperor Lu Hua raised this problem to Wuzhua again. Now Wuzhua is not there, and I can't refute it. Qingyo said indifferently, Brother Lu Hua, I can't wait for this matter. Yes, Jian Wushuang's improvement is very fast. There are a lot of treasures needed, so I can't keep dragging it. From now on, let the temple know, and think that our senator palace is nothing to say. Changfeng's sword god also added to the flames. Lu Hua was very embarrassed. He wanted to raise the table and fight with the two. If you want to talk, go talk. If he insisted on pulling him into the water and pressing him into a hurry, he agreed to give Jian Wushuang the complete origin of everything. When the time comes, there will be a shell left in the North Watch Tower, to see how they explain to the true spirits. This matter, they really dare not go to Jinling to report. No one can let the true spirit go back. They have seen the means of the true spirit. At that time, this problem will be kicked to the real spirit. If the real spirit can't wipe it away, I'm afraid they will be able to tear down the palace of the old men. Don't forget, this patriarch's palace was built by the real spirit. Isn't it just the bad treasures? Even if the Taoist is in great demand, it's a big deal to go there. I think I will take out some treasures to Jian Wushuang first, and when Wuzhua returns, we will let Wuzhua Hall Master talk to Jian Wushuang. Said firmly. He didn't even mean to find Jian Wushuang by himself. Seeing this, Qingniu and Changfeng couldn't say anything more. I've been thinking a little bit recently. I'm afraid he'll be in a retreat for a while. Brother Lu Hua will take care of these things. Qingniu slowly got up and left directly. The meaning in the words is obviously to hide. Changfeng's sword god also frowned. He originally wanted to use this excuse, but he didn't expect to be snatched by Qingniu. By the way, there is a batch of rough rocks that need to be transported in the mines of the far north. Since Brother Wuzhua is not here, I have to take a trip personally. Changfeng took the opportunity, found an excuse, and ran away. Only Emperor Lu Hua sits in the first place, and he doesn't know what to do for a while. It's small. The structure is small. It's embarrassing to use it. Emperor Lu Hua has already seen the methods of these two people. Really think you can be fooled by hiding? Thinking is too simple. Jian Wushuang is not a fool. Jian Wushuang at this time had just left the North Tower. In the hall, many people were waiting for Jian Wushuang to appear. After seeing Jian Wushuang being teleported out, many people looked enviously. But among these people, few had friendships with Jian Wushuang at all. Brother Wushuang, it's been a long time since we saw each other. You will give us a big surprise as soon as we meet? A well-dressed female emperor walked out and greeted Jian Wushuang on the initiative. Jian Wushuang glanced intently and recognized the person in front of him. There was no arrogance in him, and he said calmly, "It's a bit abrupt, fellow Lung Shuang." The visitor is the Lung Shuang Daojun who has seen several times in Jiajiu Primitive Star, but now the opponent is already Lung Shuang Emperor, and he is also a Tier 4 Peak Emperor. At the beginning, her potential was much stronger than tearing the sky. But the potential is nothing more than potential after all. It takes a lot of opportunity and courage to transform into strength. Obviously, she is inferior in this respect. After chatting with a few acquaintances, Jian Wushuang followed Dongsheng and Wan Yin to leave here. Go to my cave mansion today. I happen to have some strange treasures. Jian Wushuang was in a good mood. He really has a lot of treasures in Wuzhua. Some exotic flowers and fruits, as well as wine from the Wuzhua collection. This time he rushed to the North Tower, and his receipt was indeed very large. Leaving aside the original rewards, let's just say that he has made a major breakthrough on the extreme path and mastered the power of life, which is more important than anything else. Origin of the universe? Foreign objects. After he became the Lord of the universe, he still cared about this? Of course, he will still want what he deserves. This time the points is enough for him to redeem the complete origin of everything. On Finyang Island, we celebrated with Dongsheng and Wan Yin, and then sent them out of the valley. He has the power of life. In fact, he can help them recover, but the power of life is his whole card, and he will not leak it easily. Unless everyone knows, he will help his friends to restore the divine body and origin. This is much faster than recovery in this valley. The original origin of all things can quickly restore the divine body and origin, let alone the power of life today. Brother Wushuang, don't give it away. Go and take care of you. Wan Yin smiled. Dongsheng also said, "You are a celebrity now. I am afraid that there are many Sixth Order Emperors who are willing to make friends with you. But don't forget the two of us. You will develop in the future. You can take care of us one or two." End of this chapter. Chapter 55:10. Definitely, Jian Wushuang said loudly. After seeing these two off, Jian Wushuang's eyes faded. Go directly to the other core of Yuanyang Lake. He went first to the residence of Palace Master Lu Hua, which he was more familiar with. He is not familiar with the other two palace masters either. When he first came out, the first person he saw was Emperor Lu Hua, and he was familiar with him. Exchange the origin of everything. That's a big deal. The emperor who guarded the North Watchtower directly asked him to find the palace lord. He could not be the master alone. Jian Wushuang also knew in his heart that the complete origin of all things, but the core of the North Watchtower, really made him exchange it, and I am afraid that the Watchtower is gone. Or rebuild a complete universe and send it to the North Tower. He galloped all the way without any concealment on his breath. When he arrived at the island where Emperor Lu Hua was located, the other party was already waiting for him outside. "Ha ha, Jian Wushuang. I thought you would come to me when you left the North Tower. I didn't expect you to have free time to meet friends. Lu Wadajan smiled. But the bottom of my heart is surprised. Jian Wushuang gave him a special feeling, far from the average Tier 6 combat power. That's it for Dao Jun. After the success of the combination, I am afraid that he will be the 6th Order Emperor directly. It will not take long to catch up with him and become the pinnacle powerhouse among the best. This kind of character really can't be offended at will. Jian Wushuang respectfully worships and sees you, without much words. Now he is here to exchange the treasures. He can't say too much. He has to be calm. Emperor Lu Hua made a gesture of invitation, and the two entered the hall. The more polite the other party is, the more frustrated his heart is. The last time he said a complete cosmic origin, he didn't get it. In the final analysis, he violated the rules, and it doesn't matter if he didn't get it. But this time he definitely can't let it go easily. This time, he actually broke through the 43rd floor. The other party has no reason not to give it to him. Unless it's a private pocket, if that's the case, he will take this matter to the real soul. Anyway, Jinling still asks for him. In order to catch Fuego's rebellious party, he is going to be a bait this time. What can I do if I don't have some treasures on my body? At least life-saving treasures, no less. If he could swallow a source of all things, let alone ascend to the sky in one step, his vitality might be greatly improved. Never compromise easily. After entering the hall, Emperor Lu Hua directly sat opposite Jian Wushuang. This was to be treated equally. Jian Wushuang, you are a blockbuster this time. Now your name is being circulated throughout the Yuan Palace. It won't be long before the people of the 4 secret realms will know you. Emperor Lu Hua still didn't talk about the business, and first praised it. This is not a flattery. A Taoist monarch has the power of a 6th Order Emperor, and he can still break through the 43rd floor in the North Tower. If this is against those ordinary 6th Order Emperors in the 4 great secret realms, they can all be suppressed. After all, some 6th Order Emperors in the 4 great secret realms are very weak, and Jian Wushuang really has the strength to break the wrist with the opponent. Jian Wushuang smiled, without humility, and went directly to the topic. Palace Master, this time I came to see how many points I can exchange for the origin of everything. With that, he took out the token and pushed it to Emperor Lu Hua. You can't stop it. You have to face it sooner or later. These days, Emperor Lu Hua has also considered it clearly. Since he didn't want to offend and didn't want to let go, he simply raised it directly to the bright side to see how Jian Wushuang wanted to solve it. Of course, he would attribute all this to Changfeng and Qingniu. Precisely picked up the token, checked it, and then took a breath of air conditioning and said, to be honest, the points here are enough to redeem all the origins of all things in the North Tower. Just. Emperor Lu Hua was embarrassed. Jian Wushuang knew what he was going to say. It's nothing more than for the sake of the overall situation. A Taoist prince monopolizes a complete source of everything, which is too wasteful. It is better to wait for your strength to become stronger, and then give you these words. If Jian Wushuang waited, if he had to wait for him to be strong, he would never be strong. Although he is talented, he is not guarded against the sky. He does not need treasure blessings, and he can break through at will. Since entering the Temple of Qixin, the reason why his strength has been able to improve so quickly, there are 3 stages. The first stage is because of Qiu Huangqing on the original star. At that time, his strength began to advance by leaps and bounds, from Dao Jun to rivaling the Emperor. The second stage is the 10 exercises of his physical body directly taking off. The Emperor who can be compared to the 2nd-tier pinnacle. After being looted by the White King, he once again improved a lot, and was able to kill the 3rd Order Emperor in an instant. The last stage is when he enters the ruins of the West Sea. In the Court of the 3 Kings, his strength has been promoted, copying the Change Road ladder and re-experiencing everything that has changed. Then he fought with the first true king. His divine body reached 50,000 times, comparable to the 6th rank. At the beginning, he was able to reach the level of a 6th Order Emperor because of the divine body. Now not only is the divine body comparable to the 6th Order Emperor, but even the origin has reached this level, and now he has truly reached the level of the 6th Order combat power. It is not his potential or perseverance that he can go to today, but he has great opportunities and treasures. If the refining of the physical body had not been supported by Lord Shan and had swallowed the origin of the universe, he would have no hope of reaching consummation at all. In the realm, he wouldn't be where he is today without the chance of the Three Kings' Court. Treasures are really important. Law and wealth are indispensable. The law represents a fascinating knowledge, and he can create it by himself now, and he does not need any cosmic inheritance or cosmic secret law. There is absolutely no shortage of money. He did not forget the embarrassment of the previous day. Emperor Liu Hua saw Jian Wushuang's persistence, and he didn't feel embarrassed to say it when the words came to his lips. In the end, it can only be changed temporarily, and he said, "The origin of all things is really related, but 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. We are also very happy if you can do it." Presumably, the Lord True Spirit is even more happy. "You Tianjiao, we are all worthy of pride. You can rest assured of the origin of everything, and when the other 2 palace masters come back, I will definitely support you." Then thank you, Palace Master. He also plans to be able to get the origin of all things directly today. But there must be a definite time. Palace Master Liu Hua, I have just broken through the realm now, and I need a lot of treasures, please understand. The other party gives him a lot of face, and he will also give him face. As long as you don't say anything fake and empty. In the future, the temple of the gods will be him, and he is really going to offend him, and he will not give the other side a good face. Liu Hua also knew what it meant, and immediately took out a mustard seed and handed it to Jian Wushuang. Chapter 55:11. I don't care if I lack any treasures. Although this Senate Palace is not my sole responsibility, I can personally sponsor you. Based on your relationship with Wuzhua, we are all our own. Don't be polite to me. Jian Wushuang was also unambiguous, so he took it down and glanced at it with thought strength, very satisfied. The treasures inside are worth at least 100,000 square cosmos crystals, and the other party has really lost the money. Thank you, Palace Master, for the origin of everything. It's better to enchant within 10,000 years. Jian Wushuang released a deadline for the last time. Before the plan was implemented, if he couldn't get the origin of everything, he went to Wuzhua. Wuzhua has a way to contact Jinling. Of course, doing that will tear your face apart, and in the end it won't look good to anyone. It is not necessary to be able to resolve it steadily. Jian Wushuang took the treasure, temporarily stabilizing it. Liu Hua also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Jian Wushuangjiu would die. Himph, these idiots. I see how long you can hide. After sending Jian Wushuang away, Emperor Liu Hua's expression became cold. He began to say that he supported Jian Wushuang. It was not a lie. But after seeing Jian Wushuang, he really supported Jian Wushuang in his heart. The future successor to the Temple of Qishuang might be Jian Wushuang. The immediate benefits, although great, but it's not too big. Don't forget, all of this is given to them by the True Spirit. Everything depends on the meaning of the True Spirit. Like Qingniu and Changfeng, neither wanting to let go, nor wanting to offend Jian Wushuang, is simply the most stupid way. In the end, maybe even the treasure could not be kept, and he offended Jian Wushuang again. Fortunately, he was more fickle. After seeing Jian Wushuang again, he found that the situation was not right and made a clear choice directly. Pushing him out this time to talk to Jian Wuduan was actually quite good. Let him take this opportunity to show his favor to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you have to hurry up. Emperor Liu Hua looked forward to the success of Jian Wushuang. His status would definitely rise. At that time, it will not be able to stop outsiders. Jian Wushuang returned directly to Yuanyang Island. Since it is not yet possible to get the origin of all things, come here for enlightenment first. Just a few days after leaving, he reappeared. This surprised many people. He won't break through again, right? Some gazes leaking shocked staring at Jian Wushuang. There are also some sixth-order emperors who can slightly see the aura on Jian Wushuang's body and talk, probably not. His aura does not seem to have changed in any way. This is the Tao sovereign against the heavens. How can I wait to guess? Let's go in honestly. Jian Wushuang directly found the emperor guarding this place and asked, Senior, I want to understand the origin of everything. The emperor guarding this place is a sixth-order emperor, and his strength is not average. I used to have nothing to look at, but after seeing Jin Wushuang, he immediately leaked a gentle smile and quickly got up and said, "Give me the token. I have received the order from Palace Master Lu Hua. From now on, you can feel free to enlighten it. No need to find me." "Thank you so much." Jin Wushuang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Palace Master Lu Hua would be too polite. Although he has countless opportunities for enlightenment, even the origin of everything belongs to him. But you don't have to do this. Just come to enlighten it casually. It seems that within 10,000 years, he really hopes to take away the origin of everything. Let's enlighten it now, and when he gets it, he can go directly to swallow it. After getting the token back, Jin Wushuang stepped into the teleportation formation. After a while, when he reappeared, he had already arrived in a hall. The hall is huge, more like a cave in the sky. A magnificent source of all things wandering in the wind. Originally, Jin Wushuang would feel that facing the source of the universe, he would be more or less suppressed. But when he faced the origin of everything, he had a gentle feeling. There is some overlap between the origin of everything and the life force in his body, but the degree of overlap is not too high. Jin Wushuang slowly stepped forward, trying to reach out to touch it, but found that after the physical body touched all things, it directly merged with the origin of all things. This origin? He was a little shocked. Fusion of everything? No wonder he will be expected to break through. I am afraid that there is a great connection with the origin of all things. He tried to infiltrate the life force in his body and was also swallowed. This? Jin Wushuang was a little surprised at first, but then it was discovered that after the origin of all things merged with the life force, some changes had actually taken place. He holds the power of life and is very sensitive to life. He found a breath of life in the origin of all things. Is there life here? Jin Wushuang quickly backed away, and the being who lived in it seemed not to be weak. Too weird. He didn't dare to step forward to comprehend the mystery. The life here seems to long for the power of life in his body. It shouldn't be. Jin Wushuang was very surprised. He then thought that this place was arranged by the true spirit. The true spirit controls the Qishan temple and has the power of the Lord of the universe. How could he not discover that life is conceived in the origin of everything? In other words, the true spirit knows, and the true spirit put it into it? If this is the case, then the origin of all things is probably going to fly away from his mouth. No, I have to go in and take a look. This source of everything, but the thing in his bag, on the side of the couch, can't let others sleep soundly. Jin Wushuang blew out in one breath, and a Dharma body appeared, directly entering the origin of all things. There is no vitality in the body, but the power of all things. The two are the same. Even if he enters it, he is not rejected. Jin Wushuang's deity was sitting very close to the teleportation formation, and if something happened, he could escape immediately. After the clone entered the interior, it was discovered that the interior of the origin of the universe was actually a rudimentary cosmic space. The true meaning of time is already contained in this space. It's just that the origin of time is not condensed. Thousands together gather all things to form the universe, and then condense time, and finally produce life. And this universe is transformed by the origin of everything, so the space is very stable. This is the perfection of the space. Jin Wushuang was surprised at what he saw. His space, if only so perfect. It's just that when that day is reached, I'm afraid there will still be a long way to go. He is almost finished walking the path of the Taoist now. It's just a shortcoming of ultimate kendo. Jin Wushuang didn't stop and walked directly toward that stream of life. He wanted to see what kind of life was bred inside. Even his life force will be plundered. The space of the universe is not big. Jin Wushuang reached the deepest point in a flash. That is a secret realm. This cosmic space can nurture secrets, indicating that his master was once very powerful. Only when there is a breakthrough in time can the black hole evolve into a secret world. Chapter 55:12. There is everything that the black hole has plundered, which is why so many powerful people have poured into the secret realm of the universe one after another. Jian Wushuang was standing above the secret realm at this time, and the breath of life was getting closer. What is hidden? He was already a little impatient. Anyway, it was a clone. There was nothing to be afraid of, so he plunged straight into it. After entering the secret realm, he discovered that the space and time here are more stable. Space is perfect, time is Mahayana, and there is life? Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank suddenly. He has a general understanding of the level of life. His current life force can be used on himself at best, but this place can give birth to life. What does this mean? Life is bred from the origin of a master of the universe, which is probably a way out of a special way like him, unprecedented. This kind of origin is singular. That is, in a realm that shouldn't exist, it surpasses those strong who follow the prescribed line. Although Jian Wushuang didn't know much about the realm of the Lord of the Universe, he also had some knowledge of this after seeing so many sources of the universe. In the origin of the ordinary universe, the true meaning of time can come, even if it is a strong one among the masters of the universe. Within the origin of all things, there is the true meaning of time, which proves that the original Lord of all things is already the pinnacle of the universe. But in his secret realm, there is no hole in the sky. Not only the perfection of the space is as simple as that. The true meaning of time and the steady flow of time can give birth to life. This is an exaggeration, has exceeded the rules of the Lord of the universe. Jian Wushuang swallowed, and he was the same, a Taoist monarch, not only the space Mahayana, but also bypassing the true meaning of time and mastering the power of life. Although the current life force is still very weak and cannot be blessed into the source at all, once his spatial source is recognized by the true meaning of time, he can directly infiltrate the life force into it. At that time, he can be promoted, directly surpassing the masters of the universe who follow the steps. Jian Wushuang's hands were trembling, and seeing the sight here gave him sufficient preparation for his future, and he had a very complete route. This trip didn't come in vain. The origin of everything, the North Tower. It is really a blessing for him. He is now more and more eager to get this complete source of everything. I want to see what has been nurtured. Jian Wushuang raised his hands and set off the natural rules laid out here. The power of the rules of the universe conceals the truth here. If he hadn't mastered the power of life, he wouldn't have discovered that there was life gestating here. Without the power of all things, it is impossible to enter it. The two are the same. He can't come in. The power of the rules dissipated, and Jian Wushuang's eyes peeked into it. With just a glance, a cold sweat appeared on his back, and the life contained in it made him tremble. Go! Jian Wushuang didn't even hesitate at all, and directly dissipated the clone, and the deity entered the teleportation formation at the first moment. Call. Jian Wushuang relaxed after seeing the figure walking around. The emperor and powerful man sitting here was a little surprised. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to come out so quickly. The flow of time inside was the same as the outside world, and it hadn't been a day since Jian Wushuang entered. You must know that every opportunity for enlightenment is only one day, and it is too late for others to grasp it. I am afraid that Jian Wushuang will not care. After all, the more points are that you have to find the origin of everything you buy. His Royal Highness Jian Wushuang, it's not ordinary to have completed the comprehension so quickly. The black-robed old man flattered, and then leaked a smile. Jian Wushuang now is like a bird of fright. He didn't want to stay here for a moment, nodded, and left directly. After leaving the North Tower, he went straight to Mayin Mountain. After arriving at Mayin Mountain, head straight to the demon suppression space on the top of the mountain. Now that Wu Zhuo is not there, he can only come to the magic sound general. The figure of the demon sound god general was still sitting cross-legged in the demon suppression space, and Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief when he arrived here. Master God, I want to see the true spirit. Jian Wushuang said the reason without hesitation. The magic sound will be very surprised and said, but for the origin of all things? Yes, this matter is very important. Jian Wushuang's eyes were firm. Once the conceived life is successfully conceived, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist with the current temple of Qishan. Moreover, the power exuded by the other party was too strong, surpassing all the strong men he had seen. Stronger than the most powerful. Even the most powerful person among the ultimate emperors like Demon Sound God General, it is not that terrifying. Mayan God General was a bit embarrassed here. He also heard Dongshang and Wanyan talk about Jin Wushuang, but he didn't think Jin Wushuang could get the origin of everything. The origin of all things is very important to the North Watchtower. It is the pinnacle of the universe. It was the treasure of fame in the hands of the Lord of all things, and its power can rival the 9 great beasts. He still thought that Jin Wushuang was looking for him to ask for the origin of everything, and he was a little reluctant in his heart. Even if he transmits the sound to the real spirit, it is estimated that the real spirit will not pay attention to him. What Emperor Lu Hua would have said, "This time let the demon voice god general say it. Jin Wushuang, your current strength is not enough to control the origin of all things. When you are in harmony, everything will come naturally. Don't rush for a while. The magic sound will enlighten." Jin Wushuang was still very firm. He insisted on seeing the true spirit, because the life bred in the origin of all things is a giant egg, and that giant egg is exactly the same as the one that gave birth to the gods. The Three Kings' Court was destroyed like this at the beginning, and he didn't want to watch the Temple of Qishan turn into the Three Kings' Court. Now he is still in the Temple of Qishan, the origin of all things. If he doesn't want it, he has to bring this matter to the true spirit. The shell of the dome has already begun to crack, and it is estimated that the life inside will be gestated soon. By then everyone will be finished. He didn't know if this was the plan of the gods or Fuego's conspiracy. Anyway, it was very detrimental to the Temple of Qishan. This matter is very important, and he can't say anything before he sees the true spirit. To allow that dome to sneak into the origin of all things, I am afraid that there is an inner ghost in the palace of the elders. Everyone in the Qishan temple had doubts, and he dared not take this risk. Master God, I am not because of the origin of everything, but there are other things that I want to tell Master True Spirit. Jin Wushuang said politely. The Demon Sound God General was obviously not convinced, but since Jin Wushuang was so firm, he didn't have as much thought as the palace masters in the Yuan Lao Palace, so he directly transmitted the sound to the true spirit. On the real spirit side, he was planning another thing at this time. When he received the news from the Demon Voice God General, he just glanced at it and ignored it at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 55:13. Because his deity was not in the sea of the universe, but went to the outer hall guarded by the Xuanwu Temple. Little King Ba, I only need 7 messengers of all things, not 700. Whether you give it or not, you will knock your head out. Jinling stared at the small eyes, threatening the palace master Xuani. He is now preparing for the matter of the land boundary. The forest of 10,000 treasury still left its roots, and now it needs a group of strong men to settle down. Wuzhou cooperated with Jin Wushuang to fish for Fuego in the heavens. He was not idle, and wanted to get a group of messengers of all things to completely remove the forest of 10,000 treasures. Palace Master Xiani kept smiling, but didn't let go, and didn't give anything. Master True Spirit, the primordial universe has been unable to shake the Lord for a long time. This messenger is absolutely immobile. I have already given one last time. I have to step up the refinement these days. There is really nothing left to do. In the 10 puppet worlds, except for the first world, the other 9 worlds are all refining messengers of all things. Day and night, since the awakening of the Qishan Temple, especially in this primitive universe, the Lord Xuani dare not relax for a moment, and has been refining the messengers of all things. The true spirit could not leave the Temple of Qishan when there was an accident in the outside world, and it had to rely on these messengers to withstand it. Among the inheritors, the Lord of the Universe did not appear, and the Qinglong Palace Lord did not hold office, and the pressure was all on him. The true spirit gritted his teeth and stood up directly from the main position. In this way, you will give me the 7 messengers of all things, and I will give you the North Tower. How about? My lord, don't fool me. Now the entire Qishan Temple knows that the inheritor Jin Wushuang has broken through more than 40 floors, and the North Tower is not enough to compensate. The origin of everything, then it is my turn. Xin Yidian, although the Lord is not in the 4 secret realms, He still has a lot of eyes and ears, and he knows many things right away when he reads it occasionally. Jinling patted his head, snorted coldly, turned his head and left. Not enough manpower. His deity wants to keep the opponent Fuego and cannot leave easily. Except for Qinglong, the four halls can't get away. The key is that Qinglong has been dispatched by him to the secret realm of the human world, to observe Huiqing in secret. Just after he returned to the Sea of Origin, he felt a sense of danger again. That feeling came from the heavens. Although not breathable, he can deduct it. It has something to do with Fuego. True Spirit stood up directly and began to monitor all the movements of the heavens at all times. Inside the Palace of the Elders, the dome lurking in the origin of everything began to show some cracks. The life in the dome has long formed consciousness. Naturally also saw Jian Wushuang. Life force. Frosa, you misunderstood me. How can there be a strong man who masters vitality here? The consciousness in the dome was struggling. He was more horrified than Jian Wushuang when he saw him. Gods, the root of the curse in the temple of Qishan. He was suppressed in the first prison. Jiejia, Fumisha, you were fooled. That person's strength is very average. He is called Jian Wushuang, just a Taoist monarch. Don't act rashly. I will arrange Fuego to capture this person. The gods are very depressed. Fulma's is his chassis. As long as it can be successfully nurtured, it is a master of the universe. Although Fuego is now recovering, his strength can only be maintained at the lowest level of the Lord of the Universe, and it is difficult to play a role. If he wants to escape from the Temple of Qishan, he has to rely on this Masa. When the three kingdoms were destroyed, Fuego was killed, and he was taken away by the Lord of all things, one of the three great gods. However, he also left a hand at that time, and he was guided to the time and space of Imoluo when the dome that was supposed to have landed in another time and space entered into the origin of the Lord of all things. At the beginning, he kept flicking the Lord of all things, letting the Lord of all things take the massive shepherd, so he took the opportunity to get out of control. As a result, before that day, Imoluo Shirkong died. In the silence, he spied the truth. It can only be said that Imoluo Shirkong is too unlucky. In order to survive, he willingly entered the Temple of Qishan, followed the Temple of Qishan, and left that time and space. Now, if I want to go out, but can't go out, that true spirit is not deceived by him at all, always thinking of how to destroy him. He can only secretly plan to revive Fuego. Fuego was born much earlier than him, and he is also a top powerhouse among the masters of the universe. One person can kill the three true kings, but the strength after recovery is still not enough. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang appeared at this moment. Jian Wushuang has the power of all things in his body. That is the power that belongs to them alone. Not only can restore Fuego's strength, but also can get Fomex out. The most important thing now is to win Jian Wushuang. After taking Jian Wushuang, everything can be successful. But ever since Jian Wushuang arrived in the heavens, he has been hiding in the Palace of the Elders, never coming out. They couldn't help it. There was a magic voice in the Veteran Palace, and there was a top teleportation formation, and the Lord Bai Yi could also be there in the first time. Plus Wuzhuat all suddenly, there were several super strong men, and Fuego couldn't bear it. Fuego's current combat power probably has the combat power of the 80th floor in the North Tower, which can suppress the Demon God General and others, and can even kill. But it takes time. The true spirit descended before others were killed. At that time, Fuego will not be able to protect himself. The pressure of the true spirit is great, and the pressure of the gods is also great. In the Temple of Qishan, the ultimate emperor has already created the cosmic secret method, and the origin of space has also reached the cosmic realm. Maybe when he was promoted to the Lord of the Universe. Fuego and the fomas hidden in the origin of all things are even more huge hidden dangers, which have always put a lot of pressure on the true spirit. Can't drag on. No one can afford it. The gritted his teeth, and he would endure for thousands of years. If Jian Wushuang still didn't come out, he would let Fuego go in, desperately to get Jian Wushuang out. Don't act rashly. Even if the true spirit finds you, it won't do anything to you. As long as Fuego returns to his peak, all problems can be solved. For Masa, he couldn't believe the other party's words. At the beginning, he came to Moro time and space. Turned out to be, after so many years of gestation, he didn't even have the ability to break the eggshell. Had it not been for the essence of all things, he would have been starved to death. Probably it is the biggest joke of their giant clan. Aborn is still dead. The giant gods are the gods in the starry sky. They were born as the masters of the universe, unmatched. The arrival of a giant egg represents the fall of time and space. How powerful. As a result, a series of 3 giant gods were planted in Imoluo Shirkong, which was simply a great shame. While the gods appeased Fomas, they informed Fuego to sneak into the heavens. This time he is going to play in the dark under the light. At the same time, they are also dispatching members of the Shadow Sect in the heavens. Chapter 55:14. Many strong men in the Palace of the Elders received news by coincidence. Many of them are the Sixth Order Emperors, and there is also an absolute powerhouse. Many of them are the veterans of the Senate Palace. The supremely strong man is even more deeply hidden. Jin Wushuang, it's you again. The superbly hidden Zhu Dian revealed a magnificent appearance and had already murdered Jin Wushuang. On the Mayan Mountain, Jin Wushuang walked out alone. Originally, he wanted to inform the real spirit, but the other party ignored him at all. He couldn't directly tell the magic sound general about this matter. I have to go quickly. Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed. The other party must have noticed him. Touching the dome with the dome that gave birth to the gods. Maybe the gods knew it, and it was probably a means arranged by the gods. He had to guard against it. Maybe Fuego is also involved. If so, he doesn't need to follow the original plan. 10,000 years. There are thousands of years of the world. Jin Wushuang prayed silently in his heart, hoping that there will be nothing wrong in these 10,000 years. This matter, as long as it is arranged by the gods, I am afraid it will attack the Senate Palace. The war is about to start. Without absolute certainty, the gods will never take risks. With the means of the gods, it is pervasive to any place. I am afraid that there are many powerful men who have been inserted into the Palace of the Elders now, especially those emperors who later entered the Senate Palace. Among these people, there are definitely a lot of people from the Shadow Sect. Dark under the lights? Jin Wushuang left Mayan Mountain, not knowing where to go. Now Wu Zhua is still in the realm. He has contacted the other party, but he hasn't responded for a long time. Yuanyang Island, he didn't dare to go again. Finyang Island. He returned to his cave house and was fidgeting. Unstable mood. This feeling made Jin Wushuang very uncomfortable. Not long after sitting still, he left the cave directly. Fly towards the deep valley on the island. That valley can quickly heal the origin and divine body, and it can also calm the mood. It must be something special, probably related to the power of all things. He can just go to explore the truth. Maybe there will be unexpected receipts. Outside the valley, the emperor who stopped him last time saw that it was him, and he leaked a smile at the moment. Jin Wushuang ignored it and directly handed out 100 million cubes of sacred stone. Now his name is spread all over the Palace of the Elders, and his status has risen with the tide. Who would dare to look down on him? The emperor who stopped him earlier did not even dare to pick up his divine stone. For this kind of person, Jin Wushuang is too lazy to care. But it won't give a good face. Why? Look down on the divine stone I gave? Jin Wushuang said with a cold face, angrily, let you hold it or you want save face. The emperor and elder were sincere and frightened, and directly took the divine stone into the bag, and then opened the formation. Humph! Jin Wushuang flicked his sleeve robe and stepped directly into the valley. In the valley, where is a huge stone monument standing? Yunwu Mountain. Jin Wushuang glanced. A sense of peace appeared in his heart. In that stone stele, he felt the strength of the long absence. Within it, there must be something special. A dead thing can contain mental strength. This is so strange. The dead thing actually contains mental strength? Jin Wushuang frowned, guessing from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that there is life here too? How else would there be mental strength? Once he was bitten by a snake for 10 years, he was afraid of well ropes. Now he looks at something and feels something is hidden inside. Beneath the tombstone, there was a billowing heat. There are natural hot springs everywhere. Jian Wushuang slowly fell. Inside, there were men and women, or several people sitting together, or alone occupying a whole fountain. There are dozens of springs here, but because of the appearance of the North Watch Tower, thousands of people here most of the time come here to restore the divine body and origin. There are so many springs. It is not so easy to want to dominate the next one alone. Not only needs a strong strength, but also a high status. In the Palace of the Elders, the highest status is naturally the veterans. Then there are the inheritors, and finally the emperors of the 4 secret realms. There are several emperors who occupy a spring eye alone, all of which are 6th order emperors, and each occupy a high position in the Yuan Lao Palace. It's not the deputy hall master, or someone who controls important places. Strong strength and high status. Naturally, no one dared to say anything. Jian Wushuang glanced at the muddy spring eyes. He really couldn't get off his feet, especially those crowded springs. He was really embarrassed to go on. After wandering around for a long time, I didn't find any magic. He decided to enter a fountain and take a look, especially the spring eye near the steel. The spring there is the largest, and it has a strong power of all things, which is very suitable for restoring the origin of the divine body. It's just that the spring eyes there are all standing by some powerful emperors with high authority. But Jian Wushuang now doesn't care about this anymore. It wasn't because he was too defying at the North Tower. So he floated, but after 10,000 years, he would run away with a high probability. It was an offense then, and it is also an offense now. It makes no difference. He still didn't believe it. The other party dared to do something here. At most, some verbal threats. But with his current fame, most people really dare not threaten him. Even the 3 major palace masters will give him a little face. Yep. After Jian Wushuang arrived here, many people looked over. The big brothers in the eyes of the core springs also looked over. Hall Master, it is Jian Wushuang. I heard that Gong Miaoi still has a leg with him. Sitting in the spring eye at the core is a 6th order peak emperor, who is also a core member of the Senate Palace. Not only is he highly senior, he is also one of the 2 deputy directors of the Law Enforcement Hall. It can be regarded as a powerful champion under Wu's command. Don't talk nonsense about this, it's not good for anyone. The strong man sitting in the spring's eyes, bare chest, bare eyebrows, and red hair. Like a plague god. The charming woman next to her continued, Palace Master Zhong, this Jian Wushuang has a very good relationship with Lord Wuzhua. Shall we not try to win it over? Okay, then reward you to him. Jian Wushuang's toes moved lightly and directly reached the core. The figure floating is not too high. Standing directly on top of those big guys is disrespectful. He also doesn't bother to care so much. If you don't look closely, where will he see the peculiarities of this place? The closer he gets, the stronger the feeling that the stone steel gives him. Instead, his mood was not steady, but shaken. He was already at the 5th level of his mental strength, and he was just a little short of his mental state being perfect, and he couldn't resist it. What the is it? Jian Wushuang became more and more puzzled about this. It's a pity that he can't get in this steel. Repel with the power of rules. He can only step back again, stepping back on the grass and hiding far away, but he can calm his mood. When he fell to the ground, a charming woman followed. Chapter 55:15. His Royal Highness Wushuang, the master of my house invites you to come and watch tea together. You may be interested. The charming woman's eyes stared straight at Jian Wushuang. Charm. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. Charm is useless here. Is even more useless for him. There is no concentration at this point, and it is a waste of life. Please. Seeing Jian Wushuang get up, the charming woman stretched out her hand to lead Jian Wushuang. He went this time, of course, not for tea. Can't contact Wuzhua now, then ask the other person to see what Wuzhua is doing. Following the charming woman, he reached the most central spring, where the water was calm, misty, and the power contained was very strong. Jian Wushuang really wanted to dig 3 feet in the ground to see what is hidden here and why it is so special. Now he is very curious about everything. like he wants to explore and understand. I don't know if it is good or bad. Hall Master Zhong. Jin Wushuang saw the opponent and was very polite. After all, he was asking for help. The other party's face is very terrifying, and the law enforcement hall in the North Territory can make so many people fear. I am afraid it has a great relationship with this plague god. Wu Zhuo is the one who holds the order. I am afraid that this one is the law enforcement. The violent aura hits his face. The opponent's strength is only stronger than that of the Hall Master of Fu Shoutang. Yanqing, give tea. Deputy Hall Master Zhong stared at Jin Wushuang, his expression unchanged. Jin Wushuang took the teacup and said, "Thank you." The charming woman named Yanqing had a smile in her eyes. Jin Wushuang, you have such a reputation, and you are not arrogant or unreasonable. You are one of the top super inheritors in the Temple of Qishan today. You are more pleasing to the eye than Shang's eyes. Jin Wushuang did not expect that the other party looked fierce and vicious, and did not expect to praise him first. But compared with Shang, he is still a lot worse now. Started much slower than the opponent. He didn't dare to ask for a big deal. If I let Shang know this, it would not be good. So he quickly said modestly, "The junior is just a Taoist monarch. How can you compare with the senior Shang? He is the strongest method right now, but it is the battle power of the Sixth Order Emperor. Shang is a super strong man who can break his wrist with Fuego. You are not inferior to him. He is the ultimate emperor, but you are different. You are the ultimate Taoist educated by the Temple of Qishan. Once you succeed in harmony, you can quickly surpass him." Hall Master Zhong shook his head. Jin Wushuang's potential seemed to him. As long as he Dao succeeds, the worst can be mixed to the level of the gods. As for the Lord of the Universe, no one is sure. At the beginning, the 18 gods under the command of Qishan had changed many people in batches. Few of them could become the masters of the universe, and most of them fell when they impacted the masters of the universe. Even figures like Emperor Jueyun have not escaped the catastrophe against the sky. It's actually pretty good to be a god. The Lord of the Universe does not come out. Basically, it is invincible. Like a character like the Magic Sound General, the three masters of the Yuan Palace are not necessarily opponents. There is a huge gap in strength. Hall Master Zhong continued, "I have actually read your information a long time ago. Young people should not rush for a while." There is also the meaning of persuading Jin Wushuang to let go of the origin of everything. Jin Wushuang shook his head secretly. He is no longer interested in the origin of everything. Give him nothing. Hall Master Zhong, I don't know where Master Wuzhua has been recently. I have something to discuss with him, but I can't get in touch with him recently. Jin Wushuang turned the topic off and asked about Wuzhua. Hall Master Zhong frowned slightly. He thought Jin Wushuang was asking Wuzhua for help, asking for the origin of everything. His expression changed a little. Brother Wuzhua has everything to do with everything. It is very likely that he has important matters, and I don't know where he is going. Is not deliberately concealing. Sometimes Wuzhua does disappear for a while, and he does not know the removal of the other party. As for the method of contact, he does, but will not help Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang nodded, and then chatted with the other party some things about this place, which benefited him a lot. This is really related to everything. Jin Wushuang turned his eyes to the stone monument. That is a boundary monument, the treasure of the universe. Also contains a universe origin. Is just the origin that no one knows clearly. It belongs to that path alone. Jin Wushuang didn't stay here too long before leaving the valley directly. 10,000 years. Jin Wushuang is like an ant on a hot pot. I want to walk and can't go, but I am afraid of staying. Simply let the deity go to Qiu Huang's central hall and go to the cave mansion to retreat. Is waiting for Wu's return, or when something happens, he can run away directly. Fortunately, nothing strange has happened in these years. The North Tower is the same as before, with people coming and going. Because of his feats, he also attracted many ultimate Taoists. Among these Tao monarchs, there are also many powerful ones. Among them is the ultimate Tao monarch, who has already reached the 8th level of the ultimate Tao. This is not the strongest Taoist monarch on Tomb God Mountain. In the North Tower, it directly broke through the 20th floor. Is already comparable to the 4th Order Peak Emperor. Is also considered a normal range, and there is still a big gap from Jin Wushuang. The 8th level of the Ultimate Way, Although there is a big gap with the ninth level, it will not be so outrageous. Now many people are already suspecting that Jian Wushuang may have mastered some kind of secret treasure, which can make his strength skyrocket. Among the ultimate Taoist monarchs on the Tomb Mountain, there are also inheritors who have reached the ninth floor, but they don't have time to come to the North Tower of the Yuan Palace. That kind of character is just comparable to the Fifth Order Emperor, is far from the Sixth Order Emperor. Many people are guessing. Could Jian Wushuang didn't give the other party a chance to verify. He stayed in the secret room of the central hall, practicing alone. He has already told Xiao Huang that as long as Wu Zhuo comes back, he will be notified immediately. At this time, he did not dare to go to the boundary to find Wu Zhuo. Going out now, it is estimated that it is likely to be silenced. Jian Wushuang was ready to give up the plan he had dug down himself. Is simply a pit. Once the dome is a means arranged by the gods, I am afraid that he will abandon him and kill him directly. He didn't dare to gamble. Wait for Wu Zhuo to return, and then discuss with the other party. He really regrets it now. In a blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed, and everything is business as usual. Jian Wushuang was finally relieved. At this time, Wu Zhuo, who had disappeared from the boundary, also rushed back. As soon as the opponent teleported back, Jian Wushuang was already standing there waiting. Brother Wu Zhuo. Jian Wushuang hurried forward, really making him wait. I finally hope that the other party will come back. Wu Zhuo saw Jian Wushuang, a little surprised, and at the same time saw that Jian Wushuang had something to say in his heart. There are so many people here, it is not the time to discuss. Let's go back and talk. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The two did not go to Yuanyang Island, but went directly to the small island where the law enforcement hall was located. Directly entered the core hall, and then the enchantment was laid down. Jian Wushuang was relieved. Chapter 55:16. Wu Zhuo was also a little shocked when he saw him. What's wrong with you? Wu Zhuo said, could it be that the other party took the initiative to contact you? Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and then replied, it's not that they contacted me actively, but that I discovered an amazing secret. His pupils contracted, and Wu Zhuo was also nervous when he looked at him. He set up the next 3 formations before daring to let Jian Wushuang continue. It is obviously not a trivial matter to make Jian Wushuang so nervous. Jian Wushuang dragged out all the things encountered in the Beiwang Tower and finished directly in one breath. Wu Zhuo was shocked when he heard it and stood up directly, then paced in the hall. Are you sure you didn't tell anyone about this matter? Wu Zhuo asked with some uncertainty. Jian Wushuang touched the sweat on his forehead, a little collapsed, and said, I didn't even say the magic sound general. Then it will be easy. You only want to find the magic sound general. Even if the other party has eyeliner in the Yuan Elder Palace, he should not be able to guess it. Now I am afraid that the other party already knows the secret you found there. The gods really found it. For thousands of years, not only the gods have been frightened, but even the giant egg in the origin of all things is scared to move. He originally dared to secretly absorb the power of all things to supply and demand himself. Now it is discovered by people, let alone absorb all things. The origin, he didn't even dare to go out of that secret realm. Jian Wushuang is afraid, the other is even more afraid. At this point, the bystanders' crows see more. He soon discovered something strange. You found the other party, and the other party must have found you too. If he is so capable, I'm afraid you haven't had time to tell Master Zhenling about the news. They will do it to you. Wu Zhuo continued, for such a long time without any movement, I am afraid that the other party is also betting. This matter must not be told to anyone. As for the dome, just ignore him. I will tell Master True Spirit later. This time you can be regarded as making contributions in advance. This credit is not only for the real spirit, but when the plan is carried out, the gods will also remember him. Those who have been to the court of the 3 kings are very familiar with the dome, and the gods must know this. Jian Wushuang has filled this matter down, and it is said that he will be sentenced at that time. If this matter is stabbed out, I am afraid that the plan will be difficult to proceed. By the time, at most one dome was captured, and Fuego, the most threatening one, could not be found. This dome hasn't hatched completely here for so long. There must be some reason. Even if it hatches, it's a turtle in the urn. There is nothing to worry about. Jin Wushuang also nodded. He was also frightened at first, didn't think so much. Now it seems that this matter may not be a good start. Okay, let's not talk about this matter. Now we are going to create some illusions, such as the origin of everything. Wu Zhuo leaked Dean's smile. When Jin Wushuang and Wu Zhuo came here, many people saw them, and they had to release some news. The illusion of Jin Wushuang being pushed out by the people in the Yuan Lao Palace was unwilling to give Jin Wushuang the origin of all things, and then Daolu was taken away by the Hall Master of Fushaotang. In this way, Jin Wushuang is also known as a master. That's it. Jin Wushuang stood up and let out a sigh of relief. Now there is only one way left. He never thought that the plan proposed last time would rush him to sentence him to the Yuan Palace. Brother Wu Zhuo, just to be on the safe side, I have released some more news recently. Jin Wushuang reminded him. No problem. By the way, I heard that Qingyou and Changfeng are both in retreat. They don't ask anything about the outside world. The other one went to the mine. Without these two stumbling blocks, you can escape more smoothly this time. Wu Zhuo smiled. The matter of these two people has something to do with Jin Wushuang. They are hiding from him, so they made the best move. Now, God let me go forward as planned. Jin Wushuang and Wu Zhuo explained a lot, and even set their own escape route. He is also ready to go all the way to the north. The teleportation array that goes to the realm is in the temple, where it is impossible to go. The forces in the north were the weakest after being washed by the Senate Palace. He just took advantage of the vacancy and fled towards the north. First took the teleportation array to Shaluo City, and then flew all the way to the far north. It's going well then. Maybe I can go to the mine to find out where Nieyuan is. After is certain, he can't stay here for a long time. Now he has to perform, otherwise it will attract suspicion from outsiders. Before leaving, Wu Zhuo stopped him. Jin Wushuang, hold this thing, he said and handed out a brocade box. Jin Wushuang was a little surprised, but when he opened the box, he was stunned. This is? Jin Wushuang asked in surprise. This is the other side flower. Wu Zhuo nodded and said, this is a gift I gave you. You helped me a lot this time, and your performance in the North Tower exceeded the real spirit's expectations. The true spirit has it for you. Great compliment. This gift, but he went to the forest of 10,000 treasures, collected countless treasures, and then exchanged it with Zhu Yi. Don't underestimate this other side flower. The value of this other side flower has almost caught up to half of the treasure of the universe. Jin Wushuang was also shocked. At the beginning of the original Star of Jiajiu, he had seen this flower from the other side. At the beginning, it was only to exchange the pollen on it, which was extremely expensive. The key is that they were exchanged as testers at the beginning. Even if there are more sacred stones after going to the 4 secret realms, there is no chance to even look at the other shore flower. Hidden flower. Jin Wushuang's eyes were a little excited. This time, even if the origin of everything is gone, it is not too bad. In the origin of all things, those terrifying lives are stored. He was also scared to him. Let's talk about it after getting rid of the gods and Fuego in the future. It is estimated that by that time, he succeeded in harmony and became the emperor. After becoming the emperor, the demand for the origin of everything may not be as great as it is now. After leaving the main hall of the Law Enforcement Hall, Jin Wushuang soared into the sky and headed directly to the island where Fu Shotang is located. He really has to do something, especially things related to people. I didn't care before. It was because I didn't have much reputation how to shake a master of the Yuan Palace. But it's different now. He is famous, and the 3 palace masters avoided him. No one dared to offend him at this time. If I am offended, I will ask for the origin of everything to see who suffers the most. Although he didn't feel much about Gong Miaoi, he brought the people over and pried away from him without making a sound. This is obviously very unruly. In the name of righteousness, he has to take his prestige once. Fu Shotang is located in the northwest corner of Yuanyang Island. Unlike other islands, this place is more like a continent. Chapter 55:17. is just relatively mundane and big. Jian Wushuang glanced at it, but it was a dust. Boom. When he arrived at Fu Shou-tang, he flashed directly to explode a huge breath, and the shocking space was trembling. Tear. It was clearly a step away. Jian Wushuang had to tear the space above Fu Shou-tang and jumped out of it. Soon found movement below. A sixth-order emperor roared directly into the air. Who is so bold? Don't you know that this is Fu Shou-tang? The man has messy hair and 4 arms. The mighty air rushed to the face. After seeing the visitor clearly, he frowned, and his voice sank. Who shall I be? It turns out to be His Royal Highness Jian Wushuang. I don't know what's going on in my Fusho Hall. There are almost no strong men who don't know Jian Wushuang in the entire Yuanlao Palace. Not to mention, the other party is still a 6th-order emperor, and also the deputy hall master of Fu Shou-tang. Although the other party was polite on the surface, he was somewhat unconvinced in his heart. It's just a Taoist monarch. The great Emperor Jueyun was probably in this situation. Although his strength is strong, he did not take that step after all. Nowadays, there are many people waiting to see his jokes. If the harmony fails, then you will lose your lord. Although it will not fall, but it will also fall into hidden dangers, and will not be able to rise again for a lifetime. Seeing the incoming person, Jian Wushuang snorted coldly and said, "Send Gong Miaoyi out." So his master called him. This is also true, but it was the old man's palace where he brought Gong Miaoyi to. There is a rule in the palace of the elders. The strong can bring in several servants. Gong Miaoyi came in as a servant. Fu Shou-tang's vice master's face sank directly. What kind of identity is Gong Miaoyi now? After a while, it will be their hall master's wife. Now Jian Wushuang is calling his servants directly, just hitting them in the face. Jian Wushuang, I know you are angry, but it's best not to mess around here, otherwise I will upset you all at once. Tianzhang's deputy hall master was also hot-tempered. Is backed by the hall lord Taisan and the palace lord of Chongfeng, who would dare to come here to go wild. Even if Jian Wushuang is against the sky, now he only has the strength of the 6th-order emperor. Really regard yourself as the master of the temple of Qishan? Jian Wushuang's eyebrows suddenly rose with a trace of evil, and he shouted angrily, Tianzhou, are you scaring me? A powerful breath radiated from his body. It was a terrifying life force. As soon as this breath came out, Tianzhou felt something was wrong. Everyone has the power of life, but it is not as scary as Jian Wushuang. He felt that Jian Wushuang was not alone, but a large group of people stood in front of him. This is where the vitality is terrifying. As soon as the overwhelming aura came out, even the most powerful person could not compare to Jian Wushuang in aura and temperament. Pretend to be a master? Tianzong snorted coldly. Although he has a hot temper, he is not a fool. As long as Jian Wushuang doesn't do it, he will never take the lead. As long as Jian Wushuang dared to do something, he wouldn't care about Jian Wushuang. He would take the opportunity to beat Jian Wushuang, and then throw it out. Even if Wu Zhua comes to ask the crime, he is not afraid. The strength of Tianzong, among the 6th-order emperors in the Yuanlao Palace, is not the peak, but it is also regarded as the top powerhouse. With Jian Wushuang's current strength, he was able to fight. It's impossible to win, and it's good not to be beaten by the opponent. But he also has whole cards. The powerful life force, combined with the life universe formed by the universe of one mind, is enough to suppress the opponent. Pretend? After Jian Wushuang had a plan, he was ready to shoot directly. At this time, he sneered and said, "Do you think I need to pretend? The thick breath fills the entire space. The continent where Fu Shou-tang is located is shaking. Many people rose into the air and stood in the distance. It's almost done. If they are really a group of people against Jian Wushuang alone, not only will they lose face, I am afraid that the real spirit will find them to settle accounts. Because of bullying, it is not so bullying." A cold light suddenly broke out. Zhu Yunjian made a roar, and then suddenly exploded. Million tribulation. Jian Wushuang took the lead, cut it off with a single sword, and the eruption of power would make everyone in Tianzong stunned. This sword, he tried his best to integrate the power of mind, thought, swallowing, and all things. It is his strongest sword so far. One sword can open the sky, sink the sea, destroy, and even give birth. In recent years, although my heart is uneasy, he has also created a lot of unique knowledge that suits him. Myriad Tribulation Sword is one of them. This is the pinnacle of his knowledge created by the power of life. The first sword of 1,000 tribulations. God. This sword contains the number of calamity, and it is because of his causal killing and calamity that he thought of this. As for the gods, it can be regarded as a metaphor. One sword slaughtered the gods and broke all the calamities in the world. Facing this sword, Tianzong didn't have much confidence. Although he has a high position, he is only cultivating at the pinnacle of unparalleled knowledge, and he is at the same level as Jian Wushuang. If you want to obtain the secrets of the universe, how can it be so simple? With 4 arms, he wanted to shake the sword when he started his hand. At this time, Tianzong's body turned golden, really like a god. Tianzong itself took the route of the divine body, which was relatively weak in origin, and spent a huge price to refine the 4 arms into the eternal treasure. The divine body also barely reached 59,000 times, but it is too difficult to make it 60,000 times. 60,000 times the divine body is of a supreme level. Don't look at the 1,000 times divine body. The treasures needed are probably the same as the possessions of a supreme powerhouse. Even if Tianzong is a deputy director in Fu Shoutang and has been operating here for millions of years, he still hasn't collected enough treasures. The key is that after 59,999 times, it is even more difficult to break through the 60,000 times level. He is in the Senate Palace, Ukanshu. Com needs at least an epoch to be able to collect treasures. This is fast enough. If this is the past, there will be no 10,000 epochs, and there will be no enough treasures. Boom! The 4 arms struggled to resist the first sword of the myriad tribulation. Jian Wushuang, you dare to do it here. You must not regret it. Tianzong roared, and at the same time a powerful breath erupted from his body. That is the pinnacle of divine body flow. Although it is not an augmented divine body, it can always bless his divine body at its peak state. In this way, I am not afraid of being consumed by the source of power. The consumption of the divine body is a force faster than the original source. Give me break, broke out again, and the first sword of the myriad tribulation broke directly. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank suddenly, and then his figure disappeared in place. At the moment when the sword of 10,000 tribulations was broken, tens of thousands of fist shadows struck him. If he hadn't been hiding fast enough, he would have been seriously injured. The 6th Order Emperor of the Yuan Lao Palace is very different from the native emperor of the 4 secret realms. If it is a top 6-tier emperor from the outside world, he doesn't need to be so careful. Chapter 55:18. That's what you can do? Jian Wushuang calmly said, being a janitor, am a little unqualified. The master of the Senate Palace watched the gate, but the ancestor of the Qing dynasty, the 6th Order Peak Emperor, although the origin is not complete, but he cultivated the swordsmanship, which can make up for the incompleteness. The violent kendo can harden the 6th Order of the Senate Palace. The Peak Emperor. Tianzong is really not enough to be able to beat the supernatant. Being so excited by him, Tianzong's expression was a little stubborn. Obviously, he didn't expect him to be so difficult. It is obvious that he only has the level of a 6th Order ordinary emperor, and he can actually be like this. There is a kind, don't hide. Tianzong yelled. This time he took the initiative. It's just too slow in speed. Jian Wushuang behind his hands, jokingly said, Are you a water monkey? So slow? Turned around a bit, dodging a sharp punch, Jian Wushuang raised his hand with a sword, and Jian hit his dead hand. The opponent didn't dare to kill him, but he dared to kill him. Idiot! Jian Wushuang dropped a word and disappeared again. Although he was calm on the surface, he was a little bit ignorant in his heart. He couldn't hurt Tianzong with a single sword, but Tianzong could punch him half to death. 50,000 times the body, and 59,000 times the divine body, there is a big gap. Even if it is suppressed by its origin, it is only a Taoist after all. When appeared again, Jian Wushuang put away the Jueyun sword. The black aura on his body also dissipated, and a green mist surrounded him. The power of life. This is his most powerful force. The strong life force is running wildly. His divine body burst out with super strength, and the origin has also been greatly increased. As long as life is present, power is eternal. Jian Wushuang suddenly clenched his fists and shouted angrily, Tianzhou! The sky is changing, and the surrounding seawater reverses the rapids. If the previous fight was considered a warm-up, then now it is a real killer. This breath directly made everyone in the Senate Palace clearly feel it. At this time, many people have gathered around. Look, it's Jian Wushuang. Why did he fight with the people from Fu Shoutang? Someone wondered. If you don't understand, you will understand. Yuan Lao Palace is so big, some things, as long as you do, it is difficult to have an impervious wall. The key point is that the master of Fu Shoutang did not hide it, and even put down an invitation to entertain the quartet. You don't even know this? I heard that it was the master of Fu Shoutang who forcibly occupied Jian Wushuang's maid. An old brother just finished speaking. He was interrupted by another better-informed person and said, What kind of maid? That person is Gong Miaoi, the fifth-order peak emperor. The strength is not weak, Jian Wushuang. How can there be such a strong? The maid must be Jian Wushuang's Taoist companion. What? Dao couple? There are more people watching the theater at this time. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation after hearing that the master of Fu Shoutang had occupied Jian Wushuang's Taoist couple. This Fu Shoutang deceives people too much. The first to support Jian Wushuang is the inheritor. Because Jian Wushuang is also an inheritor, is natural, and it's still a creature of the universe. Fortunately, the first batch of inheritors have a high status in the four secret realms, the Senate Palace or the Temple. But as more and more inheritors follow, the Palace of the Elders does not value these inheritors. Especially after the Senate Palace has developed so many treasures and attracted many inheritors, the Senate Palace has become even more unscrupulous. Except for some individual inheritors, the rest are treated as emperors of the four secret realms. Like some treasures, the inheritors should be free to enter, but for huge benefits, there are still private charges. Like when Jian Wushuang entered the valley, the opponent opened his mouth and asked for 100 million cubes of sacred stone, treating his own people, but not taking any money. If it is a stronger inheritor, the fee will be lower. Except for the North Watchtower and Mayan Mountain, the prices in other places are ridiculously expensive. Is obviously taking the inheritor as a fool. After all, coming out of the Tomb Mountain, the treasures on his body must be indispensable. Now the inheritors have been grudges for a long time. These things were done by Fu Shoutang, and now Jian Wushuang has a dispute with the other side, and they are obviously on Jian Wushuang's side. Those emperors in the four secret realms did not dare to stand in disorder. These people have no background. Jian Wushuang also sensed many pairs of eyes looking at him, and a smile leaked from the bottom of his heart. This is what he wants. Tianzhou, you deceived me so much. I cut off your dog's head today. Jian Wushuang's aura surged again. The power of that punch is enough to match the top emperor of Tier 6. This is not over yet. He still has a stronger whole card. Life Universe. One thought of the universe is the formation of thought power, then the power of devouring is lowered to condense the black hole, and finally everything condenses in the physical universe. But the universe of life contains all these forces in it. Get up! A radius of 1 million li, all wrapped in it. He is not afraid of revealing his whole cards now. As long as the harmony is successful, there will be few opponents in the Temple of Forbidding. Tianzong was stunned, and a sudden force appeared around him and started to drive him away, making his divine body art ineffective, and his power was constantly being compressed. He is not like the messenger of all things. The power of all things can be gestated in his body. In the universe of life, everything is equal except Jian Wushuang. Even if Tianzong is an emperor, he is just a life. Tianzong, who had been suppressed, wanted to receive Jian Wushuang's punch. It was too difficult. Boom! One punch directly pierced Tianzong's forearms, and then the huge shadow of the fist directly tore Tianzong's chest, leaking a big hole. Swallow! Jian Wushuang's thoughts fuse, and the power of life begins to dissipate, transforming into a huge, swallowing power. A violent divine power began to drain from Tianzong. How is this possible? Tenzo was completely taken aback. His divine body is losing. Is not the loss of power, but the loss of the basic divine body. Soon his divine body has dropped 100 times. At his level, 100 times the consumption of the divine body requires countless treasures. How distressed he is. The more distressed the other party, the more crazy Jian Wushuang. Swallowed 100 times the divine body, but the opponent's 100 times the divine body could be replaced by 50,000 times the divine body. Although it only absorbed 20%, that is, 20 times the divine body. But his own divine body can actually rise 500 times. Is now 500 times. Since the consummation of the Jidao, his devouring power has become devouring everything. Can swallow everything, completely transformed into the name of the black hole. And it has also greatly improved the power he has when he masters the black hole now. There was a big gap with Emperor Wanyan and the others, but it has now made up for it. He might actually be able to reach the realm of the black hole before he joined the road. In this way, once the harmony is successful, he is the 6th Order Peak Emperor, and I am afraid that his combat power is directly equal to that of the Absolute Strong. Chapter 55:19. The aspect of the divine body, he can also solve it. The swallow of the origin, he doesn't care anymore. With a strong life force, why bother to care about the origin of all things? But the devouring of the divine body, that is genuine. Although his current worth is somewhat sufficient, after he Dao, it is sufficient to exceed 60,000 times. But those treasures were prepared for Hadao, and after Hadao, he had nothing left. Devouring this road is a good choice. Just swallowed 100 times the divine body of Tianzong, absorbed 20% of it, and he increased it 500 times. How many treasures did this leave him? Ha, Tenzo, I really want to thank you for helping me improve my divine body for free. Jian Wushuang laughed. This goes down and the other grows. Tenzo can't stop it soon. Jian Wushuang approached the opponent directly, and a hand knife cut off Tianzang's 2 arms. It's an eyesore. Grabbing those 2 arms, Jian Wushuang incarnates into the black hole, enveloping the sky with a terrifying aura, making the opponent immobile. Jian Wushuang. Tianzang's stern screams spread throughout Yuanyang Lake. But now that the 3 major palace masters, one retreats and the other is absent, Emperor Lu Hua has expressed his attitude to support him again. No one will support Fu Xiaodong anymore. The divine body is constantly being swallowed, and Tianzong is on the verge of collapse. This is a collapse of the state of mind. I am afraid that after this time, if you don't go to the valley on Finyang Island for a period of time, it is estimated that it will be difficult to alleviate. Swallowed 1,000 times. It was very difficult to swallow in the front, but the more relaxed it became as he went to the back, because the divine body was weakening. Once his divine body surpassed the opponent, he might be able to swallow all the divine body in one breath. 1,000 times the divine body, absorbed 20%, and finally transformed into himself, Jian Wushuang raised a full 2,000 times the divine body. At this stage, it is no longer possible to improve the divine body, but with the means of swallowing it, it can also increase his divine body. 52,000 times the divine body. He is still just a Taoist. Even if Ji Dao is very powerful, he can't carry this terrifying power under normal circumstances. But he has the power of life, and he doesn't feel it all. At this time, Tenzo was like a dead dog, with his head drooping. He has collected countless treasures over the years, only to accumulate the divine body to this level. As a result, in just a quarter of an hour, he lost 1,000 times. Completely collapsed. Triathlon. Now he finally admits it, and starts to ask for help. The sword didn't use the palm of both hands to force it, and he lifted Tianzang's neck, incarnate in the black hole. His eyes were pitch black, looked at the island where Fu Shoutang was located, and shouted angrily, "If you don't show up again, he will be disabled if he doesn't die." One Tianzong is far from enough. It would be best if he could beat it hard, or scrap the Iron 3, but unfortunately his current strength is not enough. But as long as you can force the opponent out, you have to be humiliated. He is alone in every action. If he doesn't do anything, He still dare not make a move first? Jian Wushuang didn't worry at all. Fu Shoutang. In a garden with wind. Tisan is still playing chess leisurely, and the other side is the deputy director of the law enforcement hall. Gong Miaoi is making tea on the side. Tier Heaven Emperor Jun is not calm, pacing aside. There is the deputy head of the law enforcement hall. He didn't dare to say clearly. He could only transmit the voice, Master, the main hall of Tianzong is almost dead. Han's complexion was a bit distorted, and there was no reply. He wants to stop him too. The deputy director of the law enforcement hall is not a vegetarian. If he dares to do it, I'm afraid the other party will do it too. The strength of Deputy Hall Master Zhong is not weaker than him. This is one of the two giants under Wu's was command. His status is high, and his power is not weak. Hall Master Zhong, you have lost again. Tai San barely leaked a smile. He was far better than the opponent in chess, but the opponent obviously wanted to drag him. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, still looking bold, said calmly, Come on, continue. The chessboard was restored to its original state again. I see, that's it for today. Han stood up and said, Tai San, I advise you to leave it alone. For the sake of the past, I am a personal reminder. Deputy Hall Master Zhong said, Jian Wushuang has eaten flat in Lord Wuzhua. You go to provoke him now. Yes, give your eldest brother trouble. This is a sincere advice, but he doesn't know the inside story. He is just a fish released by Wuzhua. This is also the countermeasure that Jian Wushuang and Wuzhua discussed. Han's brows twisted into a knot. He is now riding a tiger. Others have hit the door of the house. If he doesn't show up, how can he lead people? If you go, I'm afraid Jian Wushuang will make things difficult for him. It will be more troublesome. The origin of everything is important, and he doesn't want to go to this muddy water. The three palace masters all hid from seeing Jian Wushuang. He is the master of Fushaotang, but he dared not join in. The key Fu Shoutang also manages the ownership of the treasures on Yuanyang Lake. I have to go, and you will go too. Tai San said coldly. Deputy Hall Master Zhong smiled without a smile and said indifferently, It's up to you, but you'd better not do it. I came with a death order. Once you do it, everyone will be upset. In my heart, Deputy Hall Master Zhong is more inclined to these veterans. Although he is not a faction, he does not want to watch these veterans fight inwardly because of the inheritors. I will still give you this face. Tyson turned his head and said to Ter Tian, Take Miaoi to the backyard. You can't come out without my order.
Yes.
Tearing the sky respectfully said. Gong Miaoi's complexion changed a little. She has always been a chess piece, surviving in the cracks. Originally thought it would be better to reach the heavens, but now he has fallen into the vortex again. At this time, she regrets a bit. She shouldn't be greedy for this place at the beginning. She should leave directly. Even if there is no Senate palace, with her financial resources and skills, she should be able to find her father. Now, it fell into the palm of others. When entered the backyard after tearing the sky, she suddenly looked back at Jian Wushuang, who was like a demon in the sky. How much she longed for Jian Wushuang to really save her. But before the smile at the corner of his mouth was drawn, his heart sank. Although he had not been with Jian Wushuang for a long time, he knew that the other party's mood was very deep, and he was not a character who could easily be moved. This time I came here, also under the name of her, and wrestled with those mighty ones. Slowly lowered his head, followed to tear the sky into the small courtyard. The moment the wooden door closed, a tear fell. In the air, Jian Wushuang puts the universe of life into his palm, with the universe in one hand and the sky hidden in the other, just waiting for Tai San to show up. What he didn't expect was that the other party was also a ruthless character. Jian Wushuang, can you come down for a comment? There was no anger in Tai San's voice, but rather peaceful. Is this a peace talk? Jian Wushuang was a bit disdainful. Chapter 55:20. S breath remained unchanged, and he fell directly into the courtyard. Tenzo, who was indistinguishable from the dead dog in his hand, remained on his side. There was no accident when he saw Deputy Hall Master Zhong. Everything was planned. Where is Gong Miaoi? Jin Wushuang was not polite at all. He sat down where Gong Miaoi was originally sitting and went straight to the subject. Tai San's expression remained unchanged, and he personally poured a cup of tea for Jin Wushuang and said calmly, Jin Wushuang, a maid. There is no need to stir up the crowd like this. Ha ha. Jin Wushuang smirked, rubbing the handle of the chair, and then suddenly forcefully shattered the armrest. The sawdust flew out, and Triathlon easily resolved it. It is easy to resolve this, but Jin Wushuang dares to be so disrespectful in front of so many people. How to resolve it? If he bears it, what will those subordinates think? There are many people standing in the Chungfeng garden. Was originally intended to scare Jin Wushuang, but now it is counterproductive. The other deputy hall master of Fu, Shou Tang, directly stood up and shouted angrily, Jin Wushuang, don't go too far. Huh. Jin Wushuang snorted coldly and said with disdain, How old are you? Do you have a voice here? You. The deputy hall master had received this kind of anger and was about to rush at the moment, but was stopped by Tai Han. Tai San took a deep breath, held back for a while, grasped the tea-making shelf in his hand, and said calmly, Gong Miaoy's matter is indeed my negligence. Even if you don't come to this matter, I will bring a generous gift. I went to visit and I didn't expect to get to this point. Tell me about the requirements. If there are any shortcomings or requirements, I will definitely do it. Jin Wushuang held up the teacup and shook it for a while. Then his eyes contained great anger, and he poured the tea in the cup directly on Tai San, shouting angrily, You're always confused. Let me make a request? He was a little angry. I want the origin of everything in the North Tower. Can you give it? Don't think it's a hall master, so you can talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will ruin you once. Iron Trinity's violent aura directly evaporates all the tea on his face. Just about to burst, after hearing the origin of everything, he had to suppress the anger in his heart forcibly. He has already told his elder brother Chongfeng Sword God about the things here, and even his elder brother said not to provoke Jin Wushuang. The other party is just about to blackmail some treasures. Just take the money and send it away. But Jin Wushuang is too shameless now. This is not for the money at all. This is to humiliate him. Deputy Hall Master Zhong also saw it for a moment, and now he moved the position to the back. If it were him, I am afraid he would have done it a long time ago. He also admires the endurance of Tetsuo, which can be resisted. Isn't triathlon very prestigious before? Why are you exaggerating now? Jin Wushuang. Tai San's face finally pulled down, staring at Jin Wushuang, wishing to eat him, gritted his teeth and said, If it hadn't been for my eldest brother to confess, you would have died 100 times. In the last sentence, he just talked about it. In the palace of the elders, who would dare to kill Jin Wushuang? I really want to kill Jin Wushuang. Not to mention the real spirit, even Wuzhuo will have to fight the other side. Then I have to tell you, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have a place to sit and talk to me. Without your eldest brother, you wouldn't even be able to sit still. The two got up at the same time. Their bodies were close together, and their faces were close to each other. Stared at each other's eyes. Today, let Gong Miaoi go with me, or you can kneel down and slap 3 heads, and I will admit this marriage. Jin Wushuang straightened up, rubbed his eyebrows, and then said, Or give me the origin of everything. Don't say you don't give you face. Ask me to finish. You can figure it out. These 3 requirements, no matter which one is enough, will ruin the opponent. It is absolutely impossible to let Gong Miaoi go with him. The invitations were all sent out, and the Taoist couple ran away with others, and this face was lost. As for the origin of all things, giving him 10 lives, he dare not call the shots. In the end, the only way is to kowtow. It's better to kill him directly. Deputy Hall Master Zhong couldn't stand it anymore. What a shame it was. For a woman, it's not worth it. You all get back. Tai San's face was shaking, and he waved for the people to disperse. The deputy director of Fu Shoutang was a little moved. Let them leave. Is this really ready to compromise? If this is the case, then they will be ashamed for the rest of their lives. Was trampled on the face by a Taoist monarch. Hall Master Wei. Before they could finish speaking, Tai Han looked like white wax, raised his head and glanced at the crowd, and shouted angrily, Go away! Everyone didn't dare to stay longer. and at the same time their hearts were cold. The hall master of Fu Shou-tang, who is so prestigious in normal times, is now so mixed up that he has to kneel for a Taoist monarch. After everyone retreated, only Taishan, Jin Wushuang, and Deputy Hall Master Zhong were left. There were a lot of people just now, but now there are no outsiders. I will personally accompany you, Tai-san. The treasure in this mustard seed is worth 30,000 cubic meters of cosmic crystals. It is what I have earned in my life. Please accept it. Bong to Jian Wu Duanqian. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. 30,000 square cosmic crystals. He really looks down on it now. He has hundreds of thousands of cosmic crystals himself, which is not less than 30,000. But the other party can have 30,000 cosmic crystals. I am afraid he will not benefit from it in private. This is the accumulation of millions of years. There will be more in the future. 30,000 square cosmic crystals are not a big loss, and more will be gained in the future. But Gong Miaoyi couldn't return Jian Wushuang. Others don't know. Tai-san knows in his heart that Gong Miaoyi's physique is very special and suitable for double cultivation. As long as he finds Gong Miaoyi's father, Gong Miaoyi promises to do double repairs. Now I have mastered the information of Gong Miaoyi's father. After the wedding, we'll take Gong Miaoyi to find the other party's father. Once the double cultivation starts, his strength can go further. Hope is extremely high, and hope is still great. By then, the two brothers will be super strong, and in this palace of the elders, there will be no fear of anyone. That's why Gong Miaoyi would never let it out. The reason why he can hold it back is because of this. In case Jian Wushuang insists on Jian Wushuang, the other party will not help him if this matter is brought to Palace Master Lu Hua. He doesn't stand up to the point. If it weren't for his elder brother to raise him, he would almost get dizzy. Forbearance for a while. After he reaches the top, there is no need to be afraid of Jian Wushuang. Even if Jian Wushuang succeeds in the future, he will be an absolute powerhouse, and there is no need to look at Jian Wushuang's face. After all, this Senate Palace is the personal power of true spirit. The ultimate emperor is not without it, but which ultimate emperor is not related to them? At best it can give a little more face. No matter how big it is also potential. The ultimate emperor doesn't have much power, and he is practicing hard, so there is no time to take care of this. Chapter 55:21. This time, he didn't think of such a simple solution. He is not afraid that the other party will not do anything. He is afraid that the other party will endure it all the time. The purpose of coming here is to let outsiders know that the Yuan Lao Palace will be sentenced in the future, and that is also for a great reason. The Taoist couple was robbed, and the origin of everything was not given to him. Is also known as a teacher. Jian Wushuang's eyes gradually cooled down. Now let alone 30,000 universe crystals, even if it is 300,000, he will continue to make trouble. 30,000 universe crystals, are you sending a beggar? He directly threw away the mustard seeds in the opponent's hand. As soon as these words came out, Tyson couldn't bear it anymore, raised his head and stared at Jian Wushuang. His aura exploded at this moment, and he directly shook Jian Wushuang back. In order to create an illusion, Jian Wushuang directly retreated thousands of miles, crashing and destroying countless palaces and attics, swaying countless sword energy. From the outside world, Jian Wushuang would be seriously injured if he didn't die this time. Tai-san was very surprised. He obviously just released some breath and didn't even think about doing it. The Deputy Hall Master Zhong next to was close to him, and he could see Tai-san's thoughts, so he didn't stop him. The Deputy Hall Master Zhong couldn't control that much, and Wu Zui gave orders to ensure Jian Wushuang's safety. Tyson looked a little ugly and hurriedly explained, "Vice Master Zhong, you have to testify to me. I really didn't do it. Tai-san, you are deceiving too much, taking my Taoist companion, robbing me of good fortune. I am incompatible with you." Jian Wushuang yelled angrily. The voice spread far away, and many people onlookers heard it. Such a big thing has happened. Dongshang and Wan Yin are also here. Hearing Jian Wushuang's stern anger, he was a little moved and moved directly. Those in the periphery of Fu Shou-tang wanted to stop, but now Dongshang already had the power of a Tier 6 top emperor, and it was not so easy to stop it. Now that such a big thing has happened, the Emperor of Fu Shotang didn't dare to actually do it. He just stopped symbolically and put the two in. After all, so many heirs from the outside world are watching. If you really want to move it, I'm afraid it will arouse public anger. Brother Wushuang, we are late. Dong Shang and Wan Yin entered the ruins and saw Jian Wushuang in ragged clothes and blood on the corners of his mouth. Were all shocked, and then angrily looked at the hall master of Fu Shotang in the distance. Jian Wushuang stood there with a haggard face. But my heart is full of joy. Tai-san, today's humiliation, I will write it down. Jian Wushuang looked at each other unwillingly and said coldly. The breath of hatred rose instantly. Go! Under the protection of Dong Shang and Wan Yin, Jian Wushuang left Fu Shotang. Only Taizhan and the deputy hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall, who were stunned in the same place, were left. Tai-san, it seems that you really offended Jian Wushuang this time. After leaving a sentence, Deputy Hall Master Zhong also left directly. Then the strong from Fu Shotang gathered around one after another. Hall Master, there is nothing to be afraid of. Jian Wushuang deceives people too much. You can't help but make a move. It's normal. Someone said with comfort. Tai-san's face became even more gloomy, and the violent aura directly shook the person who had spoken back for several battles and shouted angrily, Get out of here! Now he can't clean it after jumping into the Yellow River. Can't explain to his men that he didn't dare to shoot just to scare Jian Wushuang. I really want to say that. I won't be able to mix up in the future. But if you don't explain, even your own people will assume that he has beaten Jian Wushuang ruthlessly. When everyone retreated, their eyes changed a little. The image of triathlon has been preserved, and it is still as prestigious as before. But he offended Jian Wushuang. But he really sat down. Not only snatched Jian Wushuang's Taoist companion, Lien Jian Wushuang came to ask for the origin of everything and was beaten up. This matter quickly spread throughout the Yuan Palace. Palace Master Lu Hua brought a generous gift in person and went to find Jian Wushuang. He doesn't know anything about this, nor has he heard of any reason. The matter of the origin of all things has clearly been determined, and he will fully support Jian Wushuang. Whether he can get another explanation, but he has already surfaced his position. Normally, Jian Wushuang would not go to Fu Shotang to ask for it. The origin of everything is very important. Although it shows that all the treasures of the Yuan Lao Palace are under the jurisdiction of Fu Shotang, the origin of everything is not even qualified to arrange it, let alone Fu Shotang. According to his speculation, it is probably because of the Taoist couple. Although Jian Wushuang was deflated this time, Lu Hua was very happy in his heart. As a result, the relationship between Jian Wushuang and the faction of Changfeng Sword God became even more cold. They count you on a boat. At this time, Jian Wushuang was in the Law Enforcement Hall. Emperor Lu Hua thought that Jian Wushuang was here to heal his injuries, so he came to comfort him. When I arrived there, I found that Jian Wushuang had already been in prison. It was Wu Zua who was waiting for him outside the door. Brother Wu Zua, are you confused? Take Jian Wushuang up at this time. Emperor Lu Hua was shocked. According to common sense, among the people in Jian Wushuang and Yuan Laogong, Wu Zua had the best relationship, so why Wu Zua even grab Jian Wushuang with him? Wu stood there on the left, with a fierce aura between his brows. Palace Master Lu Hua, I'm afraid you don't know something. Jian Wushuang's move in Fu Shotang seriously injured one of Fu Shotang's deputy hall masters. If it weren't for Tai San's action, he would have almost fallen. Wu Zhuai said righteously. According to the Law Enforcement Hall regulations, Jian Wushuang committed a felony and must be detained in jail to wait for the release. When these words came out, Lu Hua was completely stunned. Suddenly, he thought of something. At this time, Tai San walked out of the hall with a smile and said, Farewell, Palace Master Lu Hua. Emperor Lu Hua's expression became completely cold when he saw the visitor. Tai San, did you do this thing about? Lu Wadijin said coldly. If this is the case, he will have to be in the dark in the future. The last time Wu Zua proposed to add another palace lord, he politely declined. Unexpectedly, Wu Zua is now completely embarking on an evil road, and actually hooks up with the sword Changfeng. In this way, Changfeng and Wu Zhuo will deal with the Blue Bull. Maybe they will abdicate at that time and give way to Wu Zhuo. Triathlon lost the previous anger at this time and said very happily, "The law enforcement hall handles affairs according to the regulations, and it does it very well. This has nothing to do with Fu Shoutang." Okay. Emperor Lu Hua was so angry that he laughed and said with a big laugh, "It's very good. You do things. You do it really well." After leaving this sentence, he flicked his sleeve robe and turned around to leave. But after thinking of Jian Wushuang, he stopped and didn't turn his head. He just said in a cold voice, "Fighting in private and seriously hurting the elders. This matter is indeed very serious. I have to interrogate myself," then directly tore through the space and reached the bottom of Yuanyang Lake. There is a water prison there. Jian Wushuang was suppressed here at this time. After he left Fu Shoutang, Wu Zhuo personally captured him and sent him here not long after. Chapter 55:22. All this is planned. Although Taisan was furious, he was very cautious and directly notified the eldest brother Changfeng Sword God of everything that had happened. After the Changfeng Sword God knew about it, he pondered for a long time and speculated that Wu Zhuo wanted to borrow Jian Wushuang's hand to seek the position of the palace lord. So he asked Tai San to take the initiative to find Wu Zhuo and explain his intentions. As long as Jian Wushuang is pressed down, he will fully support Wu Zhuo as the palace lord, and he will try his best to win over the Blue Bull and then pull Emperor Lu Hua down in one fell swoop. This is still the three palace masters, and there is no change in their interests. The key is to offend Jian Wushuang so badly. He simply made the best move and did nothing, pulling Wu Zhuo together to suppress Jian Wushuang. But they didn't know that, in this way, they hit the arms of Jian Wushuang and Wu Zhuo. Lu Hua hurriedly arrived here. After seeing Jian Wushuang, who was suppressed in prison, he was fainted by cursing Wu Zhuo secretly. Jian Wushuang is now the celebrity of the Senate Palace. It is impossible for the true spirit to not know. Once the harmony is successful, it is very likely that he will be the heir to the Temple of Qixin in the future. Offended such a character, just for the position of a palace lord. A little irrational. It can only be said that the pattern of Wu Zhuo is getting smaller and smaller. After Lu Hua arrived, Wu Zhuo followed. "Release people first, count as my guarantee," Emperor Lu Hua said. Wu Zhuo hesitated, then lowered his voice and said, "It will be 10,000 years at the earliest. After Taisan's marriage, I will release Jian Wushuang." "You." Lu Wadajun's face sank, and he pointed to Wu Zhuo and said, "You let me say what you are. This Jian Wushuang is the inheritor of the ultimate way, and now the ultimate way is probably complete. You am not afraid that he will find you after he gets along." Wu Zhuo snorted coldly, staring at Lu Huadijuan, and said angrily, "Looking forward and backward, when I chose the palace lord last time, you said the same thing. You disappointed me. I don't know whether this is to cooperate with the performance or accidentally tell the truth. The last time Palace Master Lu Hua did it was not authentic, and Wu Zhuo still has a bit of resentment. Well, in this case, you can walk on your single-plank bridge." Emperor Lu Hua did not want to mention the last time, because the last time was indeed his problem. If you were tougher, maybe Wu Zhuo would really become the palace lord. What a pity. Changfeng's strength is too bad. Once Wu is in the top position, S combination has already broken the balance of the current Senate Palace, and he knew it from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't insist on it anymore. Now that the two have joined forces, they have reached a delicate balance with Qingniu and Changfeng. But it's about to break now, and Wu Zhuo won't be standing by his side this time. On the contrary, he himself fell into the lower class. Maybe because of the origin of everything, he would still be isolated. When the time comes, the position of the palace lord may be lost. It's too late to turn around now, so I can only bet on the sword Wushuang and walk one way to the end. The more so, he has to get Jian Wushuang out now. Is the icing on the cake? It is better to send charcoal in the snow. Hall Master Wu Zhuo, you can't let go of people, but I'm going to interrogate now. Let me go in and see Jian Wushuang. This doesn't break the rules. Emperor Lu Hua restored his indifferent face. This time Wu Zhuo did not refute, took out the token to open the prison, and put the palace master Lu Hua into the prison. After entering the prison, Palace Master Lu Hua directly arranged the enchantment to prevent Wu Zhuo from eavesdropping outside. Only then took a step towards Jian Wushuang. Palace Master. Jian Wushuang got up with difficulty. His breath was very weak. He didn't hide his breath, but deliberately let Wu Zhuo seriously injured him, and he kept pressing down without recovering. If needed, he can restore the peak at any time, which is the terrifying place of the power of life. Diju and Lu Hua felt really, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support Jian Wushuang, and injected his own strength to help Jian Wushuang recover some strength. There are some things you should come to me. Wu Zhuo has been unreliable, but I forgot to remind you. Lu Wadajan looked very annoyed. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, then leaked out of anger, gritted his teeth and said, I was careless this time. I didn't expect Wu Zhuo to sway me. Don't worry, he can't touch you. I will find a way to get you out, as soon as 10,000 years. Lu Wadajan comforted. 10,000 years. Jian Wushuang had a trace of anxiety in his eyes and said, Palace Master, can you get me out before Tai San's wedding? His expression was moved, his eyes were firm, and then he bowed directly, begging, Palace Master Lu Hua, I beg you. As long as you let me out, I will remember this great grace forever. Jian Wushuang, what are you doing? Emperor Lu Hua stretched out his hand to help Jian Wushuang get up and said quickly, Don't worry, I will fish you out even if I don't take the position of the palace lord. Anyway, he won't be long enough, and he's not afraid of being caught by Chongfeng and Qingniu in his pigtails, and he will simply rob him of the law enforcement hall's prison at that time. Jian Wushuang got up when he heard the other party's promise, with joy in his eyes. After that, Lu Hua left some treasures to restore his origins, and then left. Jian Wushuang looked at the other party's back, and his heart was a little moved. Although he knew that the other party had a very clear purpose, but in order to help him and be able to give up everything, he really had to write down this kindness. After he boarded the Dadong, he would never treat him badly. After Emperor Lu Hua was out of prison, he didn't even glance at Wu Zhuo, but he waved his sleeves and left with a cold snort. He was disappointed with Wu Zhuo. The two have been friends for many years, and now they are dead. At the beginning, in ancient times, although Emperor Lu Hua was not a direct descendant of the Temple of Qixin, he came from a famous family and was a direct descendant of the Lord of the Universe. Wandering through the long river of time and space, getting to know Wu Zhuo, the two have also wandered together several times as a deadly friendship. Humph, it'll be one step faster this time. Wu Zhuo muttered to himself, and after a glance at Jian Wushuang in prison, he turned and left directly. News of his suppression spread quickly. Even the inheritors on the Tomb Mountain know a lot. Huiqing, who was far away in the secret world, also got the news for the first time. Brother Wushuang, I can't help you this time. Huiqing closed her eyes slightly, and she was in an extremely evil pool of water. In the dark, Long Yi looked at everything in a daze, reporting the situation here to the true spirit one by one. In the prison, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the corner. His breath remained unchanged. Is just in the sea of origin, his origin clone is practicing the pinnacle of his creation. Daojun is able to create the pinnacle of unique knowledge, and he is also considered the first class. 10,000 tribulations. The first sword is still a bit rough. The sword is dead, but the power is alive. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Chapter 55:23. It was too difficult to integrate the power of life, so he could only turn to using jerkiness to transform the power of life into sword aura. Only in this way can it exert great combat power. Whether it is the extremely strong power of all things, or the power of reincarnation, it is very difficult to integrate into one's own way. The course of life is the heavens and tribulations. Jian Wushuang floated on the sea of origin, holding the Jueyan sword upside down. The sword of 10,000 tribulations can also be the space of 10,000 tribulations, or the universe of 10,000 tribulations. It is the same as everything else, but in a different direction. This first tribulation is in Sword Dao. Jian Wushuang suddenly raised his hand. Jueyun Jian came out, and the world was surging. This sword can kill the Sixth Order Emperor. The 8,000 tribulations of the Pinnacle's unique learning was created by him throughout his life, and it is related to his journey along the way. The catastrophe he has gone through is more than 10,000 catastrophes. When he was weak, the first culpa before him was Kendo. Now that he has mastered his mastery in a sword, he can be regarded as an account of Kendo and an account of himself. Although Jidao is strong, after all, he has been following him for a short time, and he doesn't have too many special feelings. Kendo is different. From a weak moment, to be with him, as if he was born with him. Otherwise, he would not always be distracted to explore Kendo. After having a more powerful ultimate path, why bother to develop an ultimate path? This is not to find yourself uncomfortable. When you are in harmony, you just need to abandon Kendo. But if you give it up, will he be willing? Jin Wushuang asked himself. Wan Dao's sword sovereign. Among the 10,000 ways he mastered, he only loves Kendo. He wants to carry forward Kendo and raise it to an untouchable height. Among the 10,000 Daos, the Kendo is promoted to the strongest and most perfect posture, and the killing of Kendo suits him very well. Myriad Tribulations Sword. Jin Wushuang's eyes were hot, and he looked at this sword and exclaimed excitedly, finally succeeded. Although the ultimate Kendo has not yet stepped into the 9-level realm, the sword created today can already kill the Sixth Order Emperor. Because of the transformed life force, this sword contains too many things. A sword is not only as simple as the power of killing, but also contains the power of thought, mind, swallowing, all things, and even life. Cut it out with one sword, and you can die. Let it die, Jin Wushuang murmured, then began to practice. He has many cosmic crystals, and he has been constantly exploring the realm of space by leaps and bounds. The distance to the black hole realm is also fast. This time, his enemies are many. It was not Tyson alone, but the entire Senate Palace. Fortunately, among the 3 Palace Lords, the strongest one is in retreat. The Palace Lord Changfeng is not there, and the Palace Lord Lu Hua fully supports him. Wu Zhuo is the manipulator of the plan again. Under the circumstance that there is no way out, only the Peak Emperors are left. Although Wu Zhuo would support him in secret, everything might be impossible. He has to improve his strength to the strongest state as much as possible. Otherwise, there is a risk of exposure. Their plan is in progress, and the plan of the gods is also being laid out. The supreme powerhouse hidden in the dark, some powerhouses in the veteran palace secretly manipulated. A blast of darkness is covering the entire palace of the elders. The dark part of the Senate Palace. Shadow 3, 16 and 17 are already in place. You can do it at any time. Don't be in a hurry. Wait and see. This time, we will all be exposed. Don't be in a hurry. Jin Wushuang is in prison, and there are 14 in the law enforcement hall. There is nothing wrong with it. Hold on. This Shadow 3 is the top 3 figure in the Shadow sect, with the most powerful combat power. Time flies like a white horse. For thousands of years, a civilization was born in the mundane world, in the change of several dynasties, but for practitioners, it was just a moment or a breath. On this day, the island where Fu Shoutang was located was very lively, and all the palaces turned red. The place originally destroyed by Jin Wushuang has long been restored to its original state. Not to mention, today is the wedding of Fu Shoutang's chief Tai-san, and the entire island has been renovated. At 10 in the morning, everyone on the island is busy. For this big wedding, Tai-san even got a group of Taoists from the outside world to do it specially, because the island has a shortage of manpower and must be properly arranged. The characters who came this time are all important, and they are all high-powered in the Senate Palace. Even the Temple of the Enemy will have the strong come. In the main hall of Fushaotang, countless cases have been put in place at this time, and some relatively weak emperors have arrived early, and they have given enough face to Tai-san. Outside the main hall, Tai-san personally greeted every visitor. Whether it was a 4th Order Emperor or a 6th Order Emperor, they talked with each other enthusiastically. Even outside the island, a number of 6th Order Emperors were arranged to greet them from a distance. It's just that the guests who came this time were mostly indigenous emperors and some veterans from the 4 secret realms. As for the inheritors, very few came. Some inheritors who were with the Yuan Lao Palace had arrived, such as the Emperor Tier Heaven. Master, tearing the sky respectfully salutes. Apprentice, you are here to receive distinguished guests on my behalf, and I will go to the apse to have a look. Tai San smiled often and said to this disciple that he didn't, not only in practice, but also in financial resources. The situation of tearing the sky is very similar to him. They are all aptly qualified, but with good luck. And tearing the sky has not let him down. Every time it is steadily improving. He is now the 5th Order Peak Emperor, and he has also passed through the 48 floors at the North Tower. It hasn't been long before breaking through the 5th Order Emperor, and he has this strength, and he is also hopeful in the future. Tyson put down what he was holding and turned and entered the apse. The bright red silk placed in the hall is very festive. Miaoi. Tyson walked around, his face full of smiles. Gong Miaoi smiled and said, "Are the arrangements made outside? Everything is ready. You are the only one left." After today, Gong Miaoi raised his head and looked at Tyson, expecting, "Is my father really in the mine?" Tyson nodded and said, "I didn't dare to tell my eldest brother about this matter novel. Calm, but I asked people around him to help me investigate. That Jinshio is very close to your father. Then, when do we go?" Gong Miaoi said happily. "After today, you can go any time." Then Tai-san hesitated. "It's just..." Gong Miaoi looked solemnly and said solemnly, "As long as I find my father, the little girl will ask her husband in this life." "Okay, I won't lose you." Triathlon was very excited. At the beginning, he was afraid that Gong Miaoi was unwilling. After all, he was a 5th Order Peak Emperor, who generally had arrogance, and she was also a woman with a very special physique. Now he thinks too much. As long as he gets Gong Miaoi, he will be Mahayana and enter the peak, so he won't treat the opponent badly. At that time, he can also help Gong Miaoi quickly break the mirror and enter the 6th Order Emperor. Chapter 55:24. Think about it, and listen to it beautifully. Both husband and wife are 6th Order Emperors, which can be regarded as a good story in the Palace of the Elders. And Gong Miaoi's potential is good. He can even arrange Gong Miaoi to go to the Tomb Mountain. It's not difficult to get a quota. All is well in the future, but there are also changes. At this time, outside the prison of the Law Enforcement Hall, 2 groups of people were already in place. One group was arranged by the confidant of Palace Master Lu Hua, and the other group was the Shadow Sect powerhouse lurking in the Palace of the Elders. Among the group of people that Emperor Lu Hua looked for, there were 3 Tier 6 Peak Emperors who were enough to break the restriction here, and there were more than 10 Tier 6 Emperors who were strong enough to hold the Law Enforcement Hall. At this time, Wu Zuo was not here at all, but one of Fu Shou Tang. Over the years, he and Tai Sen have been very close, so naturally they want to join in. Now in the Law Enforcement Hall, only Deputy Hall Master Zhong and 3 6th Order Emperors are sitting in town. Most of the strong in the Law Enforcement Hall are located in the north, but in the Senate Palace, there are only a few. The strong in the Palace of the Elders are like clouds, and no one dares to make a mistake here. Outside the prison, there are no guards, because there are restrictions, and there is no fear of someone daring to rob the prison. Even if you dare to come, once the prohibition is attacked, the strong of the Law Enforcement Hall can arrive at the first time. Both groups are very patient and seem to be waiting for an order. Do it. Do it. Emperor Lu Hua checked the time and gave the order directly. At the same time, the supremely strong man hiding in the dark also gave the order. The 2 groups of people appeared at the same time in different positions, but the purpose was the same. Robbery. Boom. 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 A wave of violent forces suddenly attacked the restraint outside the prison. Jin Wushuang, who was deep in the prison, suddenly opened his eyes. Although he doesn't know the situation of the outside world, someone is coming to attack. I am afraid that today is when he goes out, and it is also the most important part of the plan. Inside the Law Enforcement Hall, with the arrival of this day, Deputy Hall Master Zhong was not surprised. He had expected that he would come to rescue Jin Wushuang, so he was also prepared. An order came out, several Sixth-Order emperors, together with hundreds of Fifth-Order peak emperors. Follow me to catch the rebellion. The rugged Deputy Hall Master Zhong took the lead with a mountain-opening battle axe, leading hundreds of emperors and powerful men, directly toward the space to the outside of the prison. At this time, outside the prison, both parties were a little surprised. The intelligence is wrong. Who is the other party? Does the palace master have other arrangements? However, the purpose is the same, and the two sides have not had any fights, and both are doing their best to break the prohibition. But at this time, the hundreds of people brought by Deputy Hall Master Zhong had already arrived. The majestic Faxiang broke out directly, and the strength of Deputy Hall Master Zhong was comparable to that of the most powerful. His appearance still shocked many people. The mysterious person in the dark must not act rashly. He can only command the crowd and stop the strong man in the law enforcement hall first. Deputy Hall Master Zhong's image was majestic for 1,000,000 li, and he slowly raised his hand to open it with a single stroke, directly letting the lake retreat, hitting the two groups of strong men who attacked the prohibition. Let me see, who is so courageous? Boom. The violent breath directly shook back several Sixth-Order emperors. The means of hiding their breath also broke. Wang Can, you are so brave, dare to rob prison. Deputy Hall Master Zhong recognized the Sixth-Order Peak Emperor, who took the lead at a glance. That was the first Titan under the Master of Palace Master Lu Hua. The Sixth-Order Peak combat power is only a trace of him. Seeing that the other party recognized him, Wang Can was not hiding it, so he rushed over immediately. Continue to attack the restraint. I will stop him. Deputy Hall Master Zhong sneered, it's up to you. Haha, although I can't beat you head-on, there are still ways to stop you. Wang Can was very confident. Wang Can was able to reach the 60th floor in the North Tower, and he had already reached the 6th Order consummate combat power. As for Deputy Hall Master Zhong, he reached the 61st floor. The difference between the two is just one level. Although it will be suppressed in strength, it will not be defeated in an instant. It is easy to stop the time of Deputy Hall Master Zhong. It takes 10 breaths to break the prohibition. Two groups of people from the outside fought hard. Jin Wushuang in prison was also tense. As long as the restriction is opened, he will tear the space and escape directly. Go straight to Fu Shoutang. Wu Zhuo was already waiting there. Moreover, most of the people in the law enforcement hall were transferred to the northern border. Only the deputy head Zhongzhong could not stop him. At that time, even if some people were killed, the inheritors and the emperors of the 4 secret realms would not stop him. Even the strong from the Senate Palace, few people dared to stop him. As soon as the source of destruction comes out, the entire Fusho Hall will probably fall. When the time comes, the strong will disperse, the most chaotic. You can take Gong Miaoi directly to the Central Hall, take the teleportation array, and go directly to the north. It can only be teleported to the north, from the Palace of the Old, and only after going to the north can it go to other big states. Boom. The fighting outside is very jiaozuo. The two groups of robbed prisoners had to separate the manpower to attack the restraint, while at the same time they had to stop the people from the law enforcement hall. Limi Kanji, it turned out to be you. Deputy Hall Master Zhong split the space with an axe, letting the supremely strong man behind him appear. Deputy Hall Master Zhong was very surprised. Limi Kanji is a rare 6th Order peak powerhouse in the Northern Realm. He is as famous as the Shangqing ancestors and others, but he did not expect to hide his strength all the time, and he was actually the ultimate powerhouse. And he dared to plot against such a big thing as robbing prison. There must be other secrets behind this. Wang Can and others robbed the jail because Emperor Lu Hua and the aboriginal emperors of the Northern Territory like Li Miyu had nothing to do with Jin Wushuang. So how could they have the courage to rob the prison? Associate Hall Master Zhong, you shouldn't have discovered me. Limi Kanji's eyes shrunk and were already exposed. Now he can't take care of that much. If Jin Wushuang is not taken out, they will all be finished. The terrifying breath of extreme peaks descended instantly, killed in the direction of Deputy Hall Master Zhong. As soon as the peak came out, the news here spread directly. Only when that breath spread thousands of miles away, it suddenly stopped, and a more terrifying breath followed. There was also a subtle magic sound mixed in that breath. Magic sound god general. Everyone was shocked. According to common sense, in the affairs of the Yuan Lao Palace, the magic sound can't interfere with these ancient existences. But there was a fight of the highest level, and it was also related to Jian Wushuang, and the magic sound would also have to take action. Directly suppress the matter in this place. And Limi Kanji, who had just been exposed, was directly seriously injured. At the same time, the prohibition began to break in the wave of magic sound. Only a trace of cracks appeared. Jian Wushuang seized the opportunity instantly, and before the cracks healed, he directly tore through the gaps in the surrounding space that was not forbidden and escaped. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-25. As Jian Wushuang went out, Imo In also retreated far away. Deputy Hall Master Zhong frowned. Everyone was helping Jian Wushuang, but he was the only one to stop him. Palace Master Zhong, we will see you tomorrow. Wang Can and others don't care about so many. After the mission is completed, they go directly to the central hall. Where there is Qiu Huang's death, they can directly escape. Going to the north to avoid the storm and robbing prisoners is not big or small. If Palace Master Lu Hua couldn't stand it, they could only keep fleeing. However, Lu Hua also promised them that there would definitely be life-threatening danger. He must have been carrying some notoriety, and he would be compensated when he returned to the Senate Palace in the future. Wang Can and the others calmly retreated. The Deputy Hall Master Zhong did not chase, but stared at the supremely strong man. Limi Porridge, you are really confused. Wang Can and the others have Lu Hua's support. Who are your supporters? Vice Paul Master Zhong had killing intent in his eyes. It's okay to let Wang Can go, with Lu Hua in front of him, but who supported Limi Kanji? This is hard to say, so these people must never be let go. At this time, Jian Wushuang had already escaped. Li Miju and the others came to jail to take Jian Wushuang away, but now Jian Wushuang hasn't caught him and was stopped by people from the law enforcement hall. The blow by Mayan God just now, although his subordinates were merciless and did not want to kill, but it also caused Limi Kanji to be seriously injured. When confronted by Deputy Hall Master Zhong again, it was difficult to leave. First rush out. Once the other strong come, we will be done. Limi Porridge's complexion was ashen. This time, they were careless about the plan. It was not counted that there would be people who would rescue Jian Wushuang. They had known it earlier, and they would have guarded outside. Boom. Jian Wushuang in the distance looked back and found nothing wrong. I just feel that this movement is a little too big. But fortunately, some of the strong people in Fushaotang have been distracted, and he just took the opportunity to grab his relatives. A terrifying atmosphere broke out again, and a great battle directly swept all the waters within hundreds of millions of miles nearby. After Jian Wushuang flew out with difficulty, he went all out to go to Fushaotang. Fushaotang. Although it is far from the law enforcement hall, I can feel the clearly visible aura of terror. That direction is the law enforcement hall, where Jian Wushuang is still suppressed. This made many people frown. At this time, the guests were already seated, and many people wanted to go out and take a look, but they were stopped by Wu Zhuo. Continue drinking, continue dancing. Wu Zhuo calmly picked up the wine glass and said coldly, "Do you guys believe in the strength of my law enforcement hall?" A breath radiated from him and directly suppressed everyone present. Those who wanted to go out to see what was going on also stopped. Although some people are equal to Wu Zhuo, they are all hall masters. But the strength is much worse. Wu Zhuo is the pinnacle of the most powerful. Even the 3 major palace masters can break their wrists. Moreover, he is the only living disciple of Qixin. Not only is his power terrifying, but he also has the secret method that the Qixin originally bestowed. It is the secret method created by the Qixin. Once activated, no one in the Palace of the Elders except the magic sound will be able to do so. Stop Wu Zhuo. After stopping the place, Wu Zhuo leaked a sneer. The Iron San in the apse found that something was wrong, but now he is riding a tiger with difficulty. Will it be in time? You can't delay. Hall Master, I have ordered people to arrange 10 sixth-order emperors and powerful people around Fusho Hall, Even if Jian Wushuang dares to come, he will surely let him come back and forth. Tai San's eyelids throbbed, still feeling a little unstable, and he said, "Let Brother Qiu Qian sit in the portal himself, and then mobilize some native emperors from the 4 secret realms. As long as I can pass safely today, I will take out 5,000 square universe crystals." Minute. He also had his blood capital. His own manpower was not enough, and even the native emperors were sent out. Yes. After settled down, Tai San turned and entered the boudoir in the apse. "Miaoi, the time is up. Come with me into the hall," Tai San said softly. Gong Miaoi was dressed in a red attire. On this day, she was not covering her face, but showing her gracefully. The triathlon she saw was shocked. "Although it wasn't the first time I saw each other, the feeling that I was about to have each other, that kind of control instantly burst. The face that can make the 6th Order Peak Emperor so moved can be said to be peerless." Gong Miaoya's face was cold, and he slowly stepped forward to hold Tai San's arm, and the two of them directly tore the space and reached the hall in an instant. The appearance of the two instantly broke the previously embarrassing scene. Where do Tai San and Gong Miaoi stand on the main seat? "Today, Tai Mao is getting married. Thank you for coming to join us. If you need it in the future, please speak up." After speaking, the two bowed their hands. Emperor Tier Heaven was standing beside him at this time, and he was also very excited. Speaking of it, Gong Miaoi was the one he introduced to his master. If the two of them can form a Taoist couple, he has to remember a lot. But when the two of them just got up and were about to raise their wine glasses to toast everyone, a terrifying breath instantly fell. Triathlon. Boom. Jian Wushuang ascends to the top of the sky like a colossus, descending from the sky, directly smashing the dome above the main hall to pieces. At this time, the sky outside became a little gloomy. Tai San's expression moved, knowing that he shouldn't mess up his position at this time, and hurriedly shouted, "Come on, drive him out of me." "Huh." Jian Wushuang sneered, "Stop screaming. I've already dealt with those hillbillies outside. How is this possible?" Tai San's expression sank. If the aboriginal monarchs outside can't stop them, they can still make sense. But Qiu Qian was his elder brother's right-hand man, who was even stronger than him. How could he be defeated by Jian Wushuang? He didn't know that the people he arranged outside had long been taken care of by Emperor Lu Hua himself. They are now suppressed. All this is done quietly. After all, he is the absolute strongest. How could it be discovered by others? "Ukanshu. Calm, Jian Wushuang. Today is a big wedding. I advise you to stop making trouble." Tai San's breath changed, and he was ready to do it at any time. This time he would not bear it anymore. At the same time, he also transmitted to Wu Zhuo and said angrily, "Brother Wu Zhuo, didn't you say that he will be released after today?" Tai San is now increasingly suspicious that Wu Zhuo is playing tricks on him. Originally discussed, Jian Wushuang will be released after today. At that time, he will leave the old man with Gong Miaoi and go to the north, so he doesn't have to worry about Jian Wushuang's trouble. Wu Zhuo just spoke indifferently. Don't worry. What storms can he upset as a Taoist? Besides, he is now a fugitive. You can take action against him. With my guarantee, it's okay. With this sentence, it was considered that Tai San's mood was stabilized. The origin of destruction in Jian Wushuang's body began to be released, but it fell into the hall in an instant. Chapter 55:26. Nothing to do with you. You will finally go away. Jian Wushuang glanced at the emperors sitting on both sides of the hall and said, "Otherwise, don't blame me for hurting you by mistake." As soon as the source of that horrible destruction came out, everyone was in chaos. Before he finished speaking, they left one after another. It's okay to watch the show, but it's not good to hurt yourself by mistake. Tai San's expression changed. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to get the origin of the universe and destroy the origin. If he blew himself up in this hall, he would have to be seriously injured. "Jian Wushuang, you are now a prisoner, and you can act unscrupulously on you. You'd better know and get out of here. They'll assume it never happened." Tai San stretched out his hand and said very righteous. This is because that source of destruction is too terrifying, and it is really necessary to fight. I am afraid that neither he nor Jian Wushuang will end well. The other party is an inheritor, with true spirits for the bottom, and will not fall at all. He was different, really fighting. If Jian Wushuang killed him, Jinling would not obliterate Jian Wushuang because of a veteran. On the contrary, if he killed Jian Wushuang, he would probably arouse the anger of the true spirit. Gong Miaoya's face was a little stalemate next to her. For a while, I didn't know whether Jian Wushuang was true or not, and there was a touch of emotion in my heart. At this moment, tearing the sky, just wanted to leave here, but there was a breath that kept him back, making him unable to move. The owner of this breath is naturally Wu Zhuo. Jian Wushuang has clearly said that he must be torn to death. The beast soldier must be snatched over. This is a great opportunity. Jian Wushuang's eyes revealed a huge killing intent. Tyson, old dog, take it to death. His whole Buddhist thought power broke out in an instant, and the straight source of destruction buzzed in an instant. Of course, the Tai-san on the main hall would not wait to die, pulling Gong Miaoyi to flee. At this time, it is not the time to fight hard. Escape. Tyson had only one thought. It was a bit miserable to tear the sky, unable to move at all, was suppressed to death, and desperately shouted, "Help me!" At this time, the crisis was full, and Tai-san didn't care about the life and death of the sky at all, just wanted to leave here quickly. Everyone must die. As soon as Jian Wushuang's voice fell, candle dragon wings instantly wrapped his body, and Wu Zhuo was standing in front of him at this time. Don't resist. I will do it after a breath. After Wu Zhuo transmitted the sound, a powerful force wrapped Jian Wushuang. Without his protection, Jian Wushuang, who was destroying the core of the source, would also fall. Boom! The source of destruction burst completely. The entire Fushaotang was razed to the ground in an instant, and then a surge of weather began to condense into a point. That is a black hole. The origin of this destruction directly condensed the continent where Fushaotang was located into a black hole, and the huge swallowing power swallowed all the continent where Fushaotang was located. It was useless for Tai-san to struggle in it, and finally abandoned Gong Miaoyi and wanted to escape alone, but Jian Wushuang had already rushed over. "Wanna go?" Jian Wushuang dived, first grabbed Gong Miaoyi, and then took Gong Miaoyi's hand and stopped in front of Tai-san. Looking down at the other side, a high-ranking hall master of Fushaotang now looks like a mourning dog. "Jian Wushuang, I want you to die." Tai-san was completely angry and desperately rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Although he had been seriously injured, Triathlon tried his best when he came up and even burned his original source to restore his strength to the top level. God-destroying palm. Tai-san's pinnacle knowledge is a set of infinite destructive skills. With a palm shot, the God destruction technique was instantly activated, and the thought power around Jian Wushuang began to weaken, and he could no longer feel the position of the opponent. Once the power of mind disappears, the practitioner is like a blind man. Wu Zhuo was in the core of the black hole in the distance, and he was still carrying the Emperor of Tier Heaven in his hand. At this time, the heart and soul were torn apart. "Master Wu Zhuo, help me." "Save you?" Wu Zhuo sneered, and after forcibly taking the beast from the opponent, he threw the tearing sky into the vortex of the black hole. With tearing resentment on his face, he roared, "No!" He is not reconciled. Along the way, it was not easy for him than anyone else. In order to keep the beasts, he not only provoked Jian Wushuang and Primordial Star. When he arrived at the Tomb Mountain, he was bullied by other inheritors, and now he finally climbed to this position step by step. How could he be so willing to fall? But the huge gravitational force of the black hole behind him extinguished his mind, and his body turned into countless particles, which were deposited into the deposit. But on the surface of the black hole, there was still the last grim expression of tearing the sky imprinted. It was a cloud of mist. After solving the tearing sky, Wu Zhuo took a step and came to the core of the black hole. "Jian Wushuang, do you want me to help?" Now that Jian Wushuang has no thought power, he can only hear the sound. At this time, he also has a fierce energy, and he shouted, "I can solve it." Originally, according to the plan, Wu's was solve Tai-san and Jin Wushuang solved the tearing sky. Now it's the other way around. The strongest Wu's will went to kill the weakest tearing sky, and Jin Wushuang chose to chew on the hardest bone. I found you. A smile leaked from the corner of Jin Wushuang's mouth. Without the power of thought, he still has the power of life. As long as it contains the breath of life, he can feel it. The huge palm print hit. Jin Wushuang slowly pulled out the Jueyun sword that was behind him. At this moment, his temples were flying, his robe dancing with gravity, his eyes closed, but he drew out the Jueyun sword, ready to use his strongest sword. Gong Miaoi, who stood behind Jin Wushuang, looked at Jin Wushuang, as if he had seen his father from the other side. Because at the beginning, her mother told him that his father likes to carry a long sword most. For this reason, the two came together. But when he thought of his father, he was a little moved. Tai Sanjin is going to fall. What will his father do? And who will he rely on to find his father? Rely on Jin Wushuang? Although Jin Wushuang's face is for her now, she can't guarantee that the other party will help her. What if Jin Wushuang uses her again, and then throws it aside and ignores it? At that time, Ukanshu, calm, because she had fallen to the Iron Three, the Palace Master Changfeng would not spare her either. Hard work. Gong Miaoy's eyes were a little rosy, but she couldn't make any choice. She had to be at the mercy of others. But at this moment, Jin Wushuang's sword in both hands pointed at the giant palm, and at the same time he looked back at Gong Miaoi and said tenderly, "Don't worry, I can help you with our father's affairs." As soon as this shameless remark came out, Jin Wushuang shot it instantly. Millions of tribulation. Jueyun's sword made a buzzing sound, which was the transformation of life force. The monstrous sword intent descended on the world, and a sword came out to resonate in the entire space. Just the breath of Jin Wushuang's body instantly dissipated the god-destroying technique, and then shouted angrily, "Death?" End of this chapter. Chapter 55:27. As soon as this sword came out, the entire space was instantly flattened, and all matter was dying, that was dying from the depths of life. Anyone who touches it will die. Tyson looked at the sword, in a daze, and said, "How could this be? How can he be so strong?" But now he didn't give him time to shock at all, so he could only forcefully stop him. Void. A huge Dharma image rose up, and Tyson also began to kill his life. As soon as he pointed it out, he gathered a little bit, and no matter what, he would break the sword. The power contained in the sword made him tremble. If he is not cautious, he will really fall into Jin Wushuang's hands today. Broken. The huge finger shadow and Jueyun's sword collided with each other. This bet on Xingqian's finger, but just touched the Jueyun sword. It began to break. Desperate. At the moment it was extinguished, Tai San's face began to be distorted. Not only the physical body, but also the divine body and origin lost their original shape, continuously distorted, and finally dissipated. Tyson completely turned to ashes and has fallen. Jin Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and the black hole was already shrinking. It originally covered the entire continent, but now that the continent has disappeared, the black hole has become very small. He really killed a 6th-order peak emperor. Although most of the reasons were because of the 10% destruction and Wu's was secret help, the opponent was actually dead in his hands. After picking up the other party's mustard seeds, he took Gong Miaoi and left the black hole. The black hole also completely turned into a point in the next moment, and then began to be restored by the space, and everything was restored to peace. In the air, there was still a mustard seed floating at this time, which was tearing the sky. Wu's didn't personally give him the beast magic weapon, because the plan was very important, and he couldn't tell anyone, even Gong Miaoi couldn't say it. Jin Wushuang was a little excited about this and put it away directly. As for Wu's, he is still trapped in a black hole. An extremely secret transmission sounded in Jin Wushuang's mind. The time of 3 breaths is an order. After 3 breaths, I will break through the black hole and go out. At that time, you must take my blow. After being seriously injured, go directly into the teleportation formation and leave, and everything will proceed according to the planned route. The voice came from Wu Zhuo, and Jian Wushuang did not answer, pulling Gong Miaoyi towards the central hall. The monarchs who were onlookers, or the powerhouses of the Elder Palace, looked at him, and no one tried to stop him. Because Triathlon is dead. With such a big movement, even the Taoist Qing Yo who was in retreat was awakened, but he did not appear. Dijuan Lu Hua frowned, and he was already suspicious of what he was doing now. Jian Wushuang was robbed by him, and now he has killed Tai San and is about to flee. I am afraid that I will be held accountable in the future. Those inheritors shouted in applause, not only did not stop them, but even gave way to Jian Wushuang. On the Mayin Mountain, the Mayin god will stand side by side with Yun Zhongjuan, staring at all this. How to say? Mayin Shun turned his head to look at Yun Zhongjuan and said in doubt, "What are you talking about?" Just like that, let him run away? Yun Zhongjuan pointed to Jian Wushuang. If not, the Senate Palace has nothing to do with the two of them. That is, because of the true spirit, it came here. They will not take care of internal struggles unless they are involved in the competition. And he is the kind of super strong with unclean details. That Zhujian who was dragged by Deputy Hall Master Zhong was because the details were not clear. The magic sound god general would do it. Of course, a large part of the reason was to rescue Jian Wushuang. If he really wants to stop Jian Wushuang, he will have to go back then. After all, releasing Jian Wushuang has something to do with the magic sound general. Jun Yunzhong smashed his mouth and said leisurely, "Forget it, it's just like watching a good show. This Jian Wushuang's character, I have misunderstood. This kind of thing can be done. There is mind back then demeanor." As he said, his figure disappeared. The magic sound general was a little disdainful. At the beginning, Yun Zhongjuan didn't have the courage to pursue Emperor Jueyun with a cheeky face. He was severely injured by the slap of the great Jueyun, and the divine body was cracked. Countless people stared at Jian Wushuang. It's time for 3 breaths. A huge centipede, tearing through the world, rushed out of the name of the black hole. Wu Zhuo was dressed in a pale yellow robe, standing on top of the centipede's head. At this moment, he was full of anger. A pair of purple eyes exuded the power of thunder, and a thunder of 10,000 battles burst out and went straight to Jian Wushuang. The crowd who had originally watched backed away again. But Wu's was shot. Even if it is affected, I am afraid it will fall. It's over. Jian Wushuang is really offending Wu Zhuo. Many people retreated quickly. The purple thunder came behind Jian Wushuang in an instant. Jian Wushuang was also prepared long ago, and he was really going to be recruited. He had to fall. This is also a bitter trick. Of course, it won't really go hard. He took out a white jade ball and threw it back. The jade ball turned frantically, and then burst out a scorching light that swept the earth in an instant. Although it blocked most of the power of purple thunder, some tiny electric snakes rushed to Jian Wushuang's side. Just when he was about to touch the electric snake, Jian Wushuang pulled Gong Miaoyi over, stopped her behind, and took the initiative to withstand the blow. What? The huge inertia caused Jian Wushuang to release Gong Miaoyi's hand, and the whole person flew out directly. A cloud of golden blood spurted out, and Jian Wushuang only felt that the entire source was trapped by the electric snake. This time it was not just a simple serious injury. If it is a simple injury, he can directly recover, and he has a powerful life source that can recover instantly. But after the electric snake entered his body, it entered his origin, and it would take 100 years at the fastest to disperse it. This time, he exerted great perseverance. At the same time, in order to ensure safety, he also has a lot of back players. If Gong Miaoyi ran away by the time, he also had a quick way to rescue him. Wu Zhuo had given him the antidote. But in order to test Gong Miaoyi, the eyeliner of the confused Shadow Zong cannot be easily used. Jian Wushuang clutched his chest, raised his head to see Gong Miaoyi flying over, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Not afraid of the other party running outside, Bukanshu. Kam is afraid that the other party will run away now. Then lose your lord. He didn't have to run away, just let Wu Zhuo kill him. Without Gong Miaoyi's support, his plan would be difficult to succeed. Gong Miaoyi is used to confuse the gods. It's up to the other party to be fooled. Go! This time Gong Miaoyi pulled him directly into the teleportation formation of the central hall. Qiu Huang didn't say much, just nodded for a moment, and then directly opened the big formation. Immediately before Wu's Wa descended, the two escaped smoothly. The Wu's Wa who arrived here was extremely angry. I can't tell at all that it's pretending. Chapter 55-28. Qiu Huang. Wu's Wa stared straight at the opponent and shouted angrily, "Come here, take him to jail." This situation occurred on his side, and a group of people from the law enforcement hall also came. After hearing Wu's Wa's order, several emperors immediately took action and directly suppressed Qiu Huang. "My lord, there is still a situation on the prison side," a law enforcement hall emperor said cautiously. Wu turned his head to look. His eyes could kill. When the law enforcement hall hears the order, all members of the law enforcement hall in the Northern Territory can be transmitted. Jin Wushuang must be captured. Whoever catches Jin Wushuang will reward 10,000 square cosmos crystals. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was moved. 10,000 square cosmic crystals. There are only 3 palace owners, and Wu's were in the palace of the elders. You must know that Tai-san controls Fu Shoutang, and only after so many years has he harvested 30,000 square cosmic crystals. For the 6th Order Emperor, 10,000 square cosmic crystals, that is a huge amount of wealth. For all the worth of a 6th Order Emperor, there is no 10,000 square cosmic crystal. Only some special 6th Order Peak Emperors have such strong financial resources. Not everyone is as lucky as Triathlon. There is a pro-elder brother who is the most powerful and one of the 3 palace masters of the Senate Palace. He himself even sat in the position of Fu Shoutang's hall master. Otherwise, there would be no worth of 30,000 universe crystals. Although some inheritors were tempted, Jin Wushuang's strength was too strong, and they were not sure at all. At present, most of the inheritors are around the 5th Order Peak Emperor. Most of the powerhouses who have achieved the 6th Order Emperor in such a short time will not be in the Palace of the Elders. Now the first wave of inheritors is the 6th Order Emperor, the second wave is the 5th Order Emperor, and the third wave is the Emperor who has just joined together successfully. In the Tomb Mountain, it is common for the 4th Order Emperor to succeed in Hadao. After the second-rank Origin Dao has successfully reached the ultimate harmony, he will directly become the 4th Order Emperor. This is no surprise. The weakest group is still Dao Jun. These Dao monarchs are actually able to get along quickly and even have a high success rate. However, with the lessons learned from the past, most Taoists want to go to Hadao after the origin of the Tao is consummated. Such a successful combination is the 4th Order Emperor, who will soon be able to reach the 5th Order Emperor. Sitting 5 and looking 6, you can even pursue the ultimate. With the support of Qishan Temple, they have no reason not to pursue the strongest. You know, those ultimate Dao monarchs, after seeing Hui Qing becoming emperor, are directly the 5th Order Peak Emperor, and their combat power is comparable to the 6th Order Peak Emperor, and even the ultimate Dao monarch has to go to completion. Go to Hadao again. But the ultimate way, the more difficult it is to go to the back. Jin Wushuang was very touching about this point. His ultimate Dao was complete, but the ultimate Kendo was still the 8th level. There is also a large part of the reason, because he has been slack in Kendo since he mastered Jidao. But at this point, after waiting for harmony, everything is returned to space, and this dilemma is gone. After Wu's Wa made the announcement, the people dispersed. There are many people who are tempted, but there are probably not many who are qualified to catch Jin Wushuang. Some powerhouses in the Senate have this qualification. As for the 6th Order Emperors of the 4 great secret realms, most of them are not capable of this. Now Jin Wushuang's combat power is comparable to Tier 6 tops. If you face those indigenous emperors, the 6th Order Peak can also fight. As for the super strong, these people dare not move easily. Can't listen to Wu's with side words. What if Master True Spirit wants to keep Jin Wushuang? This may also be true. Said to be chasing and killing, no one is going now. But the law enforcement hall in the north has been dispatched. After Wu's were returned to the law enforcement hall, he began to send orders to the law enforcement hall powerhouses everywhere to intercept Jin Wushuang. Among the strongest dispatched, the weakest must also be the 6th Order Peak strong. Although there are many strong people in the law enforcement hall, there are only 10 strong people who have reached the peak of Tier 6. There are only 2 Deputy Hall Masters who can match the best. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, in Yuanyang Lake. There is also a Deputy Hall Master in the north. The strength of that Deputy Hall Master is not weaker than that of Deputy Hall Master Zhong. Wu Zhuo directly contacted the other party and was solely responsible for arresting Jian Wushuang. At this time, Deputy Hall Master Zhong also won Li Mi porridge and others. Inside the hall, the origin of Li Mi porridge has been restrained, and now it is no different from a cripple. Identity, behind-the-scenes instructor, motive. Wu Zhuo's voice was cold, but at the bottom of my heart, he was very puzzled. He was very clear about Lu Hua's tricks, and Wang Can and others were also Lu Hua's confidants, and he knew this very well. However, this Li Mi porridge was able to conceal his own strength and even dared to go to jail. Who gave him so much courage? Li Maikong's heart was as gray as death. He fell into Wu Zhuo's hand, and he was finished. Fortunately, he passed the news that Jian Wushuang had been sent out of the Senate Palace. Of course, this was all he had imagined. At this time, the gods were mobilizing the Shadow Sect powerhouses from the entire celestial realm to search for Jian Wushuang in the northern realm. How can I care about an abandoned child? It's useless if you kill me. Li Mi Kanji's mouth was very hard, and he said that he was going to die, so it's better not to say it, but still alive. Wu Zhuo stood up and said gloomily, "You think I can't help it unless I say it? If so, then they really underestimate their Senate Palace. Without any means, how could he pull out the Shadow Sect in the north so clean? Fork out and send it to the criminal department to let them interrogate. If you can't come out, you don't want him to be comfortable, or I will make you uncomfortable." Wu Zhuo was furious and frightened everyone. Even Deputy Hall Master Zhong couldn't help but tremble. "Wu Zhuo, what caused you to make such a big fire?" A voice came from outside the hall, and then a wealthy man walked in. It was Emperor Lu Hua who was watching the joke. Wang Can and the others, he had already sent him away, and it is estimated that they are all in the realm now, and the old man's palace does not have that long hand to intervene in the affairs of the realm, let alone the law enforcement hall. The White Tiger Palace in the heavens alone crushed the law enforcement hall to death, and did not give them a chance to cross the boundary at all. Unless it was Wu Zhuo who went to catch him personally, he couldn't catch it at all. Without a handle, he is naturally not afraid. Because of this little thing, Zhenling will definitely not blame it. Not to mention that a hall master has fallen. Even if the palace owner has fallen, the true spirit will not frown. This is the pattern. Different patterns have different perspectives. The true spirit cares more about those inheritors, not those old guys who are lingering. In Lu Hua's view, this matter has reached this point. There is no problem. Isn't it that a sixth order emperor has fallen? Need this? After Jian Wushuang escaped from the north, what else could Wu Zhuo do? Bai Hudian, looking at the jokes happily, wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Maybe Bai Hudian turned his head and went to find Jian Wushuang and wooed him to join Bai Hudian. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-29. Who would take care of Wu Zhuo? Wu Zhuo saw the incoming person. His complexion recovered a bit, and then sat down on his own and said coldly, "What are you doing here? Watching me make a joke? Then dare to look at your jokes. It's just based on the brotherhood of so many years. I remind you, don't offend people who shouldn't offend for some cats and dogs." Lu Wadajun's words really came out of goodwill. At the same time, he was also buying time for Jian Wushuang. But as soon as this sentence came out, some people in the hall looked a little unsightly. Especially Deputy Hall Master Zhong. He was very unwilling. But the other party was the palace master. He could not refute, only clenched his fists. Some weak veterans will not say much. They are already weak and have little room for improvement, so they really didn't say anything wrong. It will not take long for the inheritors to replace them. Nowadays, most of the inheritors have entered the emperor, and if they have enough hands, the true spirit is more willing to use those inheritors. It's just that now is a period of radical cultivation, and they are all struggling for strength. Once they stagnate, they will come to the Senate Palace, or the White Tiger Palace, or the Azure Dragon Palace, to take on important positions. Regarding this point, Emperor Lu Hua is very open, and the future will be the world of inheritors, especially the strongest inheritors. It is unwise to offend these people. Even if Wuzhua used to be a disciple of Qixin, that was before. He was embarrassed to attack Wuzhua. Others didn't know. He knew that Wuzhua had been removed by the true spirit. Apart from his strength, Wuzhua had no one. Anything compared to the inheritor. If you talk about potential, Wuzhua was like this in the ancient times. After living for so many years, now that he has recovered his peak strength, it is not much different from the past. I guess that's it for the rest of my life. That being the case, why don't you let it go and improve your own situation? What you said is so easy. Wuzhua sneered. Jian Wushuang escaped from jail, and it's all on you. Not only did you dare to plot against me, but also killed my beloved brother Tai-san. There is no end to this. Lu Hua sighed. That's how you are. He disappeared after speaking. Wuzhua didn't sneer from the bottom of his heart, and secretly said, Look, who of us has the last laugh? Except for the person in charge, the others followed Deputy Hall Master Zhong to go to the north to capture Jian Wushuang. Even if you dig 3 feet in the ground and spend 9 days to catch the moon, you have to catch someone for me. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, that's what he was waiting for. Palace Master Lu Hua's words made him very upset. He wanted to catch Jian Wushuang to see how Jian Wushuang was better than them.
Yes.
After receiving the order, everyone didn't stay longer and went straight to the central hall. Qiu Huang let Jian Wushuang go and was taken away, so naturally there were others in charge. After everything was arranged, Wuzhua was left in the hall. With no outsiders, Wuzhua was finally relieved. Sitting on the throne, began to figure out how to explain to the true spirit. He hadn't told the true spirit about the origin of all things. He was afraid that the true spirit would suddenly attack the dome and the origin of all things, and then the plan would be ruined, and the position of the palace lord would also leave him. After thinking for a long time, Wuz was set off directly to the Sea of Universe. Grown-ups. Wuz stood respectfully outside the pavilion. After Zhenling glanced at him, he calmly said, The plan has begun? Very smoothly, Jian Wushuang has already reached the northern border. I believe it will not be long before someone will be hooked. Wuzhua replied. Zhenling nodded and said, Yes, this time the plan is successful, and the Yuan Lao Palace is yours. I removed your name at the beginning, and you must have scolded me from the bottom of your heart. In fact, the Palace of the Elders was meant to be passed on to you, but you have no great credit and no influence, and it is not good to rush into position. After hearing these words, Wuzhua knelt down and said in fear, The subordinates dare not. All these are being tested by adults. I thank you for not having time. Hee, you can talk? Zhenling smiled. There is nothing to do, just go down. There are some things you have to follow up personally. There can be no mistakes. Wuzhua firmly said, Yes. The whole palace of the elders. This joy made him instantly forget what he was going to do. The dome and the origin of everything. Wuzhua swallowed and smeared. I haven't had any trouble for so many years, so there shouldn't be any trouble on this joint. Originally planned to tell the true spirit of this matter, and then talk about the situation and the overall situation at the moment. But now Wuzhua, who has stunned his head with joy, intends to conceal this matter first. After he has captured Fuego, he will tell the true spirit. It will be double happiness. If you say it now, not only will it affect the plan, maybe the real spirit will blame him for not saying it in advance. The palace of the elders, which was about to fall, is gone. Zhenling also saw that Wuzhua seemed to have something on his mind, but he didn't point it out. In his opinion, Wuzhua's pattern is so big, it is probably not a big deal, so he didn't ask much. Wuzhua left the Sea of Cosmos with joy. Then there was a shocking news. Jian Wushuang rebelled and deprived the inheritor of his identity. Others don't know, but the gods who are paying attention to all this know that Wuzhua has gone to the Sea of Cosmos to ask the true spirit. After seeing the true spirit, he announced the news, which also meant that the true spirit gave up Jian Wushuang. For a time, countless people shocked, deprived of the identity of the inheritor. That Jian Wushuang might be over in this life. Unless you become the Lord of the Universe, You will always be hunted down. Under the chasing of countless powerful men, Jin Wushuang, even if he was extremely talented, would be good to be able to stay in harmony with him. To become the Lord of the Universe is simply a dream. After this order was issued, the entire northern border was in chaos. Countless people went to find Jin Wushuang. The native emperors who were hesitant in the past are now completely relieved and ready to do a big job. Many Sixth Order peak emperors have already been dispatched. Even the Sixth Order emperors from the other halls in the Palace of the Elders were dispatched. All rushed to Jin Wushuang. 10,000 square cosmic crystals. Who is not tempted? The most powerful people have a lot of heartbeats. In the Palace of the Elders was a commotion. Tomb God Mountain was in shock. Jin Wushuang was the first inheritor to be looted by the strong before he finished his trial. Now he is the first inheritor deprived of his identity. There is nothing to do with good things. The only major event that showed his face was the rush to the North Tower, but it hadn't been a few days. The news spread quickly, and it only took a month to make the city full of storms. At this time, Jin Wushuang was also caught in a rainy night city. The northern border, Giant Gate City. It does not belong to any state, but is managed by an independent supercity. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-30. Because in this city, there is a Sixth Order peak emperor. Moreover, this emperor has something to do with the Yuan Lao Palace. Speaking of it, Jin Wushuang had seen this city lord not long ago. He was still in the North Tower. He was still the pride of the sky, and the opponent was just an ordinary Sixth Order emperor. The native monarchs of the four great secret realms are the ants who are inexhaustible. Let alone the inheritors. Even the veterans of the Senate Palace looked down on these people. But Jin Wushuang had no identity anymore, just like a dog who lost his family. Not even an aboriginal emperor can match. Inside the dilapidated courtyard, Jin Wushuang is now wearing a sackcloth, and Gong Miaoyi has a new look and a lean woman with short hair. I need time. Jin Wushuang coughed a few times before continuing. I trouble you these days. Gong Miaoyi squatted on the side of the threshold, looking lazy, but his mental energy had been concentrated in the outside world, always on guard. After hearing Jin Wushuang's words, she was in a daze. I don't know if it is good or bad to escape with Jin Wushuang, but the moment she went out with Jin Wushuang, she was relieved like never before. Especially Jin Wushuang told her that her father was in the mine, and even the name and portrait were drawn for him. Jin Wushuang did have several bonds with Nie Yuan at the beginning, and he noted down the other's appearance. He knew that the only way to hang Gong Miaoyi was Nie Yuan. Not only drew the face of the other party, but also made up a story by the way. He had only said a few words to Nie Yuan. At that time, the identity of the other party was very embarrassing. Although he admired in his heart, he did not have deep friendship or even nod friends. But it doesn't prevent him from making a story that is so heroic and bold. Gong Miaoyi listened very carefully and was fascinated. Even before she knew it, she also told her mother's life experience. In this way, Jin Wushuang was even more certain. Nie Yuan was the one who ended up in the end because of a woman. Back then, Nie Yuan asked him whether there was a means to reverse time and space on the Tomb God Mountain. I'm afraid that the other party thought that Gong Miaoyi and her mother had fallen, and they would have this idea. Later, he was busy escaping for his life and never saw him again. Later, he asked someone to inquire about it, only to know that Nie Yuan was caught in the mine by the strong man of Fu Shou-Tang because of a small matter. Jin Wushuang told Gong Miaoyi about this very exaggeratedly. Fu Shou-Tang. Gong Miaoyi's expression sank. She also almost became a Taoist companion to the chief of Fu Shou-Tang. Fortunately, she and Jin Wushuang were sentenced together. It's not far from the mine. If you don't use the teleportation array, I can take you to the mine within 100 years. Jin Wushuang said this very sincerely, because he really wants to go to the mine. Not only was it to copy the kendo in Nie Yuan's body, it was more important to let the gods know that he cared about Gong Miaoyi very much, and it was because he cared about Gong Miaoyi that he was sentenced to Yuan Lao Gong. Once the other party believes it, someone will be arranged to rescue him. When the time comes, follow the vine. As long as the other party still needs his source of everything, he will definitely let him go to see Fuego. When the true spirit comes to the world, everything will be complete. It's just too simple. Now the gods are observing everything. Not only did not come to rescue him, but also told the emperors and powerful men who came to chase him where he was. Associate Hall Master Zhong, there is news from Bobby that Jian Wushuang's hiding place has been found, and he is currently in Jimin City. The Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall has already arrived in the north and has been searching for news. After hearing about the giant gate city, his face became cold and he said, "This thief probably has planned for a long time. I didn't know that it was destroyed by the thief before, and the people in the central hall have not repaired it. I am afraid it is related to Jian Wushuang." Hallmaster, do you want to inform Wu Shan's deputy hallmaster to cooperate with the arrest? No, we people are enough to deal with him. Let's set off now. Deputy Hall Master Zhong was very excited, and then he glanced at these people. Since there have been many traitors in the Yuan Palace, he feels that his team is not good. Dare to trust it all. Everyone, hand over all the communication tokens. You can't tell anyone about this matter, and you can also inform Barbie. I don't allow them to move. I can't do without them for 10,000 square cosmic crystals.
Yes.
But Deputy Hall Master Zhong, who counts as much as possible, can't be counted. His immediate boss, Wu Zhua, is the biggest gangster. As soon as he left, Jian Wushuang received the news. At this time, while clearing the purple thunder from the source, he was talking about Nye Yuan with Gong Miaoi. After receiving the news, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift it up. It will take at least a year for Deputy Hall Master Zhong to arrive, so he doesn't rush away. For safety's sake, we will leave before the other party arrives. Gong Miaoi changed his normal at this time and said, "Jian Wushuang, this time, are you really doing it for me?" Looking at the other person's eyes, Jian Wushuang knew the answer she wanted. Did not say much, just nodded. According to his experience, it is useless to say more than a sincere look. Actually, I have paid attention to your father's affairs a long time ago. Since you told me, I asked Senior Qiu Huang to help me find the trace of Uncle Nye Yuan. Now I have finally found it. I will see you in 100 years. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and looked at Gong Miaoi. Gong Miaoi stared at Jian Wushuang. Her rare Xingyan said like a flower, "Then you are not afraid of having an ambush on the mine side?" Now wanted in the whole territory, he will definitely investigate Jian Wushuang's motives and previous premeditated plans. It would also be speculated that Jian Wushuang would go to the mine. I am afraid that a net of heaven and earth had already been laid there at this time. What's so scary about? Have you ever seen me afraid? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Along the way, I have not been afraid from my home universe to this mysterious temple of the gods. Gong Miaoi curiously asked, "Then have you ever been afraid?" After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something again. He looked at Gong Miaoi and said with affection, "Once. There was a difficult choice once I was afraid of, but now I am not afraid." Gong Miaoi stared at Jian Wushuang with flashing eyes, waiting for Jian Wushuang's answer. "I'm afraid you won't follow me." Jian Wushuang's voice was a little low, and his complexion became ruddy. He hasn't said such nasty words for a long time. Gong Miaoi wasn't embarrassed at all about this. She didn't hear it, and she turned her head and stopped looking at Jian Wushuang. It seems that I have the answer in my heart. Mind also turned to the mine, where there is her father. And outside the mine at this time, one of the two deputy masters of the law enforcement hall, Deputy Hall Master Wu Shan, is here, following him. There are also a number of 6th Order Peak Emperors. Hall Master, everything is set up. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-31. Wu Shan's face is very delicate, but he looks like a Confucian scholar, without the breath of any cultivator. Okay, you will guard this place, and I will lead people to continue the search. He is the commander-in-chief who arrested Jian Wushuang this time, so he can't stay here forever. After the arrangements were made, the search began based on the information obtained. There is an unknown strong in Liuzhou. 4 5th Order emperors appeared in Hanzhou, Their identities are unknown. A sixth-order emperor appeared in Zhangzhou in the north, who is not a local powerhouse in the north. News came in one after another. Based on this information, Wu Shan launched a search to confirm. As long as it is a powerful person above the fifth-order emperor, he must check one by one and never let go of one. The emperor is not a Taoist. No matter where he goes, he will be eye-catching. It's just that Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoi both have treasures in them, and even the sixth-order emperor can't see the true strength of the two. Jian Wushuang was even more prepared, and now he and Gong Miaoi are a pair of ordinary Taoist masters. And it's the kind of powerhouse who can't afford to sit on the teleportation array, wandering all the way to the giant gate city. If it is a person, Jian Wushuang's hidden means, let alone the sixth-order emperor, even Zhu Dian can't find him. The body of the Tin Lian can change its origin at will. Jidao contains 10,000 ways and can be switched at will. Only in this way, the gods couldn't find him. He didn't really want to escape. He just wanted to secretly attract the gods. In the giant gate city, after 80 years of hiding, the purple thunder in Jian Wushuang's body has all been repaired. It's a little too smooth. Jian Wushuang frowned. 80 years ago, he got news from Wuzhua, and Deputy Hall Master Zhong had already brought people here. According to the distribution of law enforcement halls, someone should arrive early, but at present, he did not feel the breath of any sixth-order emperor. Everything is weird. And when he left the Senate Palace, he didn't divulge any news. When he first arrived at Giant Gate City, even Wuzhua didn't know his location. It is strange that Deputy Hall Master Zhong was able to receive the news, but he underestimated the law enforcement hall. Fortunately, Wuzhua secretly informed him, so he could be prepared. The strength has returned to the peak. Jian Wushuang has nothing to fear. He hasn't come out yet. It's just some sixth-order emperors, and he can also deal with it. But Gong Miaoi's strength is a little bit worse. Are you recovered? Gong Miaoi quickly got up when he saw him walking out of the house. Jian Wushuang nodded and said indifferently, "It's not a fatal injury. It's been recovered 7 or 88 over the years. If there is an accident, he can instantly recover to the peak. It's just not necessary." Now, he still couldn't make sure that Gong Miaoi was really fine. He needs to be confirmed again. Stay here long enough. We have to change place. Originally, according to his plan, he would hide here for 10,000 years, when the time came to wait for the limelight to pass before going out slowly. But now it has been exposed, he had to leave early. Gong Miaoi is very excited about this, because this time he will go directly to the mine. Clean up, we are ready to go. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. Is about to face, countless people are chased and killed. It is also interesting. His current strength has long been different from what he used to be. Among the sixth-order emperors, except for the existence of those peaks, they are not his opponents, especially those indigenous emperors. The two people's current identities are just Daojun. Leaving this huge city, it is also very ordinary. There is no enough to leave Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoi. Only in this way, they are too relaxed and too smooth. How can I believe it if it is so true? Therefore, before setting off, Jian Wushuang deliberately left a very secret aura. As long as Deputy Hall Master Zhong arrived, he would be able to discover it. This breath was the power of thunder that Wuzhua left in his body. The other party will not know. After the two left the small courtyard, that trace of thunder power was reflected in a puddle. But in that puddle, a human face appeared. Jejia. Even Jian Wushuang hadn't noticed this. The two went straight to the north gate of Giant Gate City, where there are many flying treasures, which are much faster than Daojun flying. They need to cross at least 19 major states to go to the mines. This road is extremely dangerous, except for the Emperor and the strong. The general Taoist will go with each other. Those who dare to walk alone are ruthless. Go to Qinghe Nyozhou Taoist Fellows. Hurry up. If there are emperors and powerful people, it is absolutely safe all the way. Guangzhou. Many people yelled, attracting many Taoists to come. Brother Dao, even across 3 states, this price, a man with a fair face, who looked like a teenager, stepped forward and asked for the price. And behind him stood a chilling young girl with short hair sideways, very capable. These two people are Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoyo. The yelling Taoist strongman is not weak. It is estimated that he has half the strength of the emperor. After looking at Jian Wushuang, and then glanced at Gong Miaoi, he also had a price in his heart. The more powerful the practitioner, the lower the fee. If it is an emperor, I am afraid they will have to pay for it, because there are strong people who can keep the journey safe. This flying treasure, but innate treasure, is not cheap. There are no ordinary emperors. When flying outside, it is rare to encounter emperors who kill people and overtake goods. If only you too, 60 sacred stones. The man in Jinpao said, "Don't worry. This time the Bluebird Palace has the emperor and the strong, and there is no danger along the way." He was afraid that Jian Wushuang would leave because it was too expensive, so he explained the benefits. With Jian Wushuang's current status, it was a bit expensive. Actually want 60 sacred stones. The Taoist monarchs and the casual cultivator are very ordinary, and a few thousand sacred stones are not bad, and it is indeed expensive to spend 60 sacred stones on a trip. Brother Dao, the strength of Dao Lu and I are not too bad. Both have the strength of Dao Sovereign. In normal times, there are only 20 sacred stones. Why did it suddenly rise so much? Many, even if there are senior emperors in charge, you don't need so many. Jian Wushuang said very tactfully, he just wanted to lower the price. It's just that there are so many here, and his opening made the people who were watching also surround him. The man in Jinpao frowned. Fearing that Jian Wushuang would affect his voice, he shouted loudly, "Huh, the emperor is walking with you. You should be proud. Maybe you are lucky, and you can still get the emperor's guidance. This kind of opportunity is only accepted. Are you 60 sacred stones?" As soon as the voice fell, many people cursed secretly in their hearts. The emperor pointed. What did this person treat them like, as an arrogant man or as a fool? After cultivating to the Taoist monarch, if you want to join the Tao, you need to worship the sect. But when you reach this state, the general sect does not accept it. End of this chapter. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.